Chapter 1966. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Hearing the second Holy Son's words, the third Holy Son grew impatient. Second brother, aren't you going to help me? The third Holy Son's voice was laced with reproach, but the second Holy Son was unmoved. When he was about to leave, he turned around and glanced at the third Holy Son. Then he stopped and shook his head. Third brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. Think about it. How big is the gap between our strengths? There were 3 Holy Sons in the Beast God clan. The second and third Holy Sons were on par with each other in terms of strength, so the difference was negligible. Only the first Holy Son was far stronger than the other Holy Son. The physical strength of the Crimson Tiger clan is at the peak of the same level, isn't it? How can I help you when you're beaten to a pulp when you try your best? I don't want to make a fool of myself. The second Holy Son said slowly. Although he had never met Fong Chun, the second Holy Son could tell from the third Holy Son's strength. Even if he helped, he would only be asking for trouble. But second brother, you're a super divine beast, Sky, Dragon Pattern Bull. The physical strength of your clan is even stronger than that of my Scarlet Tiger clan. The third Holy Son was anxious. If the second Holy Son refused to help, revenge would be impossible unless he went to the first Holy Son. The Sky Dragon Bull was one of the divine beasts of the Cow clan. Their race's innate divine ability was only in their eyes. It was said that the left eye of the Sky Dragon Bull contained a terrifying amount of energy. When they used their special ability, the energy released from their left eye could drown and devour their enemies in an instant. However, the divine beasts of the Cow clan had strong physical bodies, and the Sky Dragon Bull was one of the best. In terms of physical strength, even the third Holy Son would not dare to say that he could win against the second Holy Son. The second Holy Son continued. The Sky Dragon Ox's physical strength is strong, but that's only relative. That Fong Chun is known as the God King of Destruction, and his attack power is incredible. To be able to beat you up like this without using his true God power, I really don't understand who else in the Divine Emperor realm can compare with him in terms of physical strength. The second Holy Son pondered for a moment before adding, I'm afraid that even if Big Brother were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Third brother, I still have some matters to attend to. Take care of yourself. After saying that, the second Holy Son quickly disappeared. Looking at the back of the second Holy Son, the third Holy Son's face was extremely solemn. Damn it, he clenched his fist tightly. His hatred for Fong Chun was overwhelming. The ancient Barn Jia was a mystical place. The pressure from the surroundings was very small. However, the closer one was to the center, the greater the pressure. At this moment, Fong Chun had already passed through the periphery and was not too far from the center. The pressure is so great. Standing in the wilderness, Fong Chun muttered to himself. There were some beads of sweat on his forehead. The pressure he was enduring now was enough to shatter the body of an ordinary divine emperor. I wonder where you is now. Fong Chun felt a little helpless. The ancient Barn Jia was vast. Due to the great pressure, it was very slow to move. Not to mention using the time and space phantasm demon book. Let's take it one step at a time. Fong Chun shook his head and continued moving forward. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed that not far ahead, there was a group of people chasing after a black-clothed man. Stop, you can't escape. The leader of the group said coldly. Golden light flowed on the surface of his skin. One could tell at a glance that he had a strong physical body. Dong! In the process of chasing, the man suddenly threw out a punch. Instantly, the terrifying fist radiance hit the body of the black-clothed man in front of him. The latter's body flew out and fell at Fong Chun's feet. Fong Chun felt that the man was familiar. When he was about to continue investigating, he suddenly saw a subtle image. There was an illusory symbol on the man's collar that was invisible to the naked eye. Wasn't that the symbol of the Celestial Bone Palace? Thinking of this, Fong Chun hurried to the man in black and reached out to help him up. While the man in black was stunned, Fong Chun revealed his identity. I am Fong Chun. Fong Chun, are you the new disciple that Master has taken in? I am your 5th senior brother. The man in black looked at Fang Chun and laughed. Greetings, fifth senior brother. Fang Chun also cupped his fists. Before coming, Master had said that eldest senior brother and fifth senior brother were cultivating in the ancient barn Jia. Mo Wu, it's time for you to die. Just as the two of them were talking, the group of people chasing Mo Wu arrived. The leader was a divine emperor. Behind him were more than 10 divine emperors, all of whom were members of the Beast God clan. What's going on? Fang Chun frowned and asked, Kid, who are you? How dare you interfere with the matters of the Beast God clan? The leader of the divine emperors scolded with a gloomy face. And Mo Wu said, Junior brother, the reason why the Beast God clan is chasing me is because I found the inheritance of a God emperor in the ancient barn Jia. I see. After hearing Mo Wu's words, Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the members of the Beast God clan. For the sake of the God Emperor of Destruction, leave quickly, Fang Chun said. His words enraged the crowd. What a joke. How dare you interfere with the matters of the Beast God clan and ask us to leave? Kid, since you want to die, let's die together. I'm doing this for your own good. Fang Chun shrugged and said, Not long ago, I met the third holy son of the Beast God clan and fought with him. Guess what happened? What happened? Of course, the third holy son beat him up. Fang Chun shook his head and continued. The third holy son was beaten up by me. If I'm not wrong, he's looking for help to take revenge. You're lying. The third holy son's true form is a marrow scarlet tiger. His body is extremely strong. How can you compare to him? That's right. Are you saying that to scare us off? Your wishful thinking is wrong. Let's attack together and take him down. The members of the Beast God clan were furious and prepared to attack. Junior brother, Mo Wu was a little anxious when he saw this. However, Fang Chun turned his head and smiled at him. Then he said, Fifth senior brother, you stay here and watch. My attainments in the physical Tao are not bad. It shouldn't be a problem for me to take care of them. With that, Fang Chun stomped his foot and rushed into the crowd. Bang! He clenched his fist. After gathering his strength, he punched one of the godly emperors in the head. Although these godly emperors had strong bodies, they couldn't compare to the third holy son. Therefore, they couldn't resist Fang Chun's attack. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Fang Chun started to beat the Beast God clan up. His fists bombarded the bodies of the Beast God clan. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Beast God clan godly emperors fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Fist after fist came down. At first, they could resist, but later, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Miserable screams came from their mouths. Mo Wu, the fifth senior brother who had been watching, was completely dumbfounded. Was this still his junior brother? Wasn't this too violent? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Chun withdrew his fist and wiped the sweat off his forehead. On the ground, the beastmen were sprawled all over the ground. Remember, the person who beat you is the godly Emperor Destruction. If you want revenge, you're welcome. With that, he left with the fifth senior brother Mo Wu. Devil, he's a devil. Damn it, we actually provoked such a freak. Was what he said true? That the third holy son was beaten into a pig's head? If that's the case, we didn't lose out. Unfortunately, Fang Chun couldn't hear their conversation. Along the way, the fifth senior brother Mo Wu was shocked. His junior brother was not simple. He was too violent. Fifth senior brother. Fang Chun called out softly. Only then did the fifth senior brother wake up from his shock. Junior brother, I forgot myself. The fifth senior brother Mo Wu chuckled and said, I didn't expect junior brother's body to be so strong. You flatter me, fifth senior brother, Fang Chun said modestly. With your current physical strength, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if you were to fight the first holy son of the Beast God clan. You're basically invincible in the ancient warehouse realm. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1967. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by, Go Divided by Little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Fifth senior brother, you flatter me. Love, Go Little Say Net. Chu Fang Chun was very humble and did not put on airs at all. Logically speaking, If it were an ordinary person with the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction above their head, they would already be very arrogant. However, Feng Chen was not like that. This was also part of the reason why fifth senior brother Mo Wu liked Feng Chen more. From his conversation with his junior brother, he could tell that his junior brother had a gentle personality and was not the kind of person who was arrogant and domineering. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu waved his hand and said, "Junior brother, you don't have to be humble. At least among us senior brothers, other than eldest senior brother, no one can compete with your physical body." Among the 7 disciples of the bone progenitor, other than Feng Chen, only eldest senior brother and fifth senior brother were godly emperors of the physical body style. After watching Feng Chen's battle, Mo Wu felt that he was not as good as his junior brother. This was the so-called the new generation excels the old, and each wave is stronger than the last. Fifth senior brother, you said that you accidentally found a physical body inheritance left behind by a godly emperor. Feng Chen suddenly thought of this and immediately asked. The growth of his perfect sword body seemed to have reached a bottleneck. If he could obtain the physical body inheritance of a godly emperor, that would be even better. There are actually many inheritances left behind by experts in the ancient Barn realm. It's just that we can't find them, fifth senior brother said slowly. The owner of this inheritance that I know of seems to be a godly emperor of the physical body style for the previous universe era. His name is Godly Emperor Li. His inheritance has a very strong restriction that requires 2 keys to open. I obtained one of the keys. As for the other key, it was obtained by Godly Emperor Yuan, who was behind the godly emperors you beat up, Mo Wu said. Hearing this, Feng Chen's heart trembled. This godly emperor was actually called Li. It seemed that his achievements in the physical body Dao were very strong. Divine Emperor Yuan? This celestial Emperor Yuan is also a member of the Beast God clan. Although he is not as famous as the 3 holy sons, he is still a Beast God elder of the Beast God clan. He is extremely powerful. At the very least, he is not weaker than the 2nd holy son, said Mo Wu. This person is sinister and ruthless. He wants the key in my hand and sent his subordinates to kill me. If they were in the outside world, Mo Wu would definitely not fear those god kings who were pursuing him. He was, after all, the 5th disciple of the bone progenitor. He was quite accomplished in the way of space-time cultivation. However, he was unable to use his abilities in the ancient granary realm, so he could only run away pathetically when facing the orc god clan's elites. Fifth senior brother, I'm interested in the inheritance of Emperor God Li. Shall we go and take a look? Feng Chen's eyes glowed as he spoke. But where is Celestial Emperor Yuan? If we want to obtain Titan Emperor's inheritance, we must find Celestial Emperor Yuan and take the key from him. Mo Wu shook his head and said, Junior brother, you don't know. Ever since Celestial Emperor Yuan obtained the key, he has been staying in front of the tomb. If we want to find him, we only need to go to the tomb. However, I know what fifth senior brother is worried about. You're just worried that I won't be able to defeat Celestial Emperor Yuan. Feng Chen chuckled and said, Fifth senior brother, actually, I didn't use my full strength in the previous battle. Hearing this, Mo Wu's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Chen in disbelief. What kind of monster was this junior brother of his? How could he not use his full strength with that kind of physical strength? What if he used his full strength? All right, since that's the case, I'll fight with junior brother. Mo Wu nodded heavily in agreement. In the center of the ancient granary realm, there was a majestic palace. Above the palace, there were 4 bold and powerful words carved into it, Great Strength Shrine. This was the inheritance left behind by Emperor God Li. As long as one could enter the Great Strength Shrine, they would have a chance to obtain the inheritance. There wasn't a single physical expert who didn't want to obtain the inheritance. Celestial Emperor Yuan was the same. His original form was a marrow scarlet tiger, the same clan as the 3rd Holy Son. Unlike the 3rd Holy Son, who had monstrous potential, Celestial Emperor Yuan's potential was average. However, he relied on his own strength and cultivated for tens of thousands of years before finally becoming a Celestial Emperor. Currently, he was considered one of the top Celestial Emperors. In the Beast God clan, to be given the title of Beast God Elder was enough to show how powerful he was. In front of the great strength shrine, Celestial Emperor Yuhan sat cross-legged as he played with the key in his hand. The key would release a faintly discernible aura at any time, connecting with the great strength shrine and causing it to tremble. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't open the restriction. It seems that only by obtaining the key in Mo Wu's hand can we enter, Celestial Emperor Yuhan said softly. After calculating the time, his subordinate should have succeeded. But why hadn't he returned? Could there be some problems in the process? Just as Celestial Emperor Yuhan was thinking, a few figures appeared in the distance. He's back. Celestial Emperor Yuhan grinned and stood up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, more than 10 Celestial Emperors arrived in front of Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Seeing their appearance, Celestial Emperor Yuhan knew that his mission had failed. A bunch of trash. You can't even deal with one Mo Wu? Celestial Emperor Yuhan scolded. Elder, when we were chasing after Mo Wu, we encountered the bone progenitor's disciple, Fong Chun. His physical strength is too strong. Even when we worked together, we were instantly suppressed by him, the leader of the Celestial Emperors said bitterly. Furthermore what? Fong Chun also said that before we arrived, he beat the third holy sun into a pig's head. Boom! Celestial Emperor Yuhan's body trembled. He was very angry. Spread the news that anyone who provides information on Fong Chun will be heavily rewarded. No need to look for him. However, as soon as Celestial Emperor Yuhan finished speaking, a satisfied voice came from afar. Celestial Emperor Yuhan turned around and saw an unfamiliar man walking over with Mo Wu. Fong Chun. Celestial Emperor Yuhan stared at the unfamiliar man and asked coldly, That's right. I'm the Fong Chun you're looking for. You should be Celestial Emperor Yuhan, right? Fong Chun asked. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Celestial Emperor Yuhan sneered. Since you're here, hand over the key. Fong Chun chuckled. But fifth senior brother, and I also want to enter the God of Strength Palace. Why don't you hand over the key and I'll consider beating you into a pig's head? What do you think? Fong Chun's words completely enraged Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Even a bone progenitor's disciple has such a glib tongue? Aren't the Beast God elders of the Beast God clan as narrow-minded as you? Fong Chun retorted. This old man has long heard that the bone progenitor's disciple is powerful. After reaching the deity emperor realm, he became the new deity Emperor Destruction. Celestial Emperor Yuhan said, This old man would like to see what you're capable of. Fong Chun rolled his eyes. Celestial Emperor Yuhan, are you challenging me? Think what you want. Celestial Emperor Yuhan said nonchalantly. Forget it. I don't want to waste time with you. Hand over the key. I'm in a hurry. Fong Chun's words made Celestial Emperor Yuhan want to curse. You're in a hurry, but I'm in a hurry too. Celestial Emperor Yuhan clenched his fists, ready to attack. Wait. Fong Chun suddenly stopped him. What? Are you afraid? Deity Emperor Destruction? Celestial Emperor Yuhan mocked. You think I'm afraid of you? Didn't they tell you that I've beaten the third holy sun into a pig's head? I've heard from my fifth senior brother that you're also a marrow red tiger, the same clan as the third holy sun. He couldn't do anything to me, even in his true form. Are you sure you want to fight me? Fong Chun said. Cut the crap. Celestial Emperor Yuhan scolded. If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. Fong Chun waved his hand and asked his fifth senior brother to back off. Take my fist. Celestial Emperor Yuhan took the initiative to attack. His terrifying fist pierced through the void and appeared in front of Fong Chun. Old man, I'll beat you into a pig's head so that you can be arrogant. Seeing this, Fong Chun also threw out a punch to welcome the challenge. Dong! The two fists collided and a deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Violent energy wreaked havoc in the void. Then, both of them took a few steps back. Celestial Emperor Yuhan steadied himself and his face darkened. He didn't have time to think and launched another thunderous attack. Junior brother's physical strength is really strong. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu sighed. I was worried that junior brother would be at a disadvantage against Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Now, it seems like I was overthinking. Chapter 1968. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, divided by little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Fang Chun had already experienced the physical strength of the red marrow tiger from the third holy sun. Love, go little, say, W. Chu now that he was facing Celestial Emperor Imperial Han. He didn't feel much pressure. Pung. Fang Chun easily blocked Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's attack. The latter's expression changed, but he gritted his teeth and continued to attack. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han might be strong, but his potential isn't as good as the third holy sun's. Some of his strength isn't as good as the third holy sun's, Fang Chun thought. If it were someone else, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's tyrannical attacks might have left them helpless. However, he was facing Fang Chun. The latter's perfect sword body was passed down from the cosmos god Gu Yuan. Furthermore, with the help of the Golden Heart, his physical strength could be displayed in extreme ways. After a few breaths, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's advantage was gone. The battle that followed was naturally one-sided. Pung. Punch after punch. Every punch landed on the opponent's flesh. It was very explosive. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han couldn't resist at all and was forced to retreat. Wong. The sword-shaped runes around him flowed. A powerful force emerged from the Golden Heart and quickly gathered in Fang Chun's palm. Then, he punched Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's head. Dong! With a trembling sound, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's body was sent flying far away. Cough, cough. Dust flew. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's battered body crawled up from the ground. His expression changed, and a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to give up. Celestial Emperor Destruction, you really live up to your reputation. This old man is impressed. Hearing this, Fang Chun laughed and stretched out his hand. Where's the key? Celestial Emperor Imperial Han had no choice but to give the key to Fang Chun. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Little junior brother, I admire you more and more. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu gave Fang Chun a thumbs up. Godly Emperor Yuhan's physical strength was already considered strong in the Godly Emperor realm. However, he was still no match for little junior brother. He easily forced Celestial Emperor Yuhan to hand over the key. Let's combine the two keys and see if we can open the Herculean Shrine. Mo Wu was very excited. He took out the key and handed it to Fang Chun. The latter took the two keys and walked up to the Herculean Shrine. He reached out his hand and sensed the powerful restrictions around the shrine. He couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful barrier. Even a top-tier absolute god array master might not be able to break it. Without thinking, Fang Chun put the two keys together. Immediately, the key emitted a resplendent light. Immediately, a vast energy wrapped around the two keys. In the blink of an eye, the two keys fused together and turned into a ball of light. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of Fang Chun and Mo Wu, the ball of light shot toward the Herculean Shrine. When it came into contact with the barrier, it caused a slight ripple. When the ball of light entered the barrier, the entire Herculean Shrine shook. The powerful barrier fell apart under Fang Chun's gaze. The bronze door in front of the Herculean Shrine opened with a creak. A vast energy spread out from within, completely wrapping Fang Chun and Mo Wu's bodies and pulling them into the Herculean Shrine. Boom! The Herculean Shrine closed again. Fang Chun and Mo Wu appeared inside the shrine. There was only a bronze throne in the empty shrine. On top of it was a skeleton. What a powerful pressure! Mo Wu exclaimed. His body swayed. He was almost unable to withstand the pressure in the air. Fang Chun's perfect sword body automatically revolved around him. Sword-shaped runes flickered and emitted a dazzling light. That's the skeleton of a god emperor. Fang Chun's heart trembled. The power coming from the skeleton on the bronze throne was too strong. God Emperor Herculean, using the perfect sword body, Fang Chun could barely withstand the pressure. The skeleton emitted a dazzling light. Soon after, a voice came from within. After so many years, someone has finally come here. The voice sounded a little weathered. Senior, are you God Emperor Herculean? Fang Chun said with difficulty. That's right. I am God Emperor Herculean. Unfortunately, Senior, we've already entered the Herculean shrine. How can we receive your inheritance? Fang Chun asked. Although the pressure was great, the Herculean shrine probably wouldn't attack them. Besides, wasn't the inheritance he left behind after his death so that he could find a qualified successor? If you want to receive my inheritance, you must at least have impressive talent in the path of the physical body, God Emperor Herculean said. God Emperor Herculean said, before I died, I had already set up a test. Anyone who passes it will receive my inheritance. As soon as he finished speaking, a small pagoda suddenly appeared in the skeleton's palm. Whoosh! The small pagoda emitted a wild power. Under Fang Chen's gaze, it rapidly expanded. In the end, it turned into a pagoda as tall as the Herculean shrine. This pagoda is called the Herculean Pagoda. It was my battle partner when I was alive. Enter the Herculean Pagoda. The pagoda spirit will tell you the test method. After the Herculean shrine finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Fang Chun and Mo Wu looked at each other. Then, they quickly entered the Herculean Pagoda. Welcome. The pagoda spirit appeared in front of Fang Chun and Mo Wu. Master once told me that if anyone wants to receive his inheritance, they must pass the test. Senior, may I ask what the test is? Fang Chun cupped his fists and asked. The test is very simple. You have to use pure strength to fight the illusory creatures in the pagoda. The higher the level of the battle, the higher the evaluation, the pagoda spirit said. There are a total of 5 levels of evaluation. Each level represents a type of potential. If you reach the 3rd level, you can receive Master's inheritance. If you can reach the 4th level, you can control this Herculean pagoda. Then what about the 5th level? Fang Chun asked curiously. The pagoda spirit glanced at Fang Chun, then shook his head. No one can reach the 5th level. What if someone is lucky enough to succeed? I have to know what the reward is, right? Otherwise, I won't have any motivation. Fang Chun said. The pagoda spirit nodded. According to Master, if you can reach the 5th level, you have a high chance of becoming a cosmos god in the future. And Master naturally prepared a generous gift for such a heaven-defying genius. This generous gift can allow a deity emperor to break through to the god emperor realm. The pagoda spirit said, as for what it is exactly, let's talk about it after you reach the 5th level. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. To allow a deity emperor to break through to the god emperor realm, wasn't this too powerful? However, thinking of the Herculean god emperor's methods, Fang Chun nodded heavily. Give it a try. Junior disciple brother, let me try first, Mo Wu said, then walked to the center of the Herculean god pagoda. Voila! Suddenly, 10 identical illusory creatures appeared in the air, attacking Mo Wu. The strength of these illusory creatures isn't even comparable to the 3rd holy sun. Fang Chun thought to himself. Pung pung pung. The first batch of 10 illusory creatures was quickly dealt with by Mo Wu. Very good. You've reached the 1st level. The pagoda spirit nodded lightly. To a deity emperor, reaching the 1st level didn't mean much. Voila! Soon after, the 2nd batch of illusory creatures appeared. There were still 10 of them, but their strength was much stronger. Mo Wu also felt some pressure in his battle with them. Senior disciple brother Mo Wu's fleshly body is weaker than Imperial Cold God Emperor, but he is still a personal disciple of the bone progenitor. It shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the 2nd level. Time passed. Fang Chen's guess was right. Mo Wu passed the 2nd level. However, he was in a difficult situation. Do you want to continue? The pagoda spirit asked. Continue. Mo Wu's eyes flashed with determination. Rumble. The air shook, and 10 3rd-level illusory creatures appeared. Pung. Mo Wu's figure flashed as he fought against them. Senior disciple brother Mo Wu seems to be unable to hold on. After observing for a while, Fang Chen saw Mo Wu retreating step by step. He was worried. If he couldn't hold on, he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of the Herculean god Emperor. This was a huge blow to senior disciple brother Mo Wu. He has to hold on, Fang Chen thought to himself. Even the pagoda spirit shook its head, believing that Mo Wu couldn't reach the third level. Chapter 1969. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. However, miraculous things were everywhere in the world. When everyone thought you would fail, you actually succeeded. What is this? The pagoda spirit and Fang Chen both thought that Mo Wu had reached his limit. However, the latter suddenly erupted with astonishing combat strength. A bright and dazzling light appeared on his forehead. Soon after, that light covered his entire body. Dong! Mo Wu seemed to have become a different person. Every time he threw a punch, the void creature would shatter. Even Fang Chen was a little stunned by the power of his fists. What's going on? Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at Mo Wu. He felt the changes in Mo Wu's body. Fifth senior brother seems to have a special constitution. It seems to have been activated just now. Immediately, Fang Chen understood. Although he didn't know what Mo Wu's special constitution was, he understood that with this kind of power, Mo Wu would have no problem passing the third level evaluation. Sure enough, after a while, Mo Wu passed the third level evaluation. Whoosh! After Mo Wu stopped fighting, the luster around his body quickly retreated. His aura was a little weak, and his face was pale, but there was an excited smile on his face. He actually has the body of tyrant strength. Not bad, not bad. The pagoda spirit said, not bad, twice in a row. This was an extremely high evaluation of Mo Wu. Senior, what is the body of tyrant strength? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. The body of tyrant strength is also a special constitution. People with this constitution are most suitable for cultivating the physical body, the pagoda spirit explained. After a while, Fang Chen finally understood how terrifying the body of tyrant strength was. Congratulations, fifth senior brother. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated him. Junior brother, your constitution is not inferior to mine. Maybe you can pass the fourth level evaluation and try the fifth level evaluation, Mo Wu said with a smile. You can go and accept the inheritance, the pagoda spirit said to Mo Wu with a smile. Then, Mo Wu arrived in front of the bronze throne. Whoosh! The skeletal hand abruptly rose and pressed on Mo Wu's forehead. Immediately, Mo Wu closed his eyes, and his entire body was enveloped by a wild power. There's no need to worry. As the owner of the tyrant's body, there won't be any danger in accepting my master's inheritance. Who knows? He might even be able to use this opportunity to touch the threshold of the Emperor God realm, the pagoda spirit said. Fang Chen nodded and retracted his thoughts. His gaze fell on the pagoda spirit. Senior, let's begin, Fang Chen said. The tower spirit nodded. With a wave of its hand, the test began once more. Rumble. The first batch of illusory creatures was too weak in Fang Chen's eyes. He didn't even activate his perfect sword body. Instead, he used his iron fist to disperse the first batch of illusory creatures. Not bad. You're slightly stronger than your senior brother. The tower spirit nodded in satisfaction. Then, the second batch of illusory creatures appeared. Fang Chen gradually discovered that dealing with these illusory creatures was not only a test of one's physical strength, but also one's skill in exerting force. However, since the perfect sword body was known as the strongest physique in the universe, this was naturally not a problem. Soon, the second batch of illusory creatures disappeared, and the third batch appeared. At this moment, Fang Chen finally felt some pressure and released his perfect sword body. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes that flowed on his body provided Fang Chen with a lot of strength. The golden heart vibrated rapidly, and the golden liquid spread throughout Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Kill! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. His body moved, and his fists continuously blasted out. Crack! At this moment, Fang Chen's strength was so strong that even the pagoda spirit was a little surprised. What a powerful special physique. Why have I never heard of it? The pagoda spirit stared at the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body with a solemn expression. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Just as he was deep in thought, Fang Chen passed the third level of evaluation. Do you want to continue? The pagoda spirit asked. Fang Chen nodded. This was far from his limit. He wanted to try and see if he could pass the fifth level of evaluation. After the fourth batch of illusory creatures appeared, the pressure on Fang Chen suddenly increased. However, he didn't lose his composure. He made use of his own body to move quickly. Every attack would hurt an illusory creature. These illusory creatures are really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Buzz. After persisting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Chen finally activated the perfect sword body completely. The perfect sword body unleashed all its power, as if he had cheated. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. Boom! With a punch, he directly blasted an illusory creature. This was the strongest power Fang Chen could unleash so far. When the last illusory creature was blasted away, Fang Chen was panting, and his forehead was full of sweat. Although I can't see through your special physique, you were able to pass the fourth level of evaluation. In the entire God realm, no one can surpass your potential in physical strength. The pagoda spirit said, if you are willing, you can become my master's personal disciple and receive all of his physical inheritance. After following Emperor God for so many years, the pagoda spirit naturally knew that it was rare for a divine emperor to pass the fourth level of evaluation. Can I try the fifth level? Fang Chen looked up and asked. Hearing this, the pagoda spirit was a little surprised. Then he shook his head and said, with your strength, it's impossible to pass the fifth level. You'd better give up. Otherwise, it won't be good if you suffer a backlash. Once the fifth level test failed, it was very likely that one would be seriously injured. The pagoda spirit naturally didn't want such an excellent successor like Fang Chen to take the risk. However, Fang Chen's thoughts were exactly the same. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? If he couldn't pass, then so be it. If he passed, then he would make a fortune. I want to try, Fang Chen said. In fact, although he was in a difficult situation, he still had the strength to continue fighting. Moreover, Fang Chen still had a trump card that he hadn't used. Okay, you have to be careful. The pagoda spirit nodded. Buzz. A ripple appeared in the air, and then a huge, illusory creature instantly appeared. One. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Why was there only one? There's only one of the fifth level test, but don't underestimate it. Before the pagoda genie could finish speaking, Fang Chen felt a terrifying force smashing into his face. His body flew out involuntarily and smashed hard on the ground. It hurts. There was a burning sensation on his cheek, and Fang Chen's heart was filled with a trace of anger. Damn it. There was a saying on Earth, don't hit people in the face and don't bully people in the head. As soon as this big guy came out, he slapped his face without saying a word. This was a naked humiliation. Aren't you just bigger than me? What's the big deal? Fang Chen looked at the big guy and said in a deep voice, roar. An angry roar came out of the big guy's mouth, as if he was trying to intimidate Fang Chen. I'm going to fight with you today. If you have the ability, you can hit my face again. See if I'll be angry with you. Fang Chen cursed. The illusory creature attacked again. Dong. The golden heart beat faster and faster, and Fang Chen secretly prayed. Come on. His biggest reliance was the golden heart, and he had already thought of a countermeasure. When the big guy approached, he would use the golden heart to catch him off guard. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the illusory creature had already arrived in front of him. Be careful, the pagoda spirit reminded. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Immediately, he opened his hands, and the sword-shaped runes around his body left his body and floated in front of his chest. Buzz! A large number of sword-shaped runes merged together in front of him, forming a huge sword net. Then, a terrifying force erupted from the golden heart. Dong! The illusory creature's huge body slammed hard into the sword net. Then, it was directly overturned by the terrifying force that followed. Seeing this scene, the pagoda spirit was completely shocked. He didn't have the strength to fight back just now. How did he become so strong all of a sudden? These two brothers are both abnormal, the pagoda spirit thought. Success. Seeing that the big guy was overturned, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. Then, he continued to use the perfect combination of the perfect sword body and the golden heart to suppress the big guy. I'll let you be arrogant again. Fang Chun kicked the big guy and cursed. At the same time, the big guy's body gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Chapter 1970. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Phew. Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the big guy gradually dissipate. This last move was considered a risky move. It could only deal with these illusory creatures without intelligence. If it was used against human warriors, it would definitely not work. The pagoda spirit was shocked beyond words. Wasn't this too much of a freak? He just said that reaching the 5th level of evaluation would give him a treasure. But was there a need to risk his life like this? Senior, Fang Chun moved his old face closer and said with a smile. The pagoda spirit was stunned for a moment, then tried hard to suppress his shock. Amazing, really amazing. I have followed Master for countless years, and no one has ever passed the 5th level of evaluation. The pagoda spirit praised Fang Chun. Even Master himself said that any warrior who can reach the 5th level of evaluation will definitely achieve much more than him in the future. Senior, I'm very curious about the reward for the 5th level of evaluation. Fang Chun had been concerned about this question. The pagoda spirit said, what do you think is the most important problem to enter the God Emperor realm? The most important problem? Fang Chun muttered to himself, and a large amount of information appeared in his mind. After a long time, Fang Chun said, entering the God Emperor realm from the God Emperor realm is a qualitative transformation. The primordial spirit and physical body will undergo an earth-shattering transformation. And this transformation is built on the perfect control of the laws. The God Emperor realm experts are high above. Although they also control the laws, their study of the laws has reached a thorough stage. Fang Chun continued. So, the biggest obstacle to entering the God Emperor realm from the God Emperor realm is the in-depth analysis of the laws. The pagoda spirit nodded slightly. Not bad. Your understanding of the God Emperor realm is not bad. But you don't know the root of it. The pagoda spirit said, entering the God Emperor realm, the power of the laws of heaven and earth will baptize the body. If you don't have a strong physical body, you won't be able to withstand that torrential power. The people of the world don't pay attention to the tempering of the physical body. When they try to break through to the God Emperor realm, it will be too late for regrets. The pagoda spirit continued, although your physical body is strong, there is still a huge gap between you and the God Emperor realm. With your current strength, you simply won't be able to withstand the baptism of laws after stepping into the God Emperor realm. Therefore, Master left behind a divine pill to strengthen the body for the successor who passed the 5th level evaluation. Divine pill? In the previous Cosmos epic, Master was fortunate enough to meet a Cosmos god. Furthermore, this Cosmos god left behind a pill for Master before he left. The pagoda spirit said, this pill doesn't have a name. The reason why it's called the Herculean pill is because Master named it himself. That Cosmos god once said that deity emperors could instantly improve their fleshy body to the same level as god emperors after consuming this pill. The pagoda spirit said, tell me, is it possible for you to step into the God Emperor realm? Hearing this, Fang Chun finally understood. He felt his heart trembling. There was actually such a pill in the world. Heaven transcending grade pill? Cosmos gods naturally wouldn't use ordinary pills. That year after Master got this pill, he wasn't willing to consume it. He prepared to leave it for his disciple, but his disciple died in an accident. This resulted in the Herculean pill being stored until today. You are very fortunate to have passed the 5th level evaluation and can obtain the Herculean pill. Saying this, The pagoda spirit waved his hand, causing the Herculean god pagoda to tremble. Following that, a sparkling and translucent pill appeared on his palm. This is the Herculean pill. Keep it well. It's up to you when you want to consume it. The pagoda spirit said, but I suggest you consume it now. This way, it'll only take a few seconds for you to receive Master's inheritance. Fang Chun was very excited. He swallowed the Herculean pill in a single gulp. Hung long long, the Herculean pill rapidly spread within his body. Wong, the golden heart, was beating at an abnormally fast speed. It seemed to be absorbing the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill. CSISI. In the blink of an eye, the Herculean pill was digested by Fang Chun. At this moment, the Herculean pill, which had been refined by the golden heart, appeared in Fang Chen's body. Kacha. When the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill spread to his limbs and bones, Fang Chun felt that his body was filled with a vast amount of energy. So strong. The perfect sword body operated automatically. The sword-shaped runes flashed rapidly. The strength of his physical body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill had been completely absorbed by Fang Chun. Who? The tremors in Fang Chen's body disappeared. The golden heart also gradually calmed down. It's over? Fang Chun was a little stunned. He thought that it would take a while. Who would have thought that it would be finished so quickly? My body? It was only then that Fang Chun realized that his physical body was 2F** king strong. Is this a physical body comparable to the God Emperor realm? Fang Chun felt that the energy in his body was too strong. It was as if it was about to erupt. With my current physical body, even if I stand on the ground without moving, God Emperor Yuan won't be able to break through my defense. Fang Chun thought to himself. This was what it meant to be invincible in the God Emperor realm. If he were to meet a level 5 expert again, he would be able to destroy them with a punch. Congratulations. The pagoda spirit smiled and said, from now on, you are the owner of the Herculean pagoda. The pagoda spirit disappeared. Then, Fang Chun felt a tremor in his mind. A gust of wind blew past. His finger was cut, and a drop of blood fell into the Herculean pagoda. Suddenly, the Herculean pagoda shone brightly. Dense information about the Herculean pagoda appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Master, the pagoda spirit transmitted a message to Fang Chun. The Herculean pagoda doesn't have any special attack. It can only be used to smash people. Smash! Fang Chun was stunned. However, Master, don't underestimate the Herculean pagoda. According to the classification of weapons in the God world, it can be considered a top-grade true God artifact. However, because it has only one attack, it can only be compared to a high-grade true God artifact. Master, after obtaining the Herculean pagoda, you are the undisputed #1 God Emperor realm expert. Even if you meet an ordinary God Emperor, you can easily escape. The pagoda spirit said. Fang Chun laughed. His laughter was very wretched. Moreover, Master's physical body is no weaker than a God Emperor's. You only need an opportunity to break through to the God Emperor realm. The pagoda spirit said, Master, you can accept Master's inheritance now. Fang Chun followed the pagoda spirit's guidance and quickly arrived in front of the bronze throne. The skeleton seemed to have felt something. It trembled, and then the skeleton's hand landed on Fang Chen's body. Fang Chun felt like he was in a dream. In the dream, there was an unparalleled God Emperor whose physical body was invincible in the God world. In a battle with others, it was as if he used a pair of iron fists to end the battle. When he woke up, he realized that the unparalleled God Emperor in the dream was God Emperor Herculean. So strong. Thinking back to the dream, Fang Chun was even more impressed with God Emperor Herculean. It was really not easy to reach God Emperor Herculean's physical body level. If God Emperor Herculean was still alive, it would not be a problem for him to become one of the top 10 strongest God Emperors. In terms of attack power, he would be on par with God Emperor Destruction. Pursing his lips, Fang Chun stood up. After swallowing the Herculean pill, his physical body had reached the level of a god emperor. Therefore, it was very easy to accept God Emperor Herculean's inheritance. It was just a matter of seconds. God Emperor Herculean's power inheritance is really unbelievable. Feng Chen was shocked. Although he mainly cultivated the sword Dao, he also benefited a lot from this inheritance. God Emperor physical body, combined with God Emperor Herculean's power inheritance, I really can't find a match in the ancient barn boundary. Feng Chen grinned. Pagoda spirit, when will my senior brother wake up? Feng Chen asked. He could not wait to go out and show off his skills. Master, your senior brother's potential is slightly weaker. According to my estimation, he will need at least 3 days to fully accept the inheritance. Pagoda spirit said. Okay, then I will wait for him for 3 days. Feng Chen said. Ancient barn boundary in a hidden place. Whoosh whoosh. A group of ghost-like figures suddenly appeared. Damn it, he actually came to this place and made us chase after him. Everyone should understand the mission this time, right? Feng Chen must die. This is related to the cooperation between Holy Light Religion and God Emperor Death. Chapter 1971. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? Will provide you with a wonderful novel to read. By the time Mo Wu woke up, 7 days had already passed. Fifth senior brother, how was it? Feng Chen asked. Mo Wu's face was full of smiles. He was very excited. Junior brother, I've successfully received the inheritance of God Emperor Titan. What about you? How is it? Did you pass the 4th level? In Mo Wu's opinion, it shouldn't be a problem for his junior brother to pass the 4th level. However, it would be difficult for him to reach the 5th level. I passed, Feng Chen said. I've been waiting for you to wake up. Now that you've received the inheritance, we should leave. All right, let's go, Mo Wu said. The two of them left the Titan Pagoda. Then, the Titan Pagoda turned into nothingness and was put into Feng Chen's Sumeru Ring. When the two of them came out of the Titan Pagoda, they were surrounded by many members of the Beast God clan. The leader of the group was the 3rd Holy Prince. Next to him was Godly Emperor Yuhan and some other elders of the Godly Emperor layer. Elders, please lend me a hand and capture this child, the 3rd Saint said in a deep voice when he saw Feng Chen. In order to take revenge, he spared no expense and invited many Godly Emperor realm elders. Isn't this the 3rd Holy Son? You've recovered so quickly after being beaten up by me? Feng Chen looked at the 3rd Holy Son with a smile. When he was hunted down by Godly Emperor Swordless, Godly Emperor Destruction had appeared twice. For this reason, Feng Chen didn't want to kill members of the Beast God clan. Feng Chen, can you still smile? The 3rd Holy Son said coldly with a gloomy face. Why can't I smile? You're just a loser. Your actions are foolish. I won't show you any mercy. I'll beat you up again, Feng Chen said calmly. Elders, please join forces with me, Yi Zichen said. Godly Emperor Destruction, you're too arrogant. Hand over the 3rd Holy Son's weapon. Originally, we did not wish to make you our enemy. However, since you are so arrogant, we have offended you. Following the order of the 3rd Holy Son, the elders began to attack. Junior brother, Mo Wu was a little anxious. He had just come out and already encountered so many strong opponents. He was a little worried. Senior brother, just watch the show from the side. Feng Chen grinned and rushed into the crowd. Then, Feng Chen went berserk. He was like a monster in human form. His strength was unimaginable. Bang! The first one to bear the brunt was the Holy Son. Feng Chen did not hesitate and punched the Holy Son in the head. The latter's head was concussed, and his body flew backward. Fortunately, Feng Chen had deliberately controlled his strength. Otherwise, if he had used his full strength, his primordial spirit would have been smashed to pieces. The 3rd Holy Son screamed miserably, his face full of anger. Too weak. Feng Chen shook his head and said softly. Bang! Punch after punch, the elders of the Orc God clan could not get close to Feng Chen. In the blink of an eye, a large number of people were lying on the ground, screaming miserably. Feng Chen looked at the crowd with a smile and said, You dare to come out and embarrass yourselves with such little strength? You're a disgrace to the Orc God clan. After that, Feng Shan walked step by step toward the third holy sun. He's too strong. How can he be so strong? His strength has exceeded the range of the godly emperor realm. Has he broken through to the godly emperor realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the elders fell to the ground, their bodies becoming stiff. They could not accept the fact in front of them. They were known as the elders of the Orc God clan, and their bodies were extremely strong. However, they could not even block one punch from Feng Shan. This was too much of a blow to their confidence. What do you want? Seeing this, the third holy sun stepped back and looked at Feng Shan warily. Don't you want revenge? Feng Shan asked. The third holy sun's head shook like a rattledrum. Godly Emperor Destruction, please be magnanimous and let me go. I swear that I will never hold a grudge against you again. Even the arrogant third holy sun was completely intimidated by Feng Shan. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will leave you with a lesson that you will never forget. Before the third holy sun could say anything, Feng Shan grabbed him by the collar and punched his head again and again. The third holy sun screamed miserably. The surrounding elders of the beast god tribe trembled, their hearts filled with fear. He was too violent. He was like a monster in human form. After a while, Feng Shan finally stopped punching. The third holy sun did not look like a human anymore. His head was bigger than a pig's head and swollen beyond recognition. However, he was not dead and his life was not in danger. Feng Shan had a sense of propriety in his attack. Get lost. I'm in a good mood. I don't want to kill you, Feng Shan said. Hearing this, the elders hurriedly took the third holy sun and left. Junior brother, and no one was more shocked than fifth senior brother Mo Wu. The feeling in his heart was too intense. Both of them had received the inheritance, but Feng Shan's physical strength was several levels higher than his. Junior brother, your physical strength is invincible in the godly emperor realm, and Mo Wu said excitedly after a long while. I was just lucky, Feng Shan said modestly. I'm impressed. And Mo Wu said several words of admiration. If he was not convinced of his junior brother's strength in the past, he would not be convinced. But now, there was nothing left. With such monstrous talent, he could sweep through the ancient granary boundary. Ha ha! Let's see if the Beast God clan dares to interfere with my cultivation in the ancient granary boundary. Mo Wu laughed. Suddenly, Mo Wu's smile came to an abrupt halt as his expression turned grave. What's wrong, fifth senior brother? Feng Shan asked hurriedly. Eldest senior brother sent me a message. He's in some trouble, Mo Wu said. The first holy son of the Beast God clan seems to be interfering with his cultivation. The Beast God clan? They're really haunting us. Feng Shan said, take me to eldest senior brother. Okay, I'll send a message to eldest senior brother, Mo Wu said. After a while, Mo Wu said, I've already sent a message to eldest senior brother. He's walking toward us. We'll meet up with him on the way. In a wasteland, a black-clothed man's figure flashed. He was extremely fast. Behind him, there was a huge python chasing after him. Divine Emperor Tianding, you coward. The huge python was the Nine Abyss Python, the first holy son of the Beast God clan. You despicable person. Fight me outside the ancient granary boundary if you can. The black-clothed man was the bone progenitor's eldest disciple, Divine Emperor Tianding. What's the point of using your physical strength to suppress me in the ancient granary boundary? Divine Emperor Tianding's name was well known in the God realm. He was the bone progenitor's eldest disciple. He was extremely powerful. He was almost on par with the 6 divine emperors of the laws. However, Divine Emperor Tianding had always kept a low profile. He had been cultivating in the ancient granary boundary for a long time. In the past, he had some grudges with the first holy son. When the first holy son discovered his tracks, he relentlessly pursued him. If they were in the outside world, he would not be afraid of the first holy son. However, this was the ancient granary boundary where true God power was suppressed. Relying on physical strength alone, he really could not fight against the first holy son. Why would he fight when he knew he was at a disadvantage? Therefore, Divine Emperor Tianding ignored the first holy son's pursuit. Divine Emperor Tianding, You are a bone progenitor's disciple. I feel ashamed for you to run away without a fight. The giant python spoke in human language. Whoosh! The first holy son swung his tail. A powerful force slammed into divine Emperor Tianding. The latter hurriedly dodged, his body staggering. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first holy son blocked divine Emperor Tianding's path. Then, the first holy son transformed into his human form and smiled at divine Emperor Tianding. It's not easy to find a chance to trample on divine Emperor Tianding. How could I miss it? The first holy son smiled eerily. The Nine Abyss Python clan is really shameless. As the first holy son of the Beast God clan, you can only rely on the pressure of the ancient granary boundary to fight me. Divine Emperor Tianding sneered. He did not care about the first saint at all and looked down on him. It doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want. I am a straightforward person. I only care about the result. The first holy son said eerily. Today's result is destined to be good news for me. After today, everyone in the God realm will know that the bone progenitor's eldest disciple, divine Emperor Tianding, was trampled on by the destruction God Emperor's eldest disciple. Chapter 1972. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Divine Emperor Tianding wore a black robe with a large cauldron drawn on it. Aside from being the first disciple of the bone progenitor, he was also a famous god-level alchemist in the god realm. Hearing the first holy son's words, divine Emperor Tianding waved his sleeve and said, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's fight outside the ancient granary realm if you have the ability." In truth, divine Emperor Tianding wasn't afraid of the first holy son in the ancient granary realm. It was just that at his level, he didn't want to be humiliated by others. Moreover, this was the first holy son, who was almost as strong as him. Anyone else would have fled. However, the first holy son seemed determined to suppress divine Emperor Tianding in the ancient granary realm. What? Even divine Emperor Tianding is afraid? The first holy son's words were full of mockery. His words angered divine Emperor Tianding a little. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After saying that, divine Emperor Tianding took the initiative to attack. Wild power gathered on his fist, and then he fiercely brandished it. Insignificant skill. The first holy son wanted to provoke divine Emperor Tianding on purpose, so that he would lose his composure and suppress him. Roar! The first saint instantly transformed into his true form, the Nine Serenities Python. The python was more than 100 feet thick. He flicked his tongue and swung his tail, striking the divine Emperor Tianding. Bang! 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 Although divine Emperor Tianding tried his best to defend, the first holy son in his true form was even stronger. In the blink of an eye, divine Emperor Tianding was at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the first holy son increased the intensity of his attacks. Divine Emperor Tianding, your physical strength is too weak. As soon as the first holy son finished speaking, his entire python body bound divine Emperor Tianding, as if to suppress him. Damn it! Divine Emperor Tianding cursed. Layers of complicated patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, forcing the python away from him. In the distance, Fang Chun and his fifth senior brother, Mo Wu, were rapidly advancing. The two of them had received the Herculean God Emperor's power inheritance. Their physical strength had become extremely strong, and their movement speed within the ancient granary boundary had also become much faster. Eldest senior brother is just ahead, Mo Wu suddenly said with a solemn expression. I can sense the fluctuations of battle. Eldest senior brother seems to be in danger. Fang Chun pondered for a moment and then said, Fifth senior brother, I'm faster, so I'll go first. You follow behind me. With that, Fang Chun's figure flashed and disappeared from Mo Wu's sight. Right now, his fleshly body's strength was comparable to the God Emperor realm, and he was invincible in the ancient barn world. His speed was raised to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, he had left Mo Wu in the dust. At this moment, Fang Chun also noticed the two people fighting in front of him. Eldest senior brother. At a glance, Fang Chan saw the black-robed divine emperor being entangled by the python and forced to retreat. Whoosh! Fang Chen roared and quickly came to the side of his eldest senior brother. Without saying a word, he threw out a punch and ruthlessly smashed the python's tail. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a furious roar came from the first holy son's mouth. The part of the tail that was hit by Fang Chen instantly became a bloody mess. The furious first holy son quickly distanced himself from divine Emperor Tianding. His body floated in midair, and his bloody eyes stared at Fang Chen. Eldest senior brother, are you all right? Fang Chen looked at divine Emperor Tianding and asked, I'm fine. Are you youngest junior brother? When divine Emperor Tianding saw Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his face. Eldest senior brother, my name is Fang Chen. Love, go little say, net, Chu Fang Chen said. Why is it only you? Where's fifth junior brother? Divine Emperor Tianding asked in surprise. I sensed eldest senior brother's battle fluctuations, so I came first. Fifth senior brother is behind me. He'll be here soon, Fang Chen said. Fortunately, I came in time. It's good that eldest senior brother's fine. Divine Emperor Tianding nodded slowly. Although Mo Wu hadn't arrived yet, at least he had a helper who could temporarily block the first holy son's attack. You're Fang Chen, the godly emperor of destruction? The Nine Serenities python, who was floating in midair, asked coldly with a gloomy face. Fang Chen turned around and looked at the first holy son. He nodded slightly and said, The holy son of the beast gods only knows how to bully my eldest senior brother in the ancient barn realm. How laughable. The Nine Serenities python sneered and said eerily, Fang Chen, I was just about to look for you. You stole my third brother's weapon, and now you dare to enter the ancient barn realm. Are you courting death? Most importantly, Fang Chen had ruined his most important task. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, Why don't you say that I ruined your plan to steal the swamp dragon or from the Heaven Bone Palace? Steal the swamp dragon or? Divine Emperor Tianding was surprised when he heard that. However, when Fang Chen explained the whole story, Divine Emperor Tianding was instantly enraged. You're the first holy son of the beast gods. How would you do such a thing? The Nine Serenities python stared at Fang Chen. You didn't take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell instead, the Nine Serenities python said coldly. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the Nine Serenities python's aura fluctuated, and he was ready to attack. Little junior brother, this person's physical strength is extremely strong. Let's work together to resist for a while. When fifth junior brother comes, the three of us will definitely be able to defeat him, Divine Emperor Tianding said. Fang Chen waved his hand and looked straight at the Nine Serenities python. He said, Eldest senior brother, watch from the side. I alone am enough to deal with the holy son of the beast gods. Fang Chen, you're too arrogant, the Nine Serenities python said. If you see the third holy son, you won't say such things, Fang Chen said lightly. What did you do to my third junior brother? The Nine Serenities python's expression changed greatly. Nothing. I just beat him into a pig's head, Fang Chen said with a smile. The Nine Serenities python was furious. Wild power was released from his body, and his huge tail swung toward Fang Chen. Watch out, Divine Emperor Tianding exclaimed. However, Fang Chen didn't seem to have seen it. He stood quietly on the ground, motionless. However, there seemed to be some mockery on his face. Pah! The huge snake tail whipped Fang Chen's body viciously. A terrifying force instantly assaulted Fang Chen. The Holy Sun knew that this attack was enough to seriously injure an ordinary divine emperor. Let's see if you're still alive. The Holy Sun sneered while controlling the snake tail. Oh no! Divine Emperor Tianding was also very anxious. He was very worried about his junior brother. However, right at that moment, a miserable cry was suddenly heard. Divine Emperor Tianding hurriedly looked over and saw that Fang Chen was holding the snake tail with one hand and swinging the Nine Serenities python wildly. Dong! The Nine Serenity's python's terrifying tail slammed into Fong Chen's body, but it didn't break through his defense. Instead, Fong Chen used this opportunity to counterattack. This Divine Emperor Tianding was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this too exaggerated? The Holy Sun's all-out attack could even injure me. However, Junior Brother is not injured at all. Divine Emperor Tianding said to himself. It seems that Junior Brother is not simple. Thinking of this, Divine Emperor Tianding's body relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Bang, bang, bang. With one hand holding the snake's tail, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the first saint's body repeatedly. After much difficulty, the first saint finally broke free from Fong Chen's restraints. He was burning with rage. Fong Chen, I'm going to kill you. The Holy Sun roared and immediately pushed his strength to the extreme, attacking Fong Chen wildly. However, he soon found that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't break through Fong Chen's defense. How strong is his physical body? The first saint's heart trembled. He had never seen such a powerful physical body before. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Sun was once again swung wildly by Fong Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Don't be so arrogant. After a while, the python of Nine Serenities was badly mutilated and its breath was weak. Splash! The Holy Sun turned into his human form and curled up on the ground. His clothes were stained with blood. The Holy Sun of the Orc God clan was nowhere to be seen. His face was pale, and he was terrified when he saw Fong Chen. Do you dare to bully my senior brother again? Fong Chen kicked the Holy Sun and sent him flying. The Holy Sun was humiliated, but he could only remain silent. Fong Chen's physical strength was too strong. He couldn't cause any harm to Fong Chen, even if he used all his strength. Godly Emperor of Destruction, you live up to your reputation. I admit defeat. The Holy Sun gave in. Chapter 1973. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Weren't you awesome just now? Fong Chen asked mockingly as he looked at the Holy Sun, who was curled up on the ground. Love go little say, W. Chew in the latter's heart. 10,000 alpacas were galloping madly. You've beaten me up like this. How can I still be arrogant? Do you want to die? However, he could only think about it in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud. Who knew if that goddamn bastard had a tendency to abuse him and would continue to beat him up? Anyway, the Holy Sun was deeply hurt. His fear of Fong Chen had reached its peak. His physical strength is many times stronger than mine, the Holy Sun thought to himself. I guess he's almost as strong as the God Emperor. The Holy Sun's face showed a hint of self-mockery. He had always boasted that his physical strength was invincible among the divine emperors and that he was invincible in the ancient warehouse realm. But now, he had finally suffered a great loss. Moreover, it was at the hands of a person he thought he could easily kill. Junior Brother, this man is the disciple of the God Emperor of Destruction. Let him off when possible. Divine Emperor Tanding stopped Fong Chen, fearing that he would end the life of the Holy Sun in a fit of anger. Fong Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, Senior Brother. I know what I'm doing. Then, Fong Chen walked up to the Holy Sun, squatted down, and said, I have a few questions for you. You can leave after you answer. Go ahead, the Holy Sun said. Do you hate me? The first saint shook his head furiously. How could he bear a grudge against such a freak? Will you come back for revenge after leaving the ancient warehouse realm? Fong Chen continued to ask. No. As the first Holy Son of the Beast Gods, I have to take responsibility, the Holy Sun said in a deep voice. Okay, you can leave now. Love go little say W. Chu Fong Chen clapped his hands. The first Holy Sun was shocked. Was he going to let him go just like that? He thought that Fong Chen would take the opportunity to extort some cultivation resources from him. Still not leaving? Fong Chen glared at the first saint. The latter's body trembled as he scrambled out of the place. At this moment, Divine Emperor Tianding walked up to Fong Chen and gave him a thumbs up. Little Junior Brother, I, Tianding Divine Emperor, have never admired anyone among the Divine Emperors. Even the god-emperors of the six laws are unable to make me admire them. But now, your strength has really opened my eyes. From now on, I will only submit to you, said Divine Emperor Tianding. Eldest senior brother, you're exaggerating. I only have brute strength. If we were outside the ancient granary boundary, I wouldn't even need to do anything. Eldest senior brother would be able to deal with the first holy son. Fong Chun said modestly. Hoo. Fifth senior brother, Mo Wu, finally arrived. Eldest senior brother, how are you? Where's the first holy son? Mo Wu asked, panting. He looked around and didn't see any trace of the first holy son. Fifth junior brother, you're late. The first holy son has already been beaten away by little junior brother, said Divine Emperor Tianding. Beaten away by little junior brother? Hearing this, Mo Wu's heart was in turmoil. Although he knew that little junior brother was very strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Little junior brother, did you really beat away the first holy son? Mo Wu asked again. Fong Chun nodded. Mo Wu looked at Fong Chun with a burning gaze. The first holy son is said to have an invincible physical body in the Divine Emperor realm. Little junior brother, you were able to beat him away. Now I'm very suspicious. Did you pass the 5th level of the Titan Tower? Asked Mo Wu. Fong Chun nodded, not hiding anything from Mo Wu. Mo Wu's eyes widened. You really passed the 5th level? It was just a fluke, said Fong Chun. Mo Wu's heart shook even more. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Then he gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. From now on, little junior brother is king in the ancient Barn realm. Divine Emperor Tianding also agreed with Mo Wu's words. Only his junior brother could beat the first holy son into such a sorry state. With such physical strength, there was no doubt that he could sweep through the ancient Barn realm. Fifth junior brother, it seems that the two of us are getting old, laughed Divine Emperor Tianding. Yes, each new generation excels the previous. Little junior brother's potential is really too strong. Perhaps among the 7 of us, little junior brother will be the first to step into the Divine Emperor realm, said Mo Wu. Senior brothers, there's no need to praise little junior brother. The 3 of them were very happy to be together in the ancient Barn realm. They chatted happily. On this day, the 3 holy sons of the beast gods gathered together. The second holy son was confused when he saw the 2 holy sons. Big brother, third brother, what's wrong with you? Asked the second holy son curiously. The first holy son's face was gloomy and he did not speak. The third holy son smiled bitterly. Second brother. The third holy son's voice was sorrowful. It's all that Fong Chen's fault. He humiliated me and beat me into a pig's head. The third holy son began to complain tearfully to the second holy son. The latter said, I told you long ago that the godly emperor of destruction is not to be trifled with, but you didn't listen. Now you're at a disadvantage, aren't you? Then the second holy son looked at the first holy son and asked, Big brother, your physical strength should be invincible in the ancient Barn realm. What exactly happened to make you like this? Did you meet the undying warriors of the immortal divine pavilion? The undying warriors of the immortal divine pavilion were not only terrifyingly good at self-healing, but also had extremely strong physical strength. The second holy son could not figure out who else had such an ability other than the undying warriors. The first holy son's face was bruised black and blue. He shook his head gently. Who else could it be other than the undying warriors? The second holy son asked with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the first holy son in disbelief and said, Big brother, could it be that you were also beaten up by the godly emperor of destruction? Thinking of the godly emperor of destruction style of doing things, it was possible. What? Big brother, is it true? The third holy son asked anxiously. Don't provoke the godly emperor of destruction in the future. The first holy son finally spoke. Hearing this, the second holy son and the third holy son were shocked. Is the godly emperor of destruction's physical strength stronger than yours, big brother? The second holy son cried out. As for the third holy son, he finally stopped complaining. If even his big brother was beaten up like this, it was normal for him to be beaten up. His physical strength is comparable to the god Emperor realm. He can sweep through the ancient warehouse realm. The first holy son said, I'm going back to the beast gods to cultivate in seclusion. What about you two? We're going back too. The second and third holy son hurriedly said. They did not want to be beaten up by the godly emperor of destruction. Okay, let's go now. The three holy son left the ancient warehouse realm. The second holy son secretly rejoiced that he had not been reckless enough to avenge his third brother. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fang Chun and Mo Wu had already obtained the inheritance, but the first senior brother had not. So the two of them began to help the first senior brother. It took them about 10 days to find the inheritance. Although it was not as good as the God Emperor Titan's inheritance, it was enough for the first senior brother, Godly Emperor Tianding, to accept. In the process of fighting for the inheritance, they clashed with some godly emperors. Fang Chen activated the berserk mode of a humanoid monster. With his pair of iron fists, he sent all the competitors flying. It was also because of this battle that his reputation soared. Later, the news of Fang Chun beating up the first and third holy son spread throughout the ancient warehouse realm. For a time, all the godly emperors in the ancient warehouse realm were talking about the godly emperor of destruction. Some even called the godly emperor of destruction a terrifying humanoid monster. When they saw the godly emperor of destruction, they ran away from him, not daring to get close. Fang Chen's physical strength had successfully suppressed everyone in the ancient barn world, sweeping through everything. Half a month later, the three of them left the ancient warehouse realm with great gains. In the ancient warehouse realm, everyone was cheering. The humanoid monster had finally left. They no longer had to worry about being beaten up. At the same time, the godly emperors of the Beast God clan who had been beaten up by Fang Chun finally dared to walk around the ancient warehouse realm. Although Fang Chun had left the ancient warehouse realm, his heroic deeds had been passed down. Junior brother Fang, you're really famous now. Mo Wu smiled. Yes, it won't be long before this news spreads throughout the God realm. When that happens, it will definitely shake the God realm, Godly Emperor Tianding said. The three of them were about to reach the exit of the ancient warehouse realm. Chapter 1974. Genius remembers love in 1 second / We provide you with wonderful novels to read. With a pair of iron fists, he suppressed all the deity emperors of the Beast God clan. He was invincible in the ancient warehouse boundary. The current Fang Chun was no longer the same as before. Even a god emperor would be shocked by the power of his physical body. In this universe era, in the history of the divine world, there had never been a divine emperor realm expert who could increase his physical strength to such an extent. Of course, the reason why Fang Chun could have such a strong physical body was also due to some coincidences. First of all, he had the golden heart. Then, he had the perfect sword body, which was known as the strongest body in the universe. It had helped him a lot. Secondly, there was the Herculean divine pill left behind by the Herculean god emperor. This pill had directly raised his physical body to the peak, making him comparable to a god emperor. The three apprentice brothers chatted and laughed. The eldest apprentice brother, Divine Emperor Tianding, and the fifth apprentice brother, Mo Wu, had cultivated in the ancient granary realm for several decades, but they had not achieved much. However, after meeting Fang Chun, there had been earth-shaking changes in just over 8 years. I truly did not expect that junior brother would be able to sweep through the ancient granary realm. Divine Emperor Tianding sighed. That's right. I've always thought that, other than the first holy son, the person most likely to sweep through the ancient granary realm with his physical strength would be eldest senior brother, Mo Wu said with a smile. Just as Fang Chun was about to speak, countless air-piercing sounds came from afar. Shortly after, an evil aura instantly surged towards him. Fang Chen's expression changed. He instantly knew who this person was. Remnant of holy light religion. Divine Emperor Tianding's face gradually darkened. He clenched his fists tightly as energy rippled around his body. He was ready to strike at any moment. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 immortal emperors of holy light religion appeared on the wasteland and surrounded Fangchun and the other two. Love Go Little Say Ku Fangchun. The leader of the divine emperors stared at Fangchun with a ferocious look on his face. He licked his dry lips and spoke in a hoarse voice. Since when did the remnants of holy light religion dare to run amok in the god world? Divine Emperor Tianding coldly said, "Everyone has the right to punish the remnants of holy light religion." Mo said. However, the leader of the remaining members of the holy light religion was not afraid. Instead, he sneered and said, "Divine Emperor Tianding, Mo, this time we are here for Fangchun. If you don't want to get involved, then leave quickly. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Hearing this, Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo were enraged. "Bullshit. Fangchun is my junior brother. You want me to sit back and do nothing? Even if you're not here for my junior brother, if we encounter the remnants of your holy light religion, we will not hesitate to attack." The two of them were furious as they stared at the remnants of holy light religion. On the other hand, Fangchun looked very relaxed. "In order to deal with me, holy light religion actually sent out more than 20 divine emperors." Fangchun indifferently said, "Unfortunately, these divine emperors are not enough for me to kill." Fangchun's words were filled with killing intent. In his opinion, the remnants of holy light religion were nothing but trash. If this was the outside world, he would have to be careful if more than 20 divine emperors attacked him together. However, this was the ancient warehouse boundary. His physical strength was comparable to the God Emperor realm. He was invincible in the ancient warehouse boundary. These idiots from holy light religion actually wanted to kill him in the ancient warehouse boundary. What a joke. Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you are the God Emperor of Destruction? The leader of the holy light religion sneered and said, "No matter what, you will die if you enter." Fangchun stared at the remnants of holy light religion and grinned. "I really don't know who gave you the courage to kill me. Don't you know that I am not afraid of anyone among the divine emperors?" Formation. The leader of the holy light religion, divine emperors, did not waste any more words. With a low shout, more than 20 divine emperors changed their positions and formed a huge formation. As soon as the formation was activated, a terrifying bloody aura instantly swept over. Fangchun's expression changed greatly because he could feel that true God power could be used in the formation. Not good. Divine Emperor Tianding also cried out. If true God power could be used, it would be difficult for the three of them to deal with more than 20 holy light religion divine emperors. How can we not know that you are the God Emperor of Destruction? Before dealing with you, we have already investigated your information clearly. The leader of the divine emperors said, "I have to say that your potential is really too strong. In this universe era, you are currently the most monstrous genius in the divine realm. Any monstrous genius is the enemy of our holy light religion. Our purpose is to completely strangle them." The holy light religion divine emperor said, "Therefore, we are fully prepared today. Don't think about escaping. Only death awaits you. Hurry up and break the formation." After divine Emperor Tianding and Mo recovered their true God power, they displayed a terrifying power and constantly bombarded the formation. However, Fangchun stood quietly on the ground with his eyes closed, comprehending the mysteries of the formation. "Don't waste your energy. You can't break this formation." The leader of the divine emperor sneered, his face full of ridicule. "Originally, I just wanted to kill God Emperor of Destruction. I didn't expect that I would accidentally encounter divine Emperor Tianding and Mo. Ha! If the three disciples of the bone progenitor are killed together, it would be a great blow to the bone progenitor." This time, holy light religion had dispatched more than 20 divine emperors. It was enough to show how much importance they attached to Fangchun. With the increase of Fangchun's strength, the entire divine realm was shaken. Holy light religion naturally also noticed Fangchun. They felt the terrifying potential of Fangchun. Originally, they planned to kill Fangchun. Coincidentally, the Death God Emperor came and promised them great benefits. Naturally, the two cooperated. For holy light religion, this was killing two birds with one stone. Senior brother, this formation is very strange. We can't break it, Mo said anxiously while attacking crazily. Divine Emperor Tianding's face was also anxious. Seeing Fong Chen motionless, he whispered, Junior brother Fong, do you have any ideas? At this moment, the aura of the formation filled Fong Chen's mind. His golden heart was beating rapidly. His consciousness was integrated into the formation, searching for the formation's trajectory. What a strange formation. I can't find any trace of it. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any useful value. This made Fong Chen speechless. Humph, do you think you can break the 7-section formation of our holy light religion? The leader of the Divine Emperors sneered. More than 20 Divine Emperors were controlling the formation with all their strength, preparing for the first wave of attack. Attack! As the leader of the Divine Emperors spoke, a vast power suddenly came from the formation. The terrifying power of the true gods seemed to be tearing the void apart. Time and Space Phantasm Magic Book. The three senior brothers used the Time and Space Phantasm Magic Book at the same time, merging their bodies into the void. Seeing this, the leader of the Divine Emperors sneered. Knowing that you are the disciples of the Bone Progenitor, how could we not be prepared? Attack every inch of the void in the formation. The leader of the Divine Emperors ordered. Suddenly, more than 20 Divine Emperors began to attack crazily. After a while, Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu couldn't hold on any longer. Fong Chen was also constantly changing his body to avoid the crazy attacks. This can't go on. I need to find a loophole of the formation quickly and break it. Fong Chen thought to himself. If he broke the formation, his true god power would be sealed again. With his physical strength, he could completely defeat the 20 divine emperors of the Holy Light religion. He just said that this is a 7-section formation. Fong Chen seemed to have thought of some useful information. 7 sections, 7 sections. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Boom! A light suddenly flashed in Fong Chen's mind. Immediately, he was overjoyed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had seen a description of the 7-section formation in the inheritance of a powerful array master. I see. Fong Chen grinned. According to the inheritance of the powerful array master, the 7-section formation was the top level of the absolute god-level formation. Once trapped, even a god emperor would find it difficult to break free with brute force. The 7-section formation had been lost for a long time. No one in the god realm could set it up. The 7-section formation, the most important part, is the 7 sections. Fong Chen said to himself. He looked up and saw that there were exactly 21 godly emperors from Holy Light religion, no more and no less. In other words, the 21 of them were divided into 3 groups. Each group was a 7-section formation. Strictly speaking, the formation they had set up was a 3-section, 7-section formation. Fortunately, it's a 3-section, 7-section formation. Chapter 1975. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. According to Fong Chen's memories, the strongest form of the 7 sections formation was the 7 sections formation. In other words, there would be 7 groups of 7 fragments, and each group would need 7 God Kings. In total, there would be 49 people. If he had set up a 7-segmented array, even a celestial emperor wouldn't have been able to break it. Fortunately, this time, the remnants of the Holy Light religion only arranged a 3-part 7-section array. Upon having this thought, a cold smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. Then, with a thought, a large amount of information about the 7 points formation appeared in his mind. If you want to break the 7-section formation, you must separate the 3 groups of 7 sections. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Fong Chen thought to himself. He looked around and confirmed the position of the 3 groups of 7 fragments before he sent a voice transmission to his senior brothers. Eldest senior brother, 5th senior brother, I found a way to break the formation, but I need your help. Just as Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu were feeling anxious, they suddenly heard Fong Chen's words and were overjoyed. They immediately expressed that they would do their best to cooperate with Fong Chen. Fong Chen told his two senior brothers in detail about the positions of the three groups of 7 fragments. Eldest senior brother, when I give the order, you will madly attack the first group of 7 fragments. Fifth senior brother, you will deal with the second group of 7 fragments. Remember, no matter what, you must attack like crazy. Don't let these 2 groups of 7 fragments join forces, Fong Chen warned. Don't worry, junior brother. I don't dare to say anything about the others, but I am confident in attacking one of the groups, Divine Emperor Tianding said, nodding his head. No matter what, Divine Emperor Tianding was one of the top divine emperors. If he couldn't even stop a group of 7 fragments, what was the point? Mo Wu also nodded heavily, ready to act at any moment. At this moment, the leading deity emperor burst into laughter. Try harder, they can't hold on any longer. The 3 sets of 7 fragments cooperated and complemented each other, erupting with a wild power that instantly affected the void. Voila! The void distorted, and Fong Chen and the other 2 appeared at the same time. Do it! At this moment, Fong Chen bellowed and took the lead to rush towards the 7 people in the northwest direction. He did not hesitate to use the immemorial, soul-refining chant. 5 major sword moves were launched at the same time, attacking 5 of them. Then, he used the 24th level of the demonic dragon, sky-destroying sword. A terrifying black dragon swooped down from the sky. Fong Chen's target was the 7 people in the northwest direction. The 7 of them formed the third group, the 7 fragments. At the same time, Godly Emperor Tianding was madly attacking the first group of 7 fragments, while Mo Wu was attacking the second group of 7 fragments. The face of the Holy Light Religion Emperor, who was originally laughing wildly, suddenly changed. How was that possible? How could he see through the 7 sections formation's trajectory? If he wanted to break the 7 sections formation, he had to find the most prepared 7 sections. Even if he miscalculated one person, it would cause the plan to fail. However, when the head Godly Emperor glanced at them, his heart was set off stormy waves. Fong Chen and the other 2 actually found the third group of 7 fragments with incomparable accuracy. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that they actually attacked crazily, cutting off the contact between the 3 groups of 7 fragments. Attack with all your strength. The head Godly Emperor knew that the situation was not good, so he loudly roared. Although they were trapped in the 7 sections formation, Godly Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu still displayed their top Godly Emperor means. Under the 2's crazy attacks, the 2 groups of 7 fragments were unable to converge with the third group of 7 fragments. This gave Fong Chen an excellent opportunity. After 2 waves of wild attacks from the immemorial soul-refining chant and the demonic dragon sky-destroying sword, the 7 godly emperors who were maintaining the third group of 7 fragments were already somewhat shaky and could no longer hold on. Kill! Fong Chen urged his full strength. While displaying his sword technique, he also used the 1,000 leaf needles. Thousands of embroidery needles were densely suspended in the air, stabbing toward the 7 people at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Pucci. Finally, under the frenzied attacks, one of the weaker godly emperors could no longer hold on. Spitting out blood, his body fell down and instantly lost his life. The 7 fragments must be maintained by all 7 people. As long as one person was no longer present, the 7 fragments would collapse. Crash. The third group of 7 fragments broke, causing the other 2 groups of 7 fragments to also collapse. Whoosh. A terrifying sword light emerged from the horizon and ruthlessly slashed at the remaining members of Holy Light Temple. Retreat. The remaining members of Holy Light Temple frantically retreated. Boom. The star-concealing sword split open a large hole in the ground. At this time, Fong Chen also felt that the true God power in his body was suppressed again. The 7 sections formation had been completely broken, and their figures once again appeared in the ancient warehouse boundary. Fong Chun put away the star-concealing sword and smilingly looked at the numerous godly emperors of Holy Light Temple. Holy Light Temple really put in a lot of effort. In order to deal with me, they even took out the 7 sections formation. Fong Chun grinned. However, his smile was filled with cold, killing intent. The remaining 20 godly emperors' faces changed. The leading godly emperor gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Do you think that by breaking the 7 sections formation, you can escape from our hands? In terms of physical strength, our Holy Light Temple is not afraid of anyone." His words made Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu laugh out loud. Competing in physical strength with junior brother Fong? Are you sure you're not joking? Humph, you can laugh now, but you'll cry later. The leading godly emperor said indifferently. Fong Chun took a step forward, looked at the 20 godly emperors of Holy Light Temple, and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Arrogant. The leading godly emperor was furious. The 20 godly emperors suddenly urged all their strength and crazily attacked Fong Chun. Too weak. Fong Chun shook his head. After gathering his strength, he lightly punched the head of the first godly emperor who approached him. Kacha! Almost without any resistance, the godly emperor's head directly exploded, along with his primordial spirit. Boom! At the same time, the remaining Holy Light Temple members all attacked Fong Chun with all their strength. The perfect sword body operated, and the sword-shaped runes flowed. The thunder-like attacks fell on Fong Chun's body, but unexpectedly, they did not leave any scars. It's not that I want to criticize you, but your attacks are too weak. Even if I stand here and don't move, you can't break my defense. Fong Chun shook his head and sneered. Seeing this, the leading godly emperor was shocked. His body involuntarily retreated. We have no choice. Either he dies or we die. Under the leading godly emperor's roar, the other godly emperors began to fight with all their might. However, the only response they got was a pair of iron fists. That was all. Bang! Every time Fong Chun's iron fists hit the head of a godly emperor of Holy Light Temple, their number would decrease by 1. A moment later, 10 godly emperors had died in the hands of Fong Chun. Satisfying. When fighting against the number 1 Holy Sun, Fong Chun needed to hold back and control his strength. When fighting against the remaining Holy Light Temple members, he did not need to think about this at all. His only thought was to kill them all. Therefore, Fong Chun felt that the battle was very satisfying. How is this possible? How can his physical strength be so strong? The remaining Holy Light Temple members were also shocked by Fong Chun's physical strength. However, it was too late. What awaited them was death. Godly Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu quietly watched this scene with smiles on their faces. Sweeping through the ancient warehouse boundary was no joke. It could only be said that these remaining Holy Light Temple members were too unlucky. Just as Fong Chun was slaughtering, countless godly emperors appeared in the dark. They had all been attracted by the powerful force. Is that the godly emperor destruction? The godly emperor destruction is fighting with the remaining Holy Light Temple members. Too powerful. With such combat strength, he is indeed the invincible godly emperor destruction who swept through the ancient warehouse boundary. Many godly emperors were completely shocked. It was not until this moment that they personally experienced how strong the godly emperor destruction was. At the same time, they were also very excited. It was simply too satisfying. One by one, the remnants of Holy Light religion died in fear. Bang! When the last godly emperor was killed, a total of 21 corpses fell in a pool of blood. Evil auras flowed from their bodies. At this moment, all the godly emperors who were watching in the dark expressed their highest respect for Fong Chun. They did not feel that Fong Chun was bloodthirsty and terrifying at all. Instead, they cheered for Fong Chun, because what he killed was a great enemy of the God Realm, the remaining Holy Light Temple members. Chapter 1976. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 21 holy light religion survivors were all killed. Fang Chan retracted his power. When he turned to look at his big brother and fifth brother, he was instantly stunned and confused. This is, in the distance, countless divine emperors were staring at him with their mouths agape. Junior brother, these people are all shocked by your strength, Divine Emperor Tianding said with a laugh. Fang Chun scratched his head and didn't think much of it. He didn't know how much of shock he had brought to everyone when he slaughtered the holy light religion survivors. Junior brother, you're amazing. Other than that, and Mo Wu didn't know what to say. Fang Chun chuckled and said, let's go. Now, there was no need to stay in the ancient warehouse boundary any longer. The training was over. Everyone watched in shock as Fang Chun and the other two left the ancient warehouse boundary. The entire ancient warehouse boundary was in an uproar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun and the other two waited for a moment at the exit of the ancient warehouse boundary. Junior brother, are you waiting for someone? Divine Emperor Tianding asked. Fang Chun nodded. He was waiting for his wife, Star and Moon, and Little Mouse. A moment later, the purple-robed Star and Moon rushed over, followed by Little Mouse and the others. You are, Fang Chun called out. A smile appeared on Star and Moon's pretty face as she walked to Fang Chen's side. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. Star and Moon shook her head. She basically didn't encounter any powerful divine emperors in the ancient warehouse boundary. Instead, she obtained some inheritances. No breakthrough. Fang Shan found that Star and Moon was still at the peak of the Divine King realm and hadn't broken through. Junior brother Fang, won't you introduce us? Divine Emperor Tianding asked with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is my eldest senior brother, Divine Emperor Tianding. And this is my fifth senior brother, Mo Wu. Fang Chun said, Senior brothers, this is my wife, Star and Moon. Ha ha, sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. You are a good match for junior brother Fang. Divine Emperor Tianding laughed. Then, Fang Chun introduced Little Mouse and the others to Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu. When the two of them saw these four fellows, their admiration for Fang Chun increased even more. Outside the ancient barn realm, there were still many people discussing in low voices. Some did not dare to enter, while others wanted to enter but were not prepared. Voila! Fang Chun and the other two walked out. Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on them. It's Celestial Bone Palace's Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu. Who is the other person? He looks so familiar. You don't even know him? The Godly Emperor of Destruction, Fang Chun. The three of them grinned when they heard the crowd's discussion. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky. Then, a shocking aura swept across the land. Everyone looked at the sky blankly. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Other than the God Emperors, no one else could cause such a huge commotion. Godly Emperor of Destruction. Fang Chun saw the projection in the sky. It was the Godly Emperor of Destruction in a black robe, looking at Fang Chun with a smile. Greetings, Godly Emperor of Destruction. Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu cupped their fists. The Godly Emperor of Destruction nodded lightly and said, I'm really envious of the Bone Progenitor for taking in such an outstanding disciple. The Godly Emperor of Destruction's words stunned the crowd once again. They looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. Even the Godly Emperor of Destruction praised Fang Chun. Wasn't this too sick? Godly Emperor, you are flattering me. Fang Chun said humbly. He was calmer facing the Godly Emperor of Destruction and was not too nervous. The Godly Emperor of Destruction suddenly stretched out his hand and said, Hand it over. Fang Chun was stunned and immediately thought of the third Holy Sun's weapon. He took out the long spear from the Sumeru ring and handed it to the Godly Emperor of Destruction. Senior Godly Emperor of Destruction, I didn't mean to. Fang Chun wanted to explain as he was afraid that the Godly Emperor of Destruction would be angry. However, the Godly Emperor of Destruction waved his hand and stopped Fang Chun. I already know everything that happened in the ancient barn boundary. You were already merciful to my two useless disciples. The Godly Emperor of Destruction said, but I'm curious about you. You managed to reach such a level in such a short time. Today, I came here to take back my third disciple's weapon. Most importantly, I wanted to see you with my own eyes. The godly Emperor of Destruction said, "Your strength is beyond my imagination. From now on, you'll be the number one person below the godly Emperor. If you have time, you are welcome to visit the Beast God clan." After saying that, the godly Emperor of Destruction's projection disappeared and the terrifying power dissipated. In front of the ancient barn boundary, there was a commotion. Everyone looked at Feng Chun with their mouths agape. The godly Emperor of Destruction said it himself. The number one person below the godly Emperor. This was a great compliment. Junior brother, you are now famous in the realm of gods. Godly Emperor Tianding smiled. Yes, the godly Emperor of Destruction said it himself. This is very authoritative. I believe that when the news spreads, the other godly emperors will acknowledge your strength. Mo was also happy for Feng Chun. Feng Chun was not too excited. He nodded lightly and said, "Junior brothers, are you going back to the Heavenly Bone Palace or to my Golden Summit Island?" "Junior brother, we haven't returned to the Heavenly Bone Palace for many years. This time, we're going back to see Master." Godly Emperor Tianding said. "All right, then we will part ways here." Feng Chun said. In a few days, the godly Emperor of Destruction's compliment to Feng Chun had spread throughout the realm of gods. The 10 great godly emperors were shocked, especially the Bone Progenitor. After hearing the news, he was so happy that he could not close his mouth. "Ha ha! That disciple of mine really made me proud." In the Heavenly Bone Palace, the Bone Progenitor said with a smile, "The godly Emperor of Destruction, that old fart, has very high standards. There are very few people that he thinks highly of. Even his 3 precious disciples didn't receive such an evaluation. Looks like my disciple has gained a lot in the ancient barn boundary." Other than the Bone Progenitor, the other strongest godly emperors also heard the news. The Bone Progenitor's disciple is really powerful. With his potential, he might really step into the godly emperor realm in the future. A space-time cultivator actually swept across the ancient barn boundary in terms of strength. This is an unsurpassable record. Many godly emperors were discussing with each other. In the South Tomb Sword Palace, the godly Emperor of Death and Black Emperor's faces were extremely gloomy. "Junior brother, looks like the Holy Light religion has failed," Black Emperor said in a deep voice. "Damn it, we still can't kill him." Godly Emperor of Death said coldly. "His growth is too fast." The godly Emperor of Destruction said that he is the number one under the godly Emperor realm. This is not an exaggeration. Black Emperor said, "I'm a little worried. If we let him continue to grow, when he becomes a godly emperor, we will not be able to do anything to him. I'm going to contact the Holy Light religion. I think they do not want to see such a monstrous talent with such great potential continue to grow." After returning to the Golden Summit Island, the Star and Moon went straight into seclusion. He had gained a lot in the ancient barn boundary and needed to go into seclusion to digest it. As for the little mouse and the other 3, other than Xiao Huang, who had broken through to the godly emperor realm, the other 3 did not break through. However, they were not in the mood to cultivate and were looking for godly beasts to battle. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since they returned to the Golden Summit Island. During this period, Feng Chun was more relaxed. When he was free, he would cultivate the demonic Dragon Sky Destroyer sword or check out the 5 mines. Since the trip to the ancient barn boundary, there were no more Holy Light religion survivors to attack. The leisurely days continued to pass. However, one day, a godly emperor who claimed to be from the Samsara Palace suddenly came to the Golden Summit Island. "Island Master, this person claims to be the godly emperor of the Samsara Palace and wants to see you," the Vice Island Master said. "Oh, the godly emperor of the Samsara Palace? Let him come in," Feng Chun said. After a while, the Vice Island Master brought the godly emperor of the Samsara Palace to the garden. "I have long heard that the godly Emperor of Destruction is a young talent. Today, I see that you are indeed worthy of your reputation." The godly Emperor of the Samsara Palace said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I am the elder of the Samsara Palace. The godly emperor of destruction can call me Old Blue. Elder Blue, may I know why you have come to the Golden Summit Island? Fong Chen asked. Godly emperor of destruction, I am here for an important matter. Hearing this, Elder Blue said in a low voice, Godly emperor of destruction, do you still remember Miss Ling? Of course I remember. Although this is the first time I have met Miss Ling, we hit it off very well. Fong Chun said, recalling the scene of Ling, and the old man on the Golden Summit Island. Miss Ling, encountered some trouble in the Samsara Palace. Originally, I did not want to disturb you, godly emperor of destruction, but I had no choice. Chapter 1977. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Oh, Fong Chen's eyes twinkled as he stared at Elder Blue. Miss Ling, is in trouble. Emperor Shuai Luo is extremely anxious, but there is nothing he can do. He only thought of this when he heard that you, Emperor Destruction, had become the strongest person under the Emperor God. Elder Blue continued. Miss Ling did not agree to ask for your help, but Emperor Shuai Luo knew that without your help, Miss Ling would not be able to pass this tribulation. So he acted on his own. What kind of trouble is Ling in? Fong Chen asked. He and Ling were fated to meet. If he could help, he would not mind. This way, he could do the Reincarnation Palace a favor. The Reincarnation Palace has so many experts, and even the Reincarnation Emperor is here. How can you not solve Linger's problem? Elder Blue shook his head and smiled bitterly. Emperor Destruction, listen to me in detail. Following that, Elder Blue explained in detail what had happened. After listening, Fong Chun finally understood. The only thing that surprised him was that Ling was the first reincarnation king of the Reincarnation Palace. The last time he saw Ling, she was just a divine king warrior. Fong Chun did not associate her with the reincarnation king at all. In short, the problem was this. Ling was very strong. Among the younger generation of the Reincarnation Palace, no one could defeat her. Moreover, Ling had an unknown title. She was the Reincarnation Emperor, one of the 6 divine emperors. Logically speaking, Ling should be very strong. But Ling was in the midst of breaking through reincarnation. At the critical moment, her strength was suppressed, and her realm fell to the Divine King realm. At this time, the immortal Divine Pavilion came to visit and asked the younger generation to exchange pointers. They wanted to fight Ling. If Ling did not dare to fight, they would give up the title of Reincarnation Emperor. What kind of joke was this? If the Reincarnation Palace did this, wouldn't they become the laughing stock of the God realm? But Ling was in the midst of breaking through reincarnation. Her strength was suppressed, and she could not fight at will. Otherwise, she would be trapped in the endless reincarnation and never be able to come out. Love, go, little, say, W. Chew it was precisely because it was a duel between divine emperors that the Samsara Palace was in a dilemma. This time, the immortal divine pavilion had come prepared. Moreover, they had asked around and mocked the Reincarnation Palace. They had even said that the Reincarnation Palace could find any divine emperor to fight them. At that moment, God Emperor Destruction's praise for Fong Chun spread to Samsara Palace. God Emperor Shuai Luo was overjoyed. He told Ling of his decision, but she refused. She thought that she and Fong Chun were just friends, so she didn't want to get him involved in this matter. Thinking of this, Fong Chun grinned. Ling pays more attention to the friendship between friends, so she didn't want me to help. But can I not help? Fong Chun also wanted to see the undying warriors of the immortal divine pavilion. Elder Blue, when will the battle begin? Fong Chun asked. There's still 10 days left, Elder Blue said. I'll make some arrangements on Golden Peak Island and then set off immediately, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, Elder Blue was overjoyed. A short while later, Fong Chun left Golden Summit Island with Elder Blue after he had settled everything. The 4 great seas of the realm of the gods each occupied an area. The West Sea was in the west of the far West Land. It was extremely vast and boundless. In the depths of the West Sea, there was a floating island. The island was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. What was shocking was that such a huge island was floating calmly in the sky above the West Sea. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, it didn't move an inch. Fang Chun and Elder Blue couldn't help but sigh when they saw the floating island from afar. As expected of the Reincarnation Palace. "This is rare," Fang Chun said. "God Emperor Destruction. After entering the Reincarnation Palace, be careful and follow behind me." The island is filled with scenes of reincarnation arranged by the God Emperor. "If you're not careful, you'll fall into the reincarnation," Elder Blue reminded. Fang Chun nodded and stepped onto the island with Elder Blue. At that moment, in the Reincarnation Palace, why don't we just admit defeat? No matter how prideful the Reincarnation Palace is, we can't let Ling suffer, a God Emperor said. Yes, Ling Er's reincarnation is very important. It will affect whether she can enter the God Emperor realm in the future. It's just the title of God Emperor Reincarnation. No, the title of God Emperor Reincarnation has always belonged to the Reincarnation Palace. If the Immortal Divine Pavilion gets it, the Reincarnation Palace will become the laughing stock of the realm of the gods. In the main hall, many elders expressed their opinions. Some thought that Ling was more important and gave up the battle. Others thought that the Reincarnation Palace couldn't lose face. For a moment, they were stuck in a dilemma. Ling who was dressed in black, had a solemn expression. Seeing this, God Emperor Shuel Luo couldn't bear it. The burden on Ling body was seriously too great, crushing her until she was somewhat unable to breathe. "Deputy Palace Master, if there's no other way, let's let the other 4 Reincarnation Kings fight. Yes, it's a battle between God Emperors anyway. As long as we send someone, there's no need to let Ling fight." After a long discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Ling and God Emperor Shuel Luo walked out of the main hall. They strolled in the garden. "Ling you don't have to feel too much pressure. I made the decision to let Elder Lon ask God Emperor Destruction. If he can come, all the problems will be solved." God Emperor Shuel Luo said. Ling looked up at God Emperor Shuel Luo. He knew that Ling was angry. God Emperor Shuel Luo was about to speak when a group of people came from afar. "Ha ha! Isn't this Sister Ling? Sister Ling, you'll be fighting Brother Wu Tung in 3 days. Are you ready?" These people were the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. They were powerful and unrivaled in the God Emperor realm. In the battle a few days ago, the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion had defeated the 4 Reincarnation Kings of the Reincarnation Palace. This made the people from the Immortal Divine Pavilion even more arrogant. "Humph!" Ling snorted and turned to leave. Wu Jindi suddenly appeared and blocked Ling path. "Sister Ling, I heard that you're breaking through the reincarnation realms. You know that Brother Wu Tung is interested in you. If you talk to Brother Wu Tung in person, he might cancel the battle with you." Wu Jindi said. "Shameless." Ling face turned pale. "Sister Ling whoosh." Suddenly, Wu Jindi felt a gust of wind blowing in front of her. Immediately, a voice sounded. "How dare you call me Ling?" Fang Chun looked at Ling and blinked. His face was full of smiles. Ling who was a little angry, was excited when she saw Fang Chun. "Brother Fang Chun." Ling excitedly held Fang Chun's arm and called out with a smile. At the same time, she deliberately provoked Wu Jindi and the others. "It's you?" Wu Jindi's face darkened when she saw who it was. "It's me," Fang Chun said calmly. Wu Jindi saw the intimacy between Ling and Fang Chun and was furious. "Godly Emperor Destruction, are you provoking the Immortal Divine Pavilion?" Wu Jindi said coldly. "Brother Wu Tung will not let you go. Could it be that the people from the Immortal Divine Pavilion are all so arrogant and conceited?" Fang Chun sneered. "Trash like you, I can crush you with one hand." Wu Jindi was furious, but she held it in. The last time she saw him, his strength was not to be underestimated. This time, he was praised by the godly Emperor Destruction. Wu Jindi was not confident that she could defeat him. "Good, very good. Godly Emperor Destruction, You will regret your actions. After saying that, Wu Jindi quickly left the garden with the other undying warriors. Godly Emperor Destruction, thank you for coming to help Ling. Godly Emperor Shuel Luo cupped his fist and thanked him. Ling and I are friends. You don't have to be so polite between friends. Fong Chun said with a smile. Only then did Ling realize that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly removed her hand from Fong Chen's body. Brother Fong Chun, you don't mind if I call you that, right? Fong Chen shook his head. Ling giggled, revealing 2 little dimples. She was very cute. Now the problem is solved. With the godly Emperor Destruction here, no matter how strong Wu Tung is, he will not be your match. Godly Emperor Shui Luo smiled. I will inform the elders of the Samsara Palace about this. Chapter 1978. Genius 1, second, remember, love, divided by little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Fong Chen's arrival delighted the entire Reincarnation Palace. Love, go, little say. Chu, after all, the God Emperor of Destruction had said that he was the strongest below the God Emperors. Reincarnation Palace, Floating Garden. God Emperor of Reincarnation, who was dressed in white, exuded an aura of elegance that made him seem unfathomable. God Emperor of Reincarnation was quietly looking at the chessboard on the stone table. In their eyes, the chessboard was like the universe, and the chess pieces on it were like martial artists fighting in the universe. The battle on the chessboard was also a game between the 2 God Emperors. God Emperor of Reincarnation was opposite the Master of the Immortal Divine Pavilion, who is also one of the God Emperors of the 6 Laws, the God Emperor of Creation. God Emperor of Reincarnation, why are you so distracted? God Emperor of Creation gently put down the chess piece in his hand and asked with a smile. God Emperor of Reincarnation stared at the chessboard for a long time without saying a word. God Emperor of Creation did not think much of it. He grinned and said, why? Are you still worried about the battle between the God Emperors? Let the young people solve their own problems. God Emperor of Creation made it sound easy, but God Emperor of Reincarnation did not think so. Creation. God Emperor of Reincarnation raised his head and looked directly at God Emperor of Creation. What's the point of this? Are you still holding a grudge over what happened in the past? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. God Emperor of Creation chuckled. Seeing this, God Emperor of Reincarnation did not say anything more. He stood up and left. God Emperor of Creation looked at God Emperor of Reincarnation's back and revealed an unnoticeable smile. Reincarnation, how do you expect me to forget what happened in the past? If anyone was here, they would be shocked. There was also a past between the 2 God Emperors that no one knew. God Emperor of Reincarnation left the floating garden. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and his expression changed. In the next moment, God Emperor of Reincarnation appeared in the square. Lord God Emperor Shuel Luo cupped his fists. Where is God Emperor of Destruction? God Emperor Shuel Luo had just sent a message that God Emperor of Destruction was here. The Samsara God Emperor was also very happy. Junior Fong Chun greets God Emperor Samsara, Fong Chun said at this moment. Reincarnation God Emperor's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fong Chun. After a long while, the Samsara God Emperor burst into laughter. That's right. The strongest person under the God Emperor realm is indeed worthy of his reputation. Who was the Reincarnation God Emperor? He could tell at a glance that Fong Chun was extraordinary. You're willing to fight for Ling? You must know that your opponent is the strongest undying warrior in the Immortal Divine Pavilion, Wu Tung. This battle will be dangerous. This is interesting, isn't it? Fong Chun laughed. The Reincarnation God Emperor nodded in satisfaction. He was very fond of Fong Chun. All right, since you've come all the way here to help, the Samsara Palace won't mistreat you. After your battle is over, regardless of the outcome, I will personally protect you and let you enter the Reincarnation Pagoda to cultivate. Hearing the Reincarnation God Emperor's words, Shuel Luo God Emperor was surprised. The Reincarnation Pagoda was the most important cultivation resource in the Samsara Palace. Even ordinary reincarnators were not qualified to enter. The reincarnation god emperor actually allowed an outsider to enter and protect him personally. This showed how much importance the reincarnation god emperor placed on Feng Chun. Thank you, reincarnation god emperor. The reincarnation god emperor waved his hand and said, "Have a good rest." At night, in a guest courtyard of the Samsara Palace, Wu Jindi stood quietly with a solemn look on her face. Beside her sat a man in a white robe. He was the strongest, undying warrior in the immortal divine pavilion, Wu Tang. Although they were both undying warriors, Wu Tang's strength was much stronger than Wu Jindi's. "You're saying that the God Emperor Destruction is here for Ling? Wu Tang's black eyes lit up as he asked in a deep voice. "Brother Wu Tang, the God Emperor Destruction seems to be on good terms with Miss Ling," Wu Jindi said softly. Hearing this, Wu Tang's body emitted a sharp aura as he said in a cold voice, "He wants to fight for Ling?" After thinking for a while, Wu Jindi said, "Brother Wu Tang, you should be careful. The God Emperor Destruction is very strong. Moreover, you should have heard what the God Emperor Destruction said. The strongest person below the God Emperor?" A sinister look appeared on Wu Tang's face. "If I defeat him, does it mean that I'm the strongest person below the God Emperor?" The Samsara Palace was suspended in the sky above the West Sea. At night, wisps of sea breeze blew over, making the temperature of the entire island very low. Feng Chen's arrival excited the entire Samsara Palace. Although Wu Tang's strength was abnormal, Feng Chen's strength was not to be underestimated. It was not certain who would win. Time passed. Feng Chen did not have much to do in the Samsara Palace. Ling, on the other hand, often came to look for Feng Chen. While chatting with Ling, Feng Chen also learned a lot about the secrets of transcending reincarnation. The threshold of a reincarnator was at least 100 reincarnations. As for the reincarnation king, she had to pass more than 1,000 reincarnations. Every reincarnation was a transformation. Some reincarnators would even fail in the reincarnation and die. Moreover, what shocked Feng Chen even more was that Ling was actually going through the 10,000th reincarnation. In other words, before this, she had successfully passed through 9,999 reincarnation cycles. This was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. The 10,000th reincarnation was a hurdle. It was very important to Ling. If she could walk out of the reincarnation, breaking through to the God Emperor realm would be just around the corner. After listening to Ling's introduction, Feng Chen was very shocked. She was indeed the first reincarnation king. If she was at her peak, even he would not be her opponent. Now, a part of Ling's primordial spirit was wandering in the reincarnation. It affected her strength, and her realm fell to the God King realm. However, Feng Chen did not dare to underestimate her. In the blink of an eye, the day of the battle with Wu Tang arrived. On this day, Ling found Feng Chen early in the morning and brought him to the martial arts practice field. There was a sea of people in the martial arts practice field. Almost all of them were the younger generation of the Reincarnation Palace. The thought of the battle between God Emperor Destruction and Wu Tang made them very excited. When Feng Chen arrived at the martial arts practice field, everyone was already there. Whoosh! Wu Tang opened his eyes and stared at Feng Chen. Seeing that he was in close contact with Ling, he was furious. Then, Wu Tang jumped onto the martial arts practice field. "Reincarnation, you actually put aside your pride to find God Emperor Destruction?" The creation God Emperor said with a smile. "Why? Is the immortal divine pavilion afraid? If Wu Tang admits defeat, this battle will be cancelled." The reincarnation God Emperor said lightly. The creation God Emperor shook her head and did not say anything else. Her gaze fell on Feng Chen, and she said to herself, "I would like to see what the number one person under the God Emperor Destruction is capable of." The reincarnation God Emperor briefly announced the rules of the battle, and Feng Chen went up to the martial arts practice field. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion from the crowd. "Is he God Emperor Destruction? He is so young." "Yes, he is so young, and yet he has reached such a realm. I think he has a high chance of defeating Wu Tang." "Humph! Wu Tang is a despicable man. He took the opportunity to challenge Miss Ling, to reincarnation. I feel embarrassed for him. The people who were watching the battle were basically from the reincarnation palace. They did not like Wu Tang from the bottom of their hearts, and they supported Fang Chun unconditionally. At the front of the martial arts practice field, the four reincarnation kings looked at each other and smiled bitterly. All these years, we have been stagnant, and the improvement of our strength has been too slow. After this battle ends, I will go to reincarnation. That's right. We should get in touch with the outside world. The four reincarnation kings sighed. They did not even have the courage to attack Wu Tang. However, both Fang Chun and Fang Chun were not afraid at all. Just from this point alone, the gap between them was obvious. Under the eyes of the crowd, the situation on the martial arts practice field changed. God Emperor Destruction, you should not have come here. Wu Tang said expressionlessly. I heard that the undying warriors of the immortal divine pavilion are born with divine strength and unparalleled physical body. They're like killing machines. I am very curious. Is it true? Fang Chun said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Tang's face changed, and he exuded a wild aura. You will know in a while, and I promise that this will be an unforgettable memory. On the rostrum, the reincarnation God Emperor and the creation God Emperor watched quietly. God Emperor Shualuo and the others were very excited. The battle between the two could be considered as the highest level of God Emperor realm. On one side was the undying warrior with unparalleled physical body and super self-healing ability. On the other side was the number one person under the God Emperor Destruction. This was a tit-for-tat battle. Chapter 1979. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. For Wu Tang, this was a tough battle. Love, go little say, Netka however, for Fang Chun, this was a normal battle. Since he had consumed the great strength elixir, his physical strength had become extremely strong, and his strength had increased tremendously. Just like what Emperor God Destruction had said, he was the strongest person below the Emperor God. In the entire divine world, there was no one in the divine Emperor realm that Fang Chun was afraid of. I heard that the undying warrior's physical strength is unparalleled. I wonder how it compares to mine. Fang Chun thought to himself. The undying warrior was known to have an unparalleled physical strength and strong self-healing ability. Although it was a little exaggerated, it also showed how strong the undying warrior was. Wu Tang was the strongest undying warrior in the immortal divine pavilion, and he had the right to be proud. Boom! Wu Tang's aura shook as the endless creation rules of order circled around his body. Fang Chun could clearly feel that Wu Tang's physical strength was very strong. Let me see how strong Emperor God Destruction is. Following Wu Tang's shout, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chun in an instant. Then, all the energy in his body erupted as he threw a punch at Fang Chun. Dong! Seeing this, Fang Chun threw a punch casually and blocked Wu Tang's fist radiance. Wu Tang's figure took a few steps backward as his face was filled with astonishment. Your physical strength is not bad. Wu Tang was full of fighting spirit. He was an undying warrior and was known to have an unparalleled physical strength. He thought that his physical strength was the best among the divine emperors. Even the three holy sons of the beast god tribe were no match for him. However, now that he had met someone who could compete with him in terms of physical strength, he was eager to have a try. Kill! Wu Tang's face darkened as a wild power emanated from his body. You want to compete with me in strength? Fang Chun grinned. Wu Tang wanted to prove that his body was unparalleled. He wanted to use his physical strength to suppress him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. His physical body had already reached the level of a god emperor. How could Wu Tang compare to him? Since you want to compete, I'll let you know what absolute power is. Fang Chun said softly. Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body. Complex sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin. In the next moment, the golden heart began to beat rapidly, and a thick golden liquid flowed out of it and into Fang Chun's fist. At this time, Fang Chun had already transformed into a humanoid monster. He suddenly punched out, causing the void to distort. courting death. Seeing Fang Chun compete with him in strength, Wu Tang sneered and pushed his strength to the limit. Dong! The two fists collided, causing the entire martial arts stage to tremble. Boom! Wu Tang suddenly realized that a terrifying power emerged from Fang Chen's fist and quickly invaded his body. This, dang dang dang. Wu Tang, who was in shock, was forced to retreat. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Wu Tang's face was extremely pale. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chun. What a strong physical strength. In the martial arts stage, the four reincarnation kings were shocked. The physical strength that Fang Chun had just displayed was enough to suppress the four of them. Beside them, Ling Er's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chun with a smile. Using physical strength to suppress Wu Tang? That's a good idea. On the rostrum, the two God Emperors' faces changed slightly, especially the Creation God Emperor. He looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. As in God Emperor, he naturally saw through Wu Tang's physical strength from the battle just now. How is this possible? His physical strength has surpassed the Undying Warrior? The Creation God Emperor said softly. The Reincarnation God Emperor, who was beside him, was full of smiles. It was no wonder that the Destruction God Emperor, who was so proud, would personally say that Fang Chun was the #1 under the God Emperor. Now it seemed that it was true. Just his physical strength alone is enough to fight against Wu Tang. Moreover, he is a disciple of the Heaven Bone Palace, not an undying warrior. Who can compare with such an achievement? The Reincarnation God Emperor became more excited as he watched. On the martial arts stage, Wu Tang was completely enraged by Fang Chun. He roared and activated all the strength in his body to fight against Fang Chun. He thought that he could get back at Wu Tang, but he was wrong. In the next moment, Fang Chun seemed to have changed into another person. Fang Chun's strength suddenly soared. Fang Chun actually smashed a large hole in Wu Tang's undying body. Bang! With a fierce punch, Wu Tang's body was smashed onto the martial arts stage. Wu Tang was in a sorry state, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. How can this be? Wu Tang could not believe what he was seeing. He was the strongest undying warrior, and his physical strength was the strongest. How could the Destruction God Emperor's physical strength suppress him so easily? On the rostrum, the two God Emperors finally realized the mystery of Fang Chen's physical strength. No wonder he could suppress Wu Tang. A God Emperor could cultivate his physical strength to the level of an Emperor God. He has made history in the divine world. The Reincarnation God Emperor muttered to himself. The Creation God Emperor, who was beside him, also regained his composure. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Destruction God Emperor is right. The #1 under the God Emperor is the Destruction God Emperor. Wu Tang was no match for the Destruction God Emperor. In terms of physical strength, Wu Tang was completely defeated. There was an uproar in the martial arts stage. Countless martial artists looked at the two in disbelief. Stormy waves rose in the depths of their hearts. In this world, there is someone who could suppress Wu Tang with physical strength? This was too miraculous. Miracle? This is definitely a miracle. No one has done it before, and no one will do it in the future. The Destruction God Emperor's battle is enough to go down in history. Yes, his physical strength completely suppressed Wu Tang. The latter had no chance to fight back. Countless discussions could be heard in the crowd. At this moment, Wu Tang heard the discussions and felt that it was extremely harsh. No, I'm the strongest God Emperor. Wu Tang's aura gradually changed. He seemed to have entered a state of madness. My physical strength is not as good as yours, but my attack power is definitely stronger than yours. Wu Tang muttered to himself. Then, his body was filled with the extremely vast power of creation rules of order. The wounds on his body that were caused by Fang Chun were completely healed in the blink of an eye. This was the terrifying self-healing ability of the Undying Warrior. Is there still a need to continue the battle? Fang Chun asked as he spread out his hands. By now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu Tang was no match for him. However, It seemed that Wu Tong was not satisfied and wanted to continue the battle. In fact, it was understandable if one thought about it carefully. A peerless expert standing at the top of the mountain was suddenly pushed into the abyss without any preparation. Ordinary people would not be able to accept such a difference. Humph, do you think that you can win against me because your physical strength is stronger than mine? Wu Tong was in a state of madness. His eyes were scarlet as he said coldly. The creation god emperor on the rostrum shook his head, but did not stop him. He knew that if he stopped Wu Tong from fighting, it would become a demon in his heart that he could not get rid of for the rest of his life. Only by completely releasing the anger in his heart could he be completely free. He might even be able to use this opportunity to reach the threshold of the god emperor realm. The creation god emperor had been staring at the martial arts arena. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately take action. Wu Tong's mentality is not good. The reincarnation god emperor said, as the strongest, undying warrior, how can he be in such a state because of a defeat? Reincarnation, as the god emperor, you can naturally accept it. But what about them? The difference is too great. They just can't accept it, the creation god emperor said indifferently. The sky gradually darkened. A whip appeared in Wu Tong's hand. This whip was made of an extremely precious divine bee skin. Its attack power was very strong. Holding the whip in his hand, Wu Tong's face suddenly revealed a smile that was not a smile. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning swooped down from the dark sky and struck Wu Tong's body. Spots of lightning appeared around his body. Attracting lightning into his body, Fong Chen frowned. What was Wu Tong trying to do? He was playing with fire. How could he use such a method to deal with him? As time passed, more and more bolts of lightning swooped down from the sky. The sound of thunder shook the heavens. The entire sky above the reincarnation palace was filled with a vast aura. Every time Wu Tong swung the whip, the heavens and earth would shake. Chapter 1980. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The disciples of the Samsara Palace are carefully selected. Their comprehension of the Tao of reincarnation had already reached a very high level. Even so, if he wanted to rely on himself to break through the cycle of reincarnation, it would be a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Not to mention that he has never comprehended the Tao of reincarnation, Linger said. I see. Fong Chun nodded gently, suddenly enlightened. The Tao of reincarnation was broad and profound, and he only knew a little about it. Brother Fong Chun, this is an opportunity to challenge the reincarnation pagoda. Most importantly, there's almost no danger to one's life inside. If one fell into the cycle of reincarnation and was unable to extricate oneself, the Hall Master would personally intervene. Therefore, you don't have any worries about the consequences either. Just focus on experiencing reincarnation and that will do, Ling said. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Fong Chen asked. After all, this was his first attempt at overcoming the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, this was his only chance. Such a precious opportunity must be grasped properly. Otherwise, he would regret it. After transcending reincarnation, you will live in the universe again with various identities, from birth to death. During this period, don't try to change anything, because once you subconsciously do something, it will affect your breakthrough of reincarnation, which is very dangerous. Ling continued to say, actually, the most important thing about breaking through reincarnation is the process of training one's mind. Fong Chen nodded. He agreed with Ling. He also possessed the reincarnation law and had some comprehension of the reincarnation Tao. Although the reincarnation pagoda is safe, it's very difficult to reach the top. So far, apart from us 5 great reincarnation kings, no reincarnator has been able to reach the 7th floor and above, Linger said. So difficult? Fong Chen curled his lips. Even those reincarnators who had experienced 100 reincarnations were unable to break past the 7th level. How many levels could he reach? Big brother Fong Chen, you don't have to think about it too much. Just treat it as a form of training. Love go little say, Linger said with a grin. The entire reincarnation palace was enveloped by a layer of reincarnation rules of order. Without the permission of the Samsara palace, no one could enter. Even if they were lucky enough to enter, they would definitely be lost in the darkness. Finally, the reincarnation pagoda opened. The 5 reincarnation kings accompanied Fong Chun to the front of the reincarnation pagoda. Upon closer inspection, there was nothing unusual about the appearance of the reincarnation pagoda. It was just like an ordinary small pagoda. "This is the reincarnation pagoda?" Fong Chun asked. "Brother Fong Chun, don't underestimate the reincarnation pagoda. This is just what he wants you to see. When you enter the pagoda, you will know," Linger said. Rumble. A terrifying aura could be felt as the reincarnation god emperor appeared in the sky. "Fong Chun, the reincarnation pagoda has already opened. You can go in and train without worry. If there's any danger, I'll wake you up immediately." The reincarnation god emperor's voice echoed throughout the reincarnation palace. "Thank you, Lord God Emperor." Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he took a deep breath and entered the reincarnation pagoda. "Which level do you think the godly emperor destruction can reach?" The 5th reincarnation king asked thoughtfully. "Which level? I don't think he can even pass the 1st level." The 4th reincarnation king curled his lips and said, "Although the godly emperor destruction is much stronger than us, he doesn't even have the slightest foundation of the reincarnation Tao. It's impossible for him to pass the 100 reincarnations." That's right. If it was so easy to pass the reincarnation palace, there wouldn't be so few reincarnators. The 3rd reincarnation king nodded. The 2nd reincarnation king looked at Linger with a smile and asked, "Sister Linger, what do you think?" "I don't know either." Ling stuck out her tongue playfully and shook her head. Actually, what she said was true. Fong Chun gave her an unfathomable feeling. From the bottom of her heart, she always believed that Fong Chun would give everyone a miracle. God World, West Sea, somewhere at the bottom of the sea, in an extremely secluded place. It was dark all year round, and there was no sunlight. Darkness was a synonym for this place. Other than the sound of the sea, there were no unusual sounds. However, no one knew that this inconspicuous place was one of the 5 strongholds of the Holy Light religion in the God World. This stronghold was within the territory of the Reincarnation Palace. Therefore, the experts in the stronghold were very careful. "Godly Emperor Tianlin, our intelligence agency has sent back news that the Godly Emperor Destruction has entered the Reincarnation Tower to cultivate. In the stronghold of the Holy Light religion, a brown-robed, godly emperor whispered. Beside him stood a white-robed, godly emperor. This person was wrapped in a cloud of white mist and exuded a terrifying aura. The godly emperor destruction's potential is too strong. Such a demon of the human race must be killed. Otherwise, it will ruin our plans," Godly Emperor Tianluan said. Godly Emperor Tianluan was the main person in charge of this stronghold. At the same time, he was also an expert at the peak of the Godly Emperor realm. But the Godly Emperor destruction has always been in the Reincarnation Palace. "We can't make a move," the brown-robed Godly Emperor said awkwardly. Moreover, recently, the 10 strongest Godly Emperors have been eyeing one of our strongholds. Our Holy Light religion has suffered heavy losses. The hierarch is very angry. We must not act rashly. Otherwise, once the stronghold is discovered, we will be in trouble. Godly Emperor Tianlun let out a sinister smile. I have been thinking about how to deal with the Godly Emperor destruction. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. Godly Emperor Tianlun said, "Contact the Godly Emperor of Death immediately. Tell him that I have found a way to deal with the Godly Emperor destruction." The brown-robed Godly Emperor nodded. Immediately, he took out a token and crushed it. Suddenly, spatial ripples appeared in the sky above the stronghold. In the next moment, the projection of the Godly Emperor of Death appeared. Godly Emperor Tianlun. The Godly Emperor of Death looked at him. "If you have something to say it quickly. This is the territory of the Reincarnation Palace. I can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, I will be in trouble if I am discovered." Godly Emperor of Death. I have found a way to kill the Godly Emperor destruction. but the price will be slightly higher. You need to increase the reward. Godly Emperor Tian Luan said directly. The godly Emperor of Death frowned, somewhat displeased. Then, godly Emperor Tian Luan told the details to the godly Emperor of Death. The latter pondered for a moment and then said, "Okay, I promise you. But the reward will be given to you after you kill the godly Emperor Destruction." "No problem, deal." Godly Emperor Tian Luan readily agreed. "Remember, destroy both the original body and the doppelganger." The godly Emperor of Death reminded. Although he did not know whether Fang Chun had a doppelganger or not, to be on the safe side, he still had to use special means. It would be best if he could destroy the doppelganger, so as to ensure that nothing would go wrong. After the godly Emperor of Death's projection disappeared, godly Emperor Tan Luan smiled. "I am going to enter the Reincarnation Palace. During this time, no one can disturb me," godly Emperor Tian Luan said. Hearing this, the brown-robed godly emperor's body trembled. Immediately, he was overjoyed and said, "Godly Emperor Tianlin, are you going to kill the godly Emperor Destruction in the Reincarnation Palace?" Godly Emperor Tian Luan nodded. "Ha ha ha, quietly killing him in the Reincarnation Palace. No one will think that it was done by the Holy Light sect." Godly Emperor Tian Luan sat cross-legged. His body was instantly wrapped in the terrifying power of the Reincarnation Palace. In the Holy Light sect, there were many experts who cultivated the Reincarnation Tao. Godly Emperor Tian Luan was one of them. His attainments in the Reincarnation Tao had reached an extremely high level. If he was in the divine realm, he would probably be in existence second only to the godly Emperor of Reincarnation. Godly Emperor Tian Luan had a special unique skill, which was also obtained in the Holy Light sect. What did it mean that he could enter the Reincarnation Palace of others? It meant that if he wanted to kill a person, as long as he entered the Reincarnation Palace, he could quietly kill the person. However, there was a prerequisite. The target must break through the Reincarnation Palace. Reincarnation Palace, the first floor of the Reincarnation Pagoda. As soon as Fang Chun entered, he felt the terrifying power of the Reincarnation Palace. The next moment, he felt that he had passed through the long river of time and entered the Reincarnation Palace. Buzz. After a while, Fang Chun saw a new world. On a remote continent, in a certain region, in a city. With a whoosh, a baby boy was born. The whole world seemed to have undergone a strange and imperceptible change. Fang Chun's consciousness saw all of this clearly from the perspective of a third party. "Is this the Reincarnation Palace?" Fang Chun said to himself, "It feels so strange, as if I am there." Chapter 1981. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Every reincarnation transcendence was a fundamental transformation. Fang Chun had been observing the newborn baby from the perspective of a third party. This continent is called the Oz continent. Soul cultivation is the main focus. A newborn baby's mind power is already surprisingly strong, Fang Chun said to himself. As time passed, the baby boy gradually grew into an adult. Chi refinement realm, Chi transformation realm, Chi Si realm, one realm after another was raised, revisiting the path of martial arts again and again. In the blink of an eye, a reincarnation cycle ended. The baby boy eventually reached the top of the universe with his soul Tao. Buzz. Fang Chun's mind was shaking, and his primordial spirit was undergoing subtle changes. Going through a reincarnation cycle was hundreds of millions of years. But in the outside world, it was just a snap of the fingers. Fang Chun successfully experienced the first reincarnation cycle and gained a lot. His understanding of the soul Tao was even more profound. Next, the second and third reincarnations. One reincarnation cycle after another, almost without any obstacles. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had already reached more than 90 reincarnations. During this period, Fang Chun's understanding of martial arts had greatly improved. His body seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. At this moment, in the world where Fang Chun was experiencing reincarnation, Divine Emperor Tianlin was staring at him in a corner. 100 reincarnations. Wait for the last reincarnation cycle. Then I will take action. Divine Emperor Tianlun did not want to take action easily. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He still had a certain understanding of the reincarnation pagoda of the reincarnation palace. Each level was equivalent to 100 reincarnations, and the last reincarnation cycle was the most important. If he killed Fang Chun in the last reincarnation cycle, then he would definitely die in the real world. I'll let you live for a while longer. Divine Emperor Tianlun said to himself with a gloomy face. Outside the reincarnation pagoda, the 5 reincarnation kings looked at the reincarnation pagoda curiously. I wonder how God Emperor Destruction is now. I guess he's still in the first level and has at most gone through 10 reincarnations. He has never come into contact with the reincarnation palace. He has never even experienced reincarnation. It will take some time to adapt, so don't expect too much. Several reincarnation kings were discussing with each other. Only the first reincarnation king Ling blinked her pitch-black eyes. No one knew what she was thinking in her mind. God Emperor Samsara sat cross-legged in the sky and closed his eyes to rest. He was constantly paying attention to the situation in the reincarnation pagoda. As long as Fang Chun acted strangely, he would teleport him out. Not bad. You've actually reached the 99th cycle. The reincarnation God Emperor only took a glance and discovered the situation of Fang Chen's reincarnation. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. At the very least, it was impossible for an ordinary person to perform as well as Fang Chun. Wouldn't it be great if he were a disciple of the Samsara Palace? The reincarnation God Emperor sighed. At the same time, he was envious of the bone progenitor. Such an outstanding disciple with an unparalleled fleshly body and heaven-defying potential in the Sword Tao. He is destined to become a God Emperor expert in the future. To think that the bone progenitor took advantage of him. The first level of the reincarnation pagoda. A white light flashed in front of him. Fang Chun had already passed the 99th cycle. In the next moment, he arrived at the 100th cycle. This is the last cycle of the first level. After going through the 99th cycle, Fang Chun felt that he had benefited a lot. I wonder what's the difficulty of the 100th cycle? As he was thinking, the scene of the 100th cycle appeared in front of him. This was a world of Sword Tao, where the sword reigned supreme. The entire world was filled with dense Sword Tao aura. When Fang Chun was born, he triggered a vision of heaven and earth. He was thought to be born for the sword, and he did not disappoint. When he was 5 years old, he had already defeated a martial artist in his teens with his exquisite Sword Tao. After that, Fang Chen's Sword Tao potential was completely unleashed. He was invincible in the same realm and could even challenge other martial artists across realms. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, he had become the strongest martial artist in the Sword Tao continent. At this time, he encountered the most dangerous thing in his life. In a wasteland somewhere in the Sword Tao continent, Emperor Tianlun floated in the air and looked down at Fang Chun. Fang Chun, Emperor Tianlun said, "Who are you? How do you know me?" Fang Chun could feel that the strength of the person in front of him was beyond his imagination. "I'm the one who will kill you." Emperor Tianlun smiled sinisterly and immediately displayed a tyrannical attack. Rumble. A series of tyrannical attacks shot out from his fist and blasted toward Fang Chun. Kill. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet. He growled and fought back. Dong. However, his opponent was too strong. There was no way he could resist. In a flash, Fang Chun was blasted away by Emperor Tianlun's attack. He fell to the ground and was on the verge of death. At this moment, Fang Chun, who was in the reincarnation pagoda, vomited blood and his face turned pale. That is, when Fang Chun saw the scene in the world of reincarnation, his heart burned with anger. What's going on? At the same time, Emperor Tianlun also noticed this scene. Damn it, it's Emperor Tianlun. Emperor Tianlun was furious. His figure instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun in the reincarnation pagoda. Immediately, The wild power of the reincarnation law was injected into Fong Chen's body. The latter's injuries gradually stabilized. Emperor Tonlin, in the world of reincarnation, the person who dealt with you was Emperor Tianlun of the Holy Light sect. He entered your world of reincarnation and wanted to kill you. Emperor Tianlun said with a gloomy face, "What should I do now?" There was no resistance at all. Unless a miracle happened, he would die without a doubt. If I intervene by force, I can save you. However, you are very likely to be counterattacked by the world of reincarnation. The consequences are unimaginable. Emperor Tianlun was helpless. He did not expect the Holy Light sect to send Emperor Tianlun to kill Fong Chen. To enter someone else's world of reincarnation, even Emperor Tianlun had to pay a high price. At this moment, in the world of reincarnation, Emperor Tianlun had already walked in front of Fong Chen. He clenched his fist and punched down. Pucci, Fong Chen, who was in the reincarnation pagoda, vomited blood and fainted. "I can't care so much." Emperor Tianlun saw this and made a move. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared. A golden light swooped down from the distant sky. Immediately, the golden light submerged Fong Chen's body, and he disappeared from the Sword-Dao continent. Emperor Tianlun was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. Buzz. Emperor Tianlun descended directly into Fong Chen's world of reincarnation. Emperor Tianlun roared. Emperor Tianlun reacted from a shock. When he saw Emperor Tianlun, his face changed and he wanted to escape. However, Emperor Tianlun was a powerful person. He had already used the reincarnation rules of reincarnation to the extreme. No, Emperor Tianlun let out a miserable cry. Then, his figure faded and finally disappeared. Holy Light sect's stronghold. Pucci. Emperor Tianlun opened his eyes and vomited blood. His face was extremely pale. Emperor Tianlun, what happened to you? The brown-robed emperor hurried in and asked in shock. There was an accident. Emperor Tianlun, that old man, attacked me. Emperor Tianlun said, "Get out of here quickly." However, as soon as Emperor Tianlun finished his words, a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the sea. At the same time, Emperor Tianlun sent a message to the other emperor gods. "I found a stronghold of the Holy Light sect." As soon as the news spread, the other emperor gods responded. After a while, the projections of the 8 emperor gods arrived. Only Emperor Swordless of the South Tomb, Sword Palace, did not come. Ha ha ha, Tianlun, you are really something. You found a stronghold of the Holy Light sect. We have sealed the stronghold. No one inside can escape. The emperor gods were happy. The Holy Light sect had 5 strongholds in the divine world. These 5 strongholds were their core. So far, they had only eliminated 3 strongholds. This was the 4th. The remnants of the Holy Light sect are really powerful. They hid their stronghold here. No wonder we couldn't find it. Emperor God Taishu said. Emperor Tianlun turned to Bone Progenitor and said, "Bone Progenitor, I can find this stronghold thanks to Emperor God of Destruction." "Oh, my disciple has done a great job." Bone Progenitor laughed. But what? Bone Progenitor frowned. He had a bad feeling. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1982. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The other god emperors also looked at the Samsara god emperor. The stronghold of the Holy Light sect had been sealed by them, and the remaining members of the Holy Light sect had nowhere to run. Your disciple is good friends with the first Samsara king of the Samsara palace. He knew that she was in trouble, so he came to help her. In order to express his gratitude to the Samsara palace, I let him enter the Samsara pagoda to cultivate, and I will guard it personally, the Samsara god emperor said slowly. Hearing this, the Bone Progenitor nodded. It was not easy for the Samsara god emperor to let Fong Chen enter the Samsara pagoda to cultivate. However, I did not expect the Holy Light sect to hate the godly emperor Destruction to the core, and to let godly Emperor Tianlun enter his Samsara world at all costs to attack him. Hearing this, the other god emperor's expressions changed. Breaking into the samsara world was a very dangerous thing. What about my disciple? How is he? The bone progenitor asked anxiously. At that time, the situation was critical. I entered the samsara pagoda to protect the godly emperor destruction and thought about how to deal with it. After all, you know that if I force my way into his samsara world to fight against godly Emperor Tianlin, he would suffer a backlash, the samsara god emperor said. Although the bone progenitor was worried about Feng Chun, he knew what the samsara god emperor said. There was nothing wrong with the samsara god emperor's actions. He was doing it for Feng Chen's sake. However, at that moment, something strange happened. A golden light tore through the sky, fell from the sky, and took away the godly emperor destruction. I took the opportunity to enter his samsara world and captured godly emperor Tianlin. The samsara god emperor said. After that, I followed the aura of godly emperor Tianlin here and found a stronghold. So, someone secretly saved my disciple? The bone progenitor's eyes flickered as he said. The samsara god emperor shook his head and said, I don't know. Even I could not see through that golden light. However, just now, I found your disciple again. What shocked me was that his injuries had already healed, and he was continuing to challenge the 100 reincarnation cycle. At this point, the reincarnation god emperor could not help but praise Feng Chun. Bone progenitor, your disciple's future is limitless. If he survives this disaster, he will have good fortune in the future. After passing through the 100 reincarnations, his strength will reach a higher level. He will most likely be able to fight against an emperor god as a divine emperor. It's good that you're okay. The bone progenitor heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. This disciple of his was becoming more and more outstanding. As his master, his face was also shining. Ha ha! Bone progenitor, it's all thanks to your disciple. I'm really lucky to have picked up such an outstanding disciple. His fleshly body is comparable to the God Emperor realm. His potential in the Sword Tao has surpassed that of the God Emperor of Death and the Black Emperor. If he can really pass through the 100 reincarnation cycle, it will only be a matter of time before he enters the God Emperor realm. The God Emperor of Destruction nodded gently. All right, let's destroy the stronghold of the Holy Light religion first. The 9 ultimate God Emperors joined forces and destroyed the stronghold of the Holy Light religion. Even Emperor God Tianlin fell. This battle dealt a heavy blow to the Holy Light religion. After this, the whereabouts of the Holy Light religion in the divine world became even more secretive. They entered a short incubation period, and all their actions stopped. This also brought a period of peace to the divine world. The 9 ultimate God Emperors came to the reincarnation hall one after another. I wonder if Feng Chun can break through to the God Emperor realm this time. Emperor God Tai Su laughed. Although he has great potential, breaking through to the God Emperor realm is not just about potential. Emperor God Tianlin said. The other Emperor gods were also exchanging their own opinions. Only the bone progenitor and the reincarnation god emperor stood at the front and stared at Feng Chun, who was in the reincarnation pagoda. On the first level of the reincarnation pagoda, Feng Chun was lying quietly. He was going through the 100 reincarnation cycle. Reincarnation world, Swordway land. The battle back then was really dangerous. But because of that, I underwent a tremendous transformation. After so many years, he still sighed when he thought of that battle. The current Feng Chun was the absolute overlord of the Swordway land. No one could shake his position. What is the Swordway? In the clouds of the Swordway land, Feng Chun sat cross-legged and comprehended the Swordway. Buzz. A golden luster appeared in his mind. In Feng Chun's mind, the aura of the Swordway spread wildly. The Swordway is the human way. The sword is the man, and the man is the sword. With the sword in your heart, you are invincible. Year after year, Feng Chun had been comprehending the Swordway. 100 years later, the Swordway luster shone on Feng Chun's body. He suddenly opened his eyes with a bright smile on his face. I am breaking through reincarnation? To be able to realize that he was breaking through reincarnation in the reincarnation world could only mean one thing. The reincarnation had ended. Boom. 100 reincarnations had ended. The experience of 100 reincarnations was all integrated into Feng Chen's mind. His body had undergone earth-shattering changes, and he was improving in all aspects. In his mind, his primordial spirit trembled. His primordial spirit, which had reached the peak of the third Yuan realm, had a little golden luster. After that, what was even more shocking was that there were signs of a fourth golden man forming next to his three golden men. Although it was just a sign, there was still a long way to go before it could be formed. But it was enough to shake the divine world. In the entire divine world, only the 10 strongest emperor gods could reach the primordial spirit of a half-step fourth Yuan realm. Boom! The soul way power in his body increased rapidly until it reached the peak of the middle true god realm. His primordial spirit gradually calmed down, followed by the changes in his physical body. The perfect sword body became stronger again. Sword-shaped runes were densely packed. Roughly, it was at least 10 billion. Outside the reincarnation pagoda, the 9 strongest emperor gods watched this scene quietly. They sighed in their hearts. Another exceptional demon was born. Then, they didn't doubt Feng Chen's power. If he were to fight with an ordinary emperor god, he would be able to retreat unscathed, and he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He was the first emperor god in this universe era to be able to do this. Bone progenitor, congratulations. A few emperor gods who had a good relationship with the bone progenitor cupped their fists and congratulated him. The other emperor gods looked on coldly and calmly. Boom! When the experience of 100 reincarnations had melted, Feng Chen opened his eyes. 100 reincarnations? Feng Chen muttered to himself. He stood up and felt the power in his body getting restless. So strong. Now, I have nothing to fear, even if I face the emperor gods in the South Pole continent. There were 3 levels of emperor gods. The first level was the weakest emperor gods. For example, the 4 emperor gods in the South Pole continent. Emperor god Xiao Luo had just touched the threshold of the second level and was the strongest among the 4. The emperor gods in the second level were Emperor God of Death and Emperor Black. As for the emperor gods in the third level, they were the 10 strongest emperor gods. They were the top experts in the universe. It's time to leave. Although he wanted to continue to the second level of the reincarnation pagoda, he knew that he had to be careful. However, Feng Chen knew his limits. An accident had happened during the 100 reincarnation cycles, and he had nearly died. He needed to recuperate. Voila! When Feng Chen left the reincarnation pagoda, he instantly felt 9 terrifying auras. Feng Chen raised his head and saw the 9 strongest emperor gods. He was dumbfounded. Why were they here? And they were all staring at him? Master, why are you here? What happened? Feng Chen asked curiously. Ha, you brat. You could surprise me no matter where you go. Bone progenitor walked forward and patted Feng Chen's shoulder. Feng Chen, congratulations on successfully breaking through reincarnation. Emperor God of Reincarnation said warmly. At this moment, Feng Chen understood. Master and the others were here because of the crisis he encountered when breaking through reincarnation. However, he didn't know that one of Holy Light Religion's strongholds was destroyed and they suffered heavy losses. After witnessing the miracle, most of the emperor gods left. In the reincarnation palace, only the bone progenitor and emperor god of reincarnation were left. When the bone progenitor told Feng Chen everything, the latter was speechless. Holy Light Religion? Why do they want to kill me? Feng Chen frowned. Feng Chen, you have become a famous person in the realm of gods at such a young age. Holy Light Religion has been eyeing you for a long time. Bone progenitor said, Holy Light Religion will not allow a monstrous genius like you to survive. So once they find out, they will assassinate you at all costs. Be careful in the realm of gods. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1983. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second / We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Feng Chen had gained a lot from the samsara. After chatting with the samsara emperor for a while, he followed his master and left the samsara palace. Little friend Fong, the Samsara Palace's door is always open, the Samsara Emperor said with a smile. Ling was reluctant to part with Fong Chun. She always felt that the latter seemed to have a very attractive temperament. However, all good things must come to an end. Brother Fong Chun, I'll look for you after I leave the Samsara Palace, Ling said with a smile. Fong Chun gently stroked Ling Er's head and said, Okay, come to the Heavenly Bone Palace to play with me anytime. Under the guidance of the Bone Progenitor, they quickly returned to the Golden Peak Island. What a strange feeling. When the two landed on the Golden Peak Island, Fong Chen's face was solemn as he recalled the experience just now. How was it? The Bone Progenitor said with a smile. What I used just now was the Space-Time Phantasm Demon Book. I noticed that you were stuck at a bottleneck and were only one step away from the complete realm, so I deliberately let you feel it. I see. Fong Chen nodded and was instantly enlightened. No wonder he felt that it could resonate with the space-time aura in his body. Master, I'll go get my wife, Fong Chen said. Fong Chen arrived at the Island Master's mansion with ease. He spread his divine sense and covered the entire Island Master's mansion. The smile on his face instantly froze. No longer? Where did she go? Fong Chen's face was a little gloomy. He did not restrain his aura. When the Vice Island Master found out, he immediately rushed over. Little Mouse and the other three came with the Vice Island Master. Boss, what's going on? Where's you? Fong Chen asked. Sister-in-law, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang stuttered and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Fong Chen. You tell me. Fong Chen turned to look at the Vice Island Master and said in a deep voice, Island Master, it's all my fault for not protecting Madam well, the Vice Island Master said apologetically. What's going on? Fong Chen asked coldly as he sensed that something was amiss. The Vice Island Master told Fong Chen everything that had happened. The latter clenched his fists tightly, his heart burning with rage. A mysterious expert forcefully took you away? Fong Chen asked coldly. Boss, that mysterious expert is too strong. The four of us couldn't even block a single move from him. We suspect that he's a God Emperor. The Little Mouse said, God Emperor Realm? Fong Chen frowned and immediately transmitted his voice to his master's Bone Progenitor. Voila! The void rippled, and the Bone Progenitor appeared. Master, do you know if there's a God Emperor in the God Realm who wears a purple robe with a red flower on his sleeve? His techniques are extremely strange, and he's extremely fast. Fong Chen asked according to the memories of the Vice Island Master and the Little Mouse. The Bone Progenitor thought for a moment and shook his head. There aren't many God Emperors in the God Realm. As long as someone becomes a God Emperor, it will definitely shake the entire God Realm. I've checked, and there's no such God Emperor in the God Realm. However, it's also possible that this God Emperor deliberately changed his appearance. By the way, boss, when we stopped that God Emperor, he seemed to have said something. The Little Mouse suddenly thought. He grabbed sister-in-law with one hand and said that she had a strange physique. The Phoenix clan. Fong Chen's mind was in a mess. His wife, Star and Moon, had been taken away by a mysterious God Emperor, and her whereabouts were unknown. Fong Chen, don't worry. If there's really such a God Emperor, I should be able to find out. The Bone Progenitor comforted him. Follow me back to the Celestial Bone Palace first. I'll ask the other powerful God Emperors for information. Fong Chen nodded. This was the only way now. In the end, Fong Chen, Little Mouse, and the others followed the Bone Progenitor back to the Celestial Bone Palace. A few days later, the Bone Progenitor returned without any results. The information that Fong Chen provided was too little. It was impossible to find out who the God Emperor was. After receiving this news, Fong Chen made a decision in his heart. He was going to the South Pole. Perhaps that God Emperor was related to the Phoenix clan. Boss, we'll go with you, the Little Mouse said. The four of you stay in the Celestial Bone Palace and break through to the God Emperor realm as soon as possible, Fong Chen said. The South Sea was vast and boundless. Coming to the South Pole again, Fong Chen was extremely anxious. I hope you will be fine. When Fong Chen was about to go to the territory of the Phoenix clan, he suddenly met four figures. Godly Emperor Destruction. The four of them recognized Fong Chun immediately when they saw him. Get out of my way. Fong Chen's face was gloomy as he said coldly. He was worried about the safety of his wife, Star and Moon. He did not want to waste time here. I've heard that you're very powerful, Godly Emperor Destruction. You're the strongest person below the God Emperors. I've been itching to fight with you for a long time. The person who spoke exuded the rich power of the creation rules of order. At the same time, he revealed his identity. He was one of the 6 godly emperors of the creation rules. The other 3 were also godly emperors of the creation rules of order. Get lost. Hearing the godly emperor creation's words, Fong Chun scolded without hesitation. Seeing this, the 4 godly emperors' faces were gloomy. They were a little unhappy. Godly Emperor Destruction, we are the same as you. We are also godly emperors of the creation rules. Aren't you looking down on us by scolding us like this? The godly Emperor Creation said, since you don't want to get lost, I'll make you get lost personally. Seeing Fong Chun take the initiative to attack, the godly Emperor Creation sneered. You're courting death. However, before he could make a move, he felt the space being squeezed. A terrifying force instantly swooped down. Dong! In Fong Chen's palm, the Titan Pagoda suddenly expanded and then smashed onto the godly Emperor Creation's body. The latter had almost no resistance and was instantly smashed into the ground. Creation. The other 3 godly emperors cried out when they saw this. Fong Chen's strength was already close to that of an emperor god. Activating the Titan Pagoda in anger, one could imagine the power. Boom! The godly Emperor Creation's battered body rushed out from the ground. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were scarlet. He looked at Fong Chun and said coldly, the godly Emperor Destruction is too strong. Let's attack together. The 4 godly emperors fought against Fong Chun. Good, very good. Fong Chen's face was cold. He held the Titan Pagoda in one hand and the hidden star sword in the other. Boom! The perfect sword body was fully activated and sword-shaped runes covered his body. The 24th level of the demonic dragon, Sky Devastating Sword, was instantly displayed. A terrifying black dragon let out a deafening dragon roar. Crack! The black dragon and the godly Emperor of Destiny's body collided and blocked the latter's attack. On the other hand, the Titan Pagoda suppressed the godly Emperor of Time in an unreasonable manner. The remaining godly Emperor of Space and the godly Emperor of Creation fought against Fong Chen's body. The shocking battle on the South Pole attracted the attention of the 3 beast clans. The 4 godly emperors floated in the clouds and looked at the battle below. They were all shocked. I didn't expect Fong Chen's strength to have grown to such a level. The 4 godly emperors of the laws are fighting against the godly Emperor of Destruction. It's really exciting. Looking at the situation, the godly Emperor of Destruction's strength can completely crush the other godly emperors. While the 4 godly emperors were talking, the battle below had already ended. Dong! The Titan Pagoda hit the godly Emperor of Creation and knocked him out. The immemorial soul refining art and the demonic dragon Sky Devastating Sword were displayed consecutively, forcing the 3 godly emperors into a miserable state. Bang! 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 The 3 godly emperors who barely blocked Fong Chen's attack retreated quickly and looked at Fong Chun in horror. Godly Emperor of Destruction, we have no grudge against you. This time, we just want to exchange pointers with you. That's right. Let's end the battle here. We are no match for you. Fong Chen's long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. At this moment, he was like a god of war. His aura was terrifying. Scram! Fong Chen shouted angrily. The 3 godly emperors took the unconscious godly Emperor of Creation and fled in a hurry. As for Fong Chun, he quickly went to the territory of the Phoenix clan. The shocking battle on the South Pole quickly spread throughout the divine world. As expected, it caused an uproar in the divine world. The name of the godly Emperor of Destruction resounded throughout the world. The godly Emperor of Destruction is too strong. That's right. He fought 4 divine emperors all by himself and still won. That's amazing. Countless true gods were discussing among themselves. Their hearts were trembling with fear. As for the emperor gods, they were shocked when they heard the news. Immediately, they unanimously agreed that Feng Chen's strength was close to the god-emperor realm. He was also the strongest godly emperor in this era. Chapter 1984. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the edge of the Antarctic continent, the previous battlefield was devastated. After all, the destructive power of a battle between divine emperors was quite terrifying. However, near the devastated battlefield, there was a mountain peak. A figure stood at the peak of the mountain. From the outside, this person looked like an ordinary person. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. His eyes were deep as he looked at Feng Chen, who was heading to the territory of the Phoenix clan, with a complicated smile on his face. 5 auras. It seems that you have killed the other successors. That's good. It saves me the trouble. The person muttered to himself, there will be a battle between you and me, but not now. After saying that, the person disappeared from the mountain peak in a flash. However, before the heat of the battle had died down, another piece of news caused a heated discussion in the god realm. The divine emperor of destiny announced that he would remove the title of rule. Many people were speculating whether this decision had something to do with his defeat to the divine emperor of destruction. All kinds of speculations were circulating in the streets. However, only the divine emperor of destiny knew best. He was just an impostor, and his purpose was to test the strength of the divine emperor of destruction and see how strong he was. In the territory of the Phoenix clan, long time no see, divine emperor of destruction. The Phoenix clan leader welcomed Feng Chen. The clan leader's face was full of smiles. After all, Feng Chen used to be the Phoenix clan's golden consecrator. Now that he was famous in the god realm, it was beneficial for the Phoenix clan. Clan leader, I want to see the ancestor. Feng Chen directly stated his purpose of visit. The ancestor is already waiting for you. The Phoenix clan leader said with a smile. Feng Chen was not surprised at all. After all, the Phoenix ancestor was an emperor god. Although he was only at the first level, he was still a real emperor god. Love, go little say, W. Chui had caused such a big disturbance in the Antarctic continent, so the 4 emperor gods must have known. After a while, Feng Chen arrived at the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan and met the Phoenix ancestor. Feng Chen, back then, I thought your potential was limitless. How long has it been? Your strength is already close to the God-Emperor realm. The Phoenix ancestor said, if you step into the God-Emperor realm one day, I wonder how strong you will be. Feng Chen wasn't in the mood to chat with the Phoenix Patriarch and directly asked, Patriarch, I came to the South Pole this time because I have something to ask you. Speak, said the Patriarch. There's no need to be so polite with me. Feng Chen nodded and said, Ancestor, my wife was taken away by a mysterious emperor god on Golden Summit Island. This god emperor seemed to recognize the Yin Phoenix physique. I would like to ask, is this person the Phoenix clan's hidden god emperor? The star and moon were taken away by the god emperor. Hearing that, the Phoenix clan's ancestors' expression changed. During this time, Feng Chen had been watching the Phoenix clan ancestor. He was carefully sizing him up to see if he was lying. The Phoenix clan doesn't have a god emperor hidden in the dark. The Phoenix clan ancestor laughed bitterly and spread his hands. If we did, we wouldn't have been forced to such a state by the 2 beast clans. Then do you know if there's a god emperor in the god realm who recognizes the Yin Phoenix physique? Or rather, is there a god emperor who has a close relationship with your Phoenix clan? Feng Chen continued to ask. The Phoenix clan ancestor thought for a while and shook his head in the end. There are only so many god emperors in the god realm. Even your master, the bone progenitor, doesn't know, let alone me. The Phoenix clan ancestor said, but don't worry, this god emperor might be related to the star and moon. A god emperor powerhouse could kill the star and moon as easily as taking something out of his pocket. However, he didn't hurt the star and moon. He only took them away. And from the looks of it, he seemed to recognize the star and moon's Yin Phoenix physique. Maybe he was related to the Yin Phoenix physique. Of course, this was all the Phoenix clan ancestors' guess. In fact, Fong Chun also thought of this, but he couldn't stay calm when it concerned his wife, the star and moon. Since you don't know, I'll take my leave first. Fong Chun cupped his fists. I'll send the Phoenix clansmen to gather information, the Phoenix clan ancestor said. Thank you. Then, Fong Chun turned and left. In the center of the Antarctic continent, Fong Chun met the Sky Rock clan ancestor when he passed through the Tianpeng clan's territory. Fong Chun. The Sky Rock clan ancestor looked at Fong Chun with a smile. Fong Chun frowned. Why did the Sky Rock clan ancestor stop him? I saw you killing everyone and suppressing the 4 divine emperors. Compared to your strength, you should be comparable to a god emperor powerhouse, right? The Sky Rock clan ancestor said with a smile. I'm itching to learn from the god emperor of destruction. Revenge for Fong Peng? Fong Chun exposed the Sky Rock clan ancestor's pretense. The Sky Rock clan ancestor wasn't angry and still looked at him with a smile. Because of you, Fong Peng destroyed his hope of entering the god emperor realm. If I don't do anything, won't I be laughed at by others? The Sky Rock clan ancestor said. You were too weak before, so I didn't bother to attack you. Now that you're on the same level as me, our battle can be considered a fair fight. When Fong Chun heard this, a mocking expression appeared on his face. You want to take revenge, but you need to find some high-sounding reason. What a joke. So you're saying that you agree? You can't stop me if I want to leave. Besides, I'm not afraid of you. Although Fong Chun's words were arrogant, they weren't without reason. This is the most arrogant divine emperor I've ever seen. Suddenly, the Demon Bird clan ancestor walked out from the darkness. Arrogant? Fong Chun didn't think he was arrogant. He had the strength to say such words. Virum, the terrifying aura descended again. Emperor God Xiao Luo and the Phoenix clan ancestor had arrived. Skyrock, you're an emperor god. Don't you think it's beneath you to attack a divine emperor? The Phoenix clan ancestor stopped him. Fong Chun, you go first. If Sky Rock wants to attack, I'll help you stop him. Phoenix clan ancestor, you're making no sense. You've seen Fong Chun's strength. He's almost on the same level as us. It's not inappropriate for Sky Rock to attack him. The Demon Bird clan ancestor sneered. Emperor God Xiao Luo's face was gloomy. Enough. Let Fong Chun leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being hostile. Emperor God Xiao Luo's strength was slightly above the 3 emperor gods. His words still had some deterrence. Xiao Luo, mind your own business, the Sky Rock clan ancestor said. He and the Demon Bird clan ancestor looked at each other. Then, their bodies flashed and turned into flowing light, rushing towards Fong Chun. Stop! The Phoenix clan ancestor and Emperor God Xiao Luo attacked together, but were stopped by the Demon Bird clan ancestor. Are you bullying me because I'm weak? With a cold smirk, Fong Chun's Herculean tower appeared in his hand and instantly expanded. Suppress. Perfect sword body combined with the Herculean tower and let out a boundless power. The tower hit the Sky Rock clan ancestor and forced him to retreat. At the same time, Fong Chun performed Demon Dragon Sky, Destroying Sword. A terrifying black dragon rushed towards the Sky Rock clan ancestor. Ding, ding, ding. Caught off guard, the Sky Rock clan ancestor was forced to retreat by Fong Chun. The scene shocked the other 3 emperor gods. This Emperor God Xiao Luo and the Phoenix clan ancestor opened their eyes wide and looked at Fong Chun in shock. The Herculean tower in Fong Chun's hand gave out a glaring light. That's a supreme grade, true god weapon? After the Sky Rock clan ancestor steadied himself, his face changed quickly and there was a flash of greed in his eyes. In the entire divine world, there are only a dozen supreme grade, true god weapons, and only the strongest emperor gods had them. I said before that if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Fong Chun smirked coldly. The earlier fight had already proven his power. His power was close to that of an emperor god. With the Herculean tower, he could definitely fight evenly with a level 1 emperor god. However, he couldn't defeat him. The Phoenix clan ancestor and Emperor God Xiao Luo stopped, and they were shocked. As expected of the bone progenitor's disciple, the Phoenix clan ancestor said, She thought the supreme-grade, true god weapon was given by the bone progenitor. The strongest emperor god in this universe era is really amazing, the emperor god Xiao Luo exclaimed. The demon bird clan ancestor and the sky rock clan ancestor looked at each other. They were embarrassed. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't be able to capture Fang Chun. The latter had the bone progenitor behind him. The sky rock clan ancestor only wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't dare to kill him. In that case, there was no chance. Lucky guy, the sky rock clan ancestor cursed in his heart. If he were to fight alone, he wouldn't be able to suppress Fang Chun. If he were to team up with the demon bird clan ancestor, the phoenix clan ancestor, and the emperor god Xiao Luo would definitely not agree. Chapter 1985. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Even though Ancestor Heavenly Rock really wanted to teach Fang Chun a lesson, he was helpless against the latter's strength. He could only watch as the latter left the South Pole. The four Emperor Gods looked at each other. Emperor God Xiao Luo said, "If you don't work hard, you will be surpassed by the younger generation." The trip to the South Pole was fruitless. This made Fang Chun even more anxious. Who took away his wife, Star and Moon? His priority now was to determine whether his wife was in danger. When he hurried back to the Heavenly Bone Palace, the bone progenitor happened to be there. Fang Chun. The bone progenitor called Fang Chun to his residence. "Asked around for you. There are only so many emperor gods in the divine realm. No one knows who the one you mentioned is." Fang Chun's face was solemn, and his eyes were filled with worry. "But you don't have to worry. The person who took away Star and Moon shouldn't have any bad intentions." The bone progenitor comforted him. "I heard about your battle in the South Pole. With your current strength, you are almost invincible in the divine emperor realm. I hope you can focus on cultivation and enter the emperor god realm as soon as possible. Once you enter the emperor god realm, your strength will increase again. Then, you may be able to find Star and Moon." Fang Chun nodded. He had calmed down from his initial panic. There was no point in being anxious now. If an Emperor God Realm expert wanted to hide, even his master, the bone progenitor, might not be able to find him, let alone him. After chatting with Fang Chun for a while, the bone progenitor changed the topic and asked about Fang Chun's recent difficulties in cultivation. "Are there any difficulties in cultivation recently?" the bone progenitor asked. Hearing this, Fang Chun temporarily put aside his worries and began to humbly ask for advice. "Master, my space-time phantasm demon tome is stuck at the last step. There's still something I don't understand." Fang Chun told the bone progenitor everything that he did not understand. After the latter heard it, he began to explain it to Fang Chun. "Love, go little say, in our space-time cultivation system, the space-time precepts are the most important and fundamental. The bone progenitor said, only when the precepts of time and the precepts of space are perfectly combined can they form the precepts of space-time. Only by completely comprehending the laws of space-time can one reach the pinnacle of the space-time cultivation system. The space-time phantasm demonic tome focuses on the laws of space-time, while the other laws are secondary." Following the bone progenitor's explanation, Fang Chun's mind exploded. The bone progenitor's words seemed to have opened a whole new door for him. The space-time cultivation system is truly profound. I still know too little. I need to work harder. After a long time, Fang Chun sighed. For the rest of the time, Fang Chun asked anything that he did not understand. The bone progenitor was very attentive to his favorite disciple and answered every question. Boom! At a certain moment, the terrifying power of space-time precepts suddenly emerged from Fang Chun's body. Then, he closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. His potential is not bad. Seeing this, the bone progenitor was very pleased. Among his 7 disciples, Fang Chun's potential was the strongest. Moreover, he had caught up from behind, and his strength had completely surpassed his 6 senior brothers. He was the strongest divine emperor in this universe era. Just this point alone was enough to go down in history. A divine emperor who could fight against a first-stage divine emperor. Just thinking about it made him excited. It's said that divine Emperor Swordless has a way of teaching his disciples. He has 3 divine emperors and 3 divine emperors. The latter is the only divine emperor who has an avatar. The bone progenitor sneered. I, the bone progenitor, am not bad either. Although none of my disciples are divine emperors can fight against divine emperors. At least in the current divine realm, only my disciple can do that. Moreover, the bone progenitor knew that Feng Chun would enter the divine emperor realm soon. At that time, his strength would definitely enter the 2nd stage. There is even a high possibility that he would reach the 3rd stage. Thinking about the faces of divine Emperor Swordless and the others, the bone progenitor felt very satisfied. The space-time energy surrounded Feng Chun, and his mind was filled with the space-time phantasm demon book's chant. Condense. With a light shout, Feng Chun successfully cultivated the 9th level of the space-time phantasm demon book. What a comfortable feeling. Feng Chun opened his eyes with a smile on his face. How is it? Do you feel that you are closer to the laws of space-time? The bone progenitor asked with a smile. Feng Chun nodded. The bone progenitor continued. Our space-time cultivation system is the darling of space-time. If we want to escape, no one in the divine realm can catch up to us. Teacher, can our space-time cultivation system reach the peak and become a cosmos god? Feng Chun suddenly asked. Hearing this, the bone progenitor's expression turned pale. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. Even though the space-time cultivation system was created by me, I feel that there are many loopholes and flaws. Perhaps only cosmos gods can perfect it. I believe that teacher will definitely become a cosmos god. Feng Chun said. The bone progenitor shook his head. It was extremely difficult to become a cosmos god. The bone progenitor had stepped into the ranks of the strongest god emperors for an unknown period of time. He could not advance any further. Becoming a cosmos god was out of his reach. You should cultivate well. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask me. The bone progenitor stood up and prepared to leave. Teacher, Feng Chun wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say it. There is no need to be polite with me. The bone progenitor said. Teacher, I wish to return to the lower realm and take a look. I can also settle down my family and friends. Feng Chun said in a low voice. Hearing this, the bone progenitor immediately understood the thoughts of Feng Chun. All right, I'll send you off. The bone progenitor said. His wife, Star and Moon, was taken away by a mysterious expert, and her whereabouts were unknown. This made Feng Chun very worried about his family in the lower realm. Furthermore, it had been a long time since he went back to visit them. It was time for him to make a trip back. Above the Sky Bone Palace, the bone progenitor floated in midair. With a wave of his palm, a terrifying black hole appeared in the void in front of him, penetrating through the entire world. You can go down from here, the bone progenitor said. In fact, with Feng Chun's current strength, he could use his own strength to tear through the void and force his way into the lower realm. However, the bone progenitor's methods were clearly stronger than his. Thank you, teacher. Feng Chun thanked him and immediately plunged into the black hole. The lower realm was boundless and extremely vast. At a glance, the entire lower realm was a vast ocean. On the ocean, there were countless Xiaohe points. Upon closer inspection, these Xiaohe points were archipelagos. On those archipelagos, there were countless islands. The lower realm of today had entered a period of rapid development. The overall strength of the warriors had increased by a large margin. Among them, the most famous was Green Bamboo Island. Its reputation even overshadowed the 4 great holy lands. The current owner of Green Bamboo Island was Feng Chun's disciple, Tian Xin. Green Bamboo Island had become the most sacred place for cultivation in the lower realm. Countless geniuses fought to enter this place. Within Green Bamboo Island, Tian Xin stood in the island master's residence and looked up at the blue sky with a melancholy look on his face. I have retraced the places that teacher has passed by. I have also defeated all of teacher's enemies in the past, Tian Xin muttered to himself. Now in the lower realm, there are not many people who can make me fight. However, how am I going to find my gate of guidance and enter the divine world to find teacher? Tian Xin was melancholy. He had already reached the eternal realm and was at the top of the lower realm. However, he was still unable to find his gate of guidance. I wonder how teacher is doing in the divine world. Thinking of his teacher, Tion Xan felt proud. The greatest fortune in my life is to be able to become teacher's disciple. Tion Xan smiled. With teacher's potential, you should be able to stand firm in the divine world now, right? Whoosh! Two peerless beauties suddenly appeared beside Tion Xan. Xan, what are you thinking about? The woman in the yellow dress asked with a smile. The woman in green opened her red lips and said, Exeter, your current strength is already at the peak of the lower realm. Moreover, you're not young anymore. It is time to think about your marriage. In the entire lower realm, who knew how many great clans wanted to marry the most precious daughter of their clan to Tion Xan. Once they married into Green Bamboo Island, they would be hugging a powerful thigh and their families would prosper easily. Even the four great holy lands had their eyes on Tion Xan. However, Tion Xan did not think about these things. Aunt Qing, Aunt Xan, you're still talking about me. Tion Xan turned his head and looked at the two women. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xan looked at each other, and a helpless look appeared on their faces. Who in this world is more outstanding than your teacher? Chapter 1986. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Am I that outstanding? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the void. In the next moment, the three of them, including Tion Xan, were stunned. They looked in the direction of the voice in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Master, is that you? After a short moment of shock, Tion Xan's face was filled with excitement. Master, is that you? As soon as Tion Xan finished speaking, Feng Chun walked out from the void. Feng Chun, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xan's eyes were filled with tears. They had forgotten how long it had been since they last felt this way. How have you been? Feng Chun nodded at Tion Xan, then looked at Bai Qingqing and Princess Xan. His expression changed as he spoke in a low voice. Master, why have you come back? Tion Xan rushed to Feng Chun's side and shouted excitedly. I came back to see how you're doing. After saying that, Feng Chun patted Tion Xan's shoulder gently. Tion Xan said tactfully, Master, accompany Aunt Qing and Aunt Xan first. I have some matters to attend to. After Tion Xan left, Feng Chun looked at the two girls quietly. Bai Qingqing's black eyes looked at Feng Chun, her face full of excitement. How have you been in the divine world? Very good. How about you two? Feng Chun asked. The two girls smiled bitterly. They had not been living well in the past few years. The news of Feng Chun's return to the lower world was only known by some of his friends and relatives on Green Bamboo Island. The leaders of the four great saint lands came to visit Feng Chun. Even Realm Master Fu Mo and Monarch Blackblade came. The island master's residence on Green Bamboo Island was very lively. Feng Chun was catching up with his old friends. Feng Chun, you are really amazing. How long have you been in the divine world? You are already able to return to the lower world. Yes, we have an expert like the bone progenitor in the lower world. Now that you've appeared, it's truly a blessing for the human race. At the banquet, the Black Blade Monarch and the others requested Feng Chun to give them some pointers. Feng Chun gladly agreed. He spent a total of 3 days to instruct all the top experts of a human clan in the lower realm. Some of them directly broke through on the spot. As a result, the crowd was even more shocked by Feng Chun's strength. What kind of unimaginable level had he reached? Holy Master, I came back this time to visit my family and friends, and also to bring some cultivation resources for the human race, Feng Chun said. Then, he took out a spatial ring that he had prepared and handed it over to the Holy Lord. After the Holy Lord dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership, he opened the spatial ring and was thoroughly shocked. This is too valuable. The competition in the divinity world is even more intense. You need it more than we do. The human Holy Master declined. However, Feng Chun shook his head. I don't need these things. Holy Master, please accept them. Choose some elites of the younger generation and give them some cultivation resources. Feng Chun said, There are some cultivation techniques in here, but because the overall strength of the mortal world is limited, I only chose some low-grade cultivation techniques. Feng Chun, you've done too much for the human race, the human holy master said in a low voice. Feng Chun grinned. This was his hometown, and he was also a part of the human race. After sending off the top experts of the mortal world, Feng Chun began to help Tian Xin find the gate of guidance. With Feng Chun's help, Tian Xin quickly found the gate of guidance and ascended to the divinity world. I still have some things to do. When I return to the divinity world, I'll look for you, Feng Chun said. After Tian Xin ascended, Feng Chun wanted to help by Qingqing and Princess Xin increase their strength, but the two women rejected him. One day, Feng Chun was talking with Luo Liuli when the Holy Master suddenly came to visit. Holy Master, what's the matter? Feng Chun pointed at the stone bench in the garden and asked with a smile. Feng Chun, I come to find you because I need your help with something. The human Holy Master pondered for a moment and said, However, this might bring you danger. You have to consider it carefully. Speak. Feng Chun smiled. To be honest, there was nothing in the mortal world that could threaten his life. Hearing this, the human Holy Master nodded and said, Ever since you ascended to the divinity world, the mortal world has been in a state of peace. However, not long ago, the entire lower realm was suddenly shaken. Soon, I discovered that a crack appeared at the border of the mortal world. Crack! Feng Chun's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The mortal world was a huge sealed space with a strong boundary wall around it. It was isolated from the void to ensure the safety of the mortal world. Now, a crack had appeared. Bring me there to take a look, Feng Chun said. The human Holy Master told Feng Chun the location, and the latter used the space-time illusion demon book. After a few breaths, they arrived at the border of the mortal world. The spiritual chi above the 9 heavens was extremely violent. Even life and death realm warriors would find it difficult to enter. Even eternal realm warriors would not be willing to come here. However, now that Feng Chun was standing there, the violent spiritual chi instantly became gentle. Standing in the clouds, Feng Chun's gaze fell on the heavens in the distance. There was a very small crack in the heavens. Feng Chun could feel a strong aura coming from outside the crack. Outside the mortal world, there should be space turbulence. Feng Chun said to himself. He then looked at the human Holy Master and said, Wait here. I'll go out and take a look. With that, Feng Chun went through the crack and came out of the void. Rumble. Terrifying space turbulence roared beside Feng Chun, but could not get close to him. The spatial turbulence was extremely dangerous for eternal realm warriors. However, it was nothing to Feng Chun, who was in the divine emperor realm. Space turbulence has its own rules. It should not collide with the mortal world, Feng Chun said with a frown. The mortal world had its own rules. The will of the universe would protect the mortal world's boundary wall from being damaged. Even divine realm warriors would have to pay a price if they wanted to enter the mortal world. It was absolutely impossible for a mere spatial turbulence to break through the barrier of the lower realms. What's going on? Feng Chun's divine sense spread out and instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. In the endless void, there was a dead silence. Darkness shrouded everything and nothing could be seen. Feng Chun's divine sense discovered one black hole after another and one spatial turbulence after another. After checking for a long time, he suddenly found something wrong. Immediately, Feng Chun's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of one of the space turbulence. It's this space turbulence that is hitting the mortal world's boundary wall, Feng Chun said to himself. His palm gently touched the space turbulence. The golden heart beat rapidly, and suddenly an evil aura escaped from it. Perceiving this evil aura, Feng Chun's face changed greatly. How could the aura of the Holy Light Temple appear here? Feng Chun was a little surprised. In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. Could it be that the Holy Light Temple controlled the space turbulence to hit the mortal world's boundary wall? But why would they do this? After discovering this doubt, Fang Chen's face became gloomy, and he continued to go deeper into the space turbulence. The deeper he went, the more serious his face became, because the evil aura was getting more and more serious. Could it be that there's a holy light temple nest here? Fang Chen thought. Thinking of this, he no longer went forward, but returned to the mortal world. Whoosh! In the sky, the human race's holy master anxiously waited for Fang Chen. Holy master, Fang Chen, what's the situation? The holy master hurriedly asked. It's nothing serious. You can go back first, Fang Chen said. The holy master nodded and left. Immediately, Fang Chen waved his hand, and a terrifying aura of array doubt instantly spread out. He was setting up an array. He wanted to use the array to cover the entire mortal world to protect the safety of the mortal world. Rumble. Not long after, an absolute God-level array was born. This was the strongest absolute God-level array that Fang Chen had set up so far. The mortal world's mortal world did not notice the existence of this array. After setting up the array, Fang Chen glanced in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. Before this, he had already settled his family and friends and left a lot of cultivation resources, enough to support their cultivation for hundreds of years. He had made too many enemies in the heavenly realm, so he did not want to bring them to the heavenly realm for the time being. Fortunately, I made a trip back. Immediately, Fang Chen quietly left the mortal world and appeared in the space turbulence outside the endless void. Chapter 1987. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Activating his perfect sword body, dense sword-shaped runes circulated, protecting Fang Chen's body. He could travel through the boundless void without any fear. Although the lower realm and the deity world were a whole universe, there were still differences. If the entire universe was compared to an egg, then the egg would be the egg. The lower realm universe was the egg white, which was also the most basic universe. And the deity world universe was the egg yolk, which was also the core and the highest level universe. Outside the lower realm universe was the endless void. Although the endless void was dangerous, it was targeted at the warriors in the lower realm universe. To Fang Chen and the others, it was nothing. They could travel through it easily. And outside the deity world universe was the chaotic void. The chaotic void was filled with extremely dense, chaotic aura. Even god emperors did not dare to enter it easily. Only cosmos gods could leave the deity world universe and go to a wider world. In the chaotic void, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the deepest part. Here there was a storm spring. A terrifying power was escaping from it. This is the core of the chaotic void, Fang Chen said. He carefully sensed that the evil aura in the storm spring was getting denser. There's a problem. Fang Chen approached the storm spring. His hands touched the storm spring. In an instant, the evil aura of the holy light religion emerged. Xiao, from a storm spring, a spear completely condensed by the evil aura pierced out. Pung! Seeing this, Fang Chen punched out, shattering the evil spear. Break! Immediately after, he let out a low roar. Boundless power burst forth from his body and directly enveloped the entire eye of the storm spring, forcibly shattering it. Voila! The storm spring was the root of the chaotic void. Once it shattered, the chaotic void would be completely chaotic and lost in the endless void. Brat, are you courting death? Suddenly, a voice came. Then, a heavenly god appeared from the evil aura. He was wearing armor and holding a battle axe. He stared coldly at Fang Chen. Remnants of holy light religion? When Fang Chen saw this, he confirmed his guess even more. Who are you? The armored man with the axe asked coldly. It is impossible for martial artists from the lower realms to come here. Are you from the deity world? So, the crack that appeared in the lower realm universe was caused by your holy light religion? Fang Chen asked. Kid, you know too much. The armored man with the axe waved his hand, and the axe whistled through the air, chopping towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's palms danced like a ghost as he slapped the man a few times. Immediately, The latter's body froze in midair. At this moment, the man with the axe finally felt fear. How is this possible? He was a celestial god realm cultivator, so it went without saying that the other party was a true god realm expert. Speak. Why is the Holy Light Temple here? Fong Chen coldly asked. Don't even think about getting any useful information out of me. The man with the axe said with a gloomy face. Pucci. Fong Chen pointed his finger, and both arms of the man with the axe were crippled. Trying to transmit your voice to others? Fong Chen sneered. Trying to play tricks in front of him. What a joke. Just kill me. The man with the axe screamed miserably, his face ferocious. Tell me everything you know. Fong Chen said. Impossible. The man with the axe screamed crazily. He would rather die than submit. Voila! The armored man with the axe was stared at by Fong Chen. In an instant, he fell into an illusion. Why are you here? Fong Chen asked. I am a celestial under Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. I am responsible for invading and controlling the lower realms. The man with the axe said. Who is Celestial Phenomenon Emperor? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor is an elder of the Holy Light Religion, responsible for a stronghold of the Holy Light Religion. The place I am guarding is a branch of the Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold. How many people are there in the branch? There are more than 700 people in the branch. Basically, they are all Celestial Phenomenon Emperors. Hearing this, Fong Chen frowned and continued to ask, why do you want to invade the lower realms? The hometown of the Celestial Emperor of Destruction is the lower realms. His family and friends are all in the lower realms. As long as you control it, you can control the Celestial Emperor of Destruction and make him obey the Holy Light Religion. Because of me, Fong Chen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his eyes were filled with killing intent. What is your plan? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor ordered us to sneak into the lower realms quietly. We are not allowed to be exposed. The Celestial Emperors of the Celestial Realm are extremely powerful. Once we launch a large-scale attack, we will be discovered by them. Our plan is to disguise ourselves as space turbulence and hit the boundary wall of the lower realms. Then, we will send Celestial Phenomenon Emperors into the lower realms. We will sneak into some big forces and secretly control them. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face changed greatly. So far, how many Celestial Phenomenon Emperors have entered the lower realms? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. 300 Celestial Phenomenon Emperors have entered the lower realms. According to the plan, it is estimated that in half a year, we will be able to completely control the lower realms. The man with the axe said woodenly, tell me the aura of those 300 Celestial Phenomenon Emperors. Fong Chen ordered. The man with the axe shook his head and said, His Majesty is afraid that there will be a mistake. Therefore, other than the 3 of them, no one knows who has entered the lower realms. Fong Chen clenched his fists, his face gloomy to the extreme. The Holy Light Religion was really unscrupulous in order to kill him. Where is your branch? Fong Chen asked. The storm spring that you destroyed before was the entrance to our branch. I was guarding it. Now that the storm spring has been destroyed, we can only enter the branch through the secret passage. The man with the axe said, Take me there. Under the control of Fong Chen's powerful illusion, the man with the axe had almost no resistance. He obediently led Fong Chen to the secret passage. A moment later, after passing through several space turbulence, they finally arrived in front of the secret passage. You've hidden it well, Fong Chen said. Immediately, he ordered the man with the axe to open the passage and take him into the branch's lair. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chen passed through the passage and came to an independent space. Establishing an independent space in the space turbulence, Fong Chen said gloomily. His finger gently touched the man with the axe, and the latter suddenly woke up. Why am I here? When the man with the axe saw Fong Chen, he panicked and wanted to escape. Die! He killed him with one blow. Immediately, Fong Chen's divine sense enveloped the entire independent space. In an instant, he found hundreds of holy light religion remnants hidden in the independent space. In a palace, The three god kings were discussing how to send the next batch of celestial phenomenon emperors into the lower realms. 300 celestial phenomenon emperors have been sent, plus this batch of 100 people. It's almost time to act. One of the god kings said, "We must control the lower realms quietly, and then let celestial phenomenon emperor come out and contact celestial destruction emperor." Humph! When the time comes, won't celestial destruction emperor be controlled by our holy light religion? The plan of the three god kings was very vicious. They used Fong Chen's relatives to threaten him. Remnants of holy light religion. Boom! Fong Chen was extremely furious in his heart. He directly released the terrifying aura of the divine emperor realm. Suddenly, the entire branch's countless celestial phenomenon emperors prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. What a strong aura. It's not celestial phenomenon emperor. Could it be that someone has broken into our branch? Let's go and see. The three god kings shot into the sky. Kill! Fong Chan shouted in a low voice and started a massacre. The three god kings had long been frightened by his aura and fled in panic. As for those celestial phenomenon emperors, they had no power to resist. In the blink of an eye, the independent space of the branch turned into a hell on earth. A moment later, hundreds of celestial phenomenon emperors were dead. Trying to escape? Fong Chun sneered. Immediately, he used the time illusion demon book and instantly appeared in front of the three god kings. Who are you? How dare you go against our holy light religion? You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me? With a thought, Fong Chun froze the space. The bodies of the three great divine kings were imprisoned in the void. He raised his fist and was about to kill the three of them when he suddenly thought of a problem. I can do this. Immediately, Fong Chen's face revealed a sinister smile. The three of you don't have to die for the time being. However, you have to help me do something. Chapter 1988. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In fact, with Fong Chen's strength, he didn't need their consent to control them. He planned to control the three divine kings, lure out Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, and completely destroy Celestial Phenomenon in one fell swoop. A moment later, the three divine kings were controlled by Fong Chun. The three of you stay in the branch and wait for Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's order. Fong Chun said, "Yes, master." The three divine kings said respectfully. Fong Chun nodded with satisfaction, then left the branch and went back the way he came. After returning to the universe of the lower realm, Fong Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He came at the right time, not late at all. Although the 300 divine kings sneaked into the lower realm, at least they didn't cause any substantial damage. Fong Chun spread out his divine sense and instantly locked onto the aura of the 300 divine kings. Although they tried their best to hide, they could at most deceive the human warriors in the lower realm. Fong Chen's primordial spirit had reached half a step into the fourth Yuan realm, which was comparable to a god emperor. Nothing could deceive him. What good method? Fong Chun sneered. The 300 divine kings were scattered on the major islands and secretly controlled the top forces on these islands. Even the 4 great holy lands had divine kings from the holy light religion sneaked in. In fact, what surprised Fong Chun the most was that there were several divine kings from the holy light religion on Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island. The entire Green Bamboo Island was shocked when Tian Xian ascended to the god realm. After the departure of Island Master Tian Xian, the 2 most prestigious people on Green Bamboo Island were Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. And it turned out that the 2 of them were fully capable of managing Green Bamboo Island. However, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred in the originally smooth succession of the Island Lord position. Elder Mu Ku, who had always been known for his gentle character, suddenly wanted to compete for the Island Master position. I, Mu Ku, am a meritorious elder of Green Bamboo Island. I followed Island Master Fong Chun to establish Green Bamboo Island. I think I am more qualified than Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian to be the Island Master. These are Mu Ku's words. He was the first elder to follow Fong Chun to consolidate the position of Green Bamboo Island. After so many years of bitter cultivation, his strength had already reached the limits of life and death realm. They were only one step away from entering the eternal realm. There were many of them on Green Bamboo Island. Muka said. Instantly, many people changed their minds and supported Elder Muku. For a moment, the Vice Island Master was caught in a dilemma. However, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian quickly came to an agreement. Since Elder Muku wanted to compete for the position of Island Lord fairly, they would appear to be too narrow-minded if they disagreed. This is the island he left behind. We can't let it fall into the hands of others, Bai Qingqing said. Today was also the day of the final battle. Elder Muk challenged the two women. As long as he could defeat one of them, he would be able to become the Vice Island Lord. If he could defeat both of them, he could become the Island Master. In the largest square of Green Bamboo Island, there was a sea of people. On the rostrum, the Vice Island Master stood quietly, personally presiding over the battle. Everyone, I won't go into the details. I'm sure everyone already knows. Let's begin. After saying that, the Vice Island Master's gaze fell on Elder Muk. The latter's figure flashed and appeared on the martial stage. You two, come at me together. Elder Muk's words were filled with arrogance. No need, Bai Qingqing said coldly. Soon after, she leaped onto the martial stage. You'll regret it. A vast aura erupted from Elder Muk's body as he attacked like thunder. Logically speaking, Bai Qingqing and Elder Muk's strength were about the same. However, the situation on the martial arts stage was one-sided. Elder Muk's thunderous attacks suppressed Bai Qingqing to the point that she couldn't retaliate. Bang! Elder Muk punched out, and Bai Qingqing's body was sent flying like a kite. Love go little say W, chew crash. Seeing this, Princess Xian stomped her feet and arrived on the martial stage, hugging Bai Qingqing. Are you all right? Princess Xian asked. Bai Qingqing shook her head, her face gloomy. Let's attack together so that I don't have to waste my time. There was an uproar in the square. The hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock and awe. Elder Muk, who had always kept a low profile, was actually so powerful. Has Elder Muk entered the eternal realm? The battle on the martial stage erupted again. However, something even more shocking happened. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian were unable to fend off Elder Muk's attack, even when they joined forces. Kill! A cold light flashed across Elder Muk's eyes. He was filled with killing intent. In the clouds, Fong Chun sneered. Soon after, he stretched out his big hand, causing the sky to change color. A terrifying force rushed down from the big hand and blasted toward Elder Muk. Dong! The entire martial stage shook. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. What's that? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the void. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chun appeared casually and landed on the martial stage. Are you all right? Fong Chun walked to the two women and took out 2 pills from his bosom, handing them to the 2 women. Eat this. Elder Muk got up from the ground. He was furious. Just as he was about to scold them, he suddenly realized that the person who came was Fong Chun. It's you? A trace of panic flashed across Elder Muk's eyes. What's wrong? Elder Muk, are you surprised to see me? There was a thunderous applause in the square. Everyone was welcoming the return of the human race hero with the most fanatical passion. You, Elder Muk said in a deep voice, since the Island Master is back, there is no need for me to continue fighting for the Island Master position. With that, Elder Muk wanted to leave. Elder Muk, don't you want to explain to me? Fong Chen asked. Explain what? Holy light religion. Swoosh! When Elder Muk heard this, his body trembled. He immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Green Bamboo Island. Die! Across the void, Fong Chun slashed out with his sword and killed Elder Muk. Island Master, Elder Muk has been possessed. Fong Chun briefly explained and then said, from today onwards, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian are both Green Bamboo Island Masters. With that, Fong Chun immediately left Green Bamboo Island and went to the 4 Great Holy Lands. At the same time, the same thing happened in the 4 Great Holy Lands. The Yuan race's holy land was the most dangerous. The Yuan demon sword noticed that something was wrong with the elders of the Yuan race. The latter knew that he had been exposed. He immediately used his true means and completely sealed off the entire Yuan race. From now on, I'm the patriarch of the Yuan race. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. The remaining Holy Light religion member said in a deep voice, I would rather die than submit. The Yuan demon sword took the lead to attack. The giant sword tore through the sky and swept across the world, ruthlessly slashing toward the remaining Holy Light religion member. Whoosh! The terrifying attack did not hurt the remaining Holy Light religion member. Instead, the latter held the Yuan demon sword in his hand. You dare to challenge me with a mere weapon? You're courting death. With that, the remaining Holy Light religion member exerted strength in his palm, wanting to crush the Yuan demon sword. Old friend, long time no see. Fang Chen appeared out of thin air and said with a smile while looking at the Yuan demon sword. You! The Yuan demon sword vibrated and let out a loud sword hum. Before the remaining Holy Light religion member could react, he was killed by Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen's consciousness locked onto the remaining Holy Light religion members who had sneaked into the Yuan race and killed them all. The primordial demon sword lay beside Fang Chen, looking very intimate. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the Yuan race would have disappeared from history. The Yuan demon sword said, After I deal with the crisis in the lower realm, I'll give you an opportunity. Fang Chen said. Next, Fang Chen solved the crisis of the spirit race, the human race, and the Luo race. In just 3 days, he killed all the 300 Holy Light religion members who were hiding in the lower realm. The crisis in the lower realm was quietly solved by Fang Chen. On this day, Fang Chen once again came to the Yuan race. It seems that you're doing well in the God realm. The Yuan demon sword said. I'll give you an opportunity, but I have a condition. Fang Chen said. What condition? I can raise your grade to the level of a treasure in the God realm. Your task is to guard the lower realm. As long as there are enemies invading, you have to expel and destroy them. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the Yuan demon sword vibrated. The level of a treasure in the God realm was the realm it dreamed of. Okay, I promise you. Because it was connected to the Yuan demon sword, it was relatively easy to forge it. The materials for the forging were all prepared. Are you ready? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 1989. A genius will remember love in 1 second. I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. After everything was ready, Fang Chen began to work in the Yuan tribe's ancestral land. Buzz! With a thought, a terrifying flame burst out and enveloped the entire Yuan demon sword. The current Fang Chen strength was no longer the same as before. His control over flames had naturally reached the point of perfection. Moreover, the undying flame had reached its limit. Even an immortal king would be injured if they touched it. The first step was to refine the original demon sword. This was a piece of cake for Fang Chen. In a few breaths' time, the original demon sword was completely refined. Then, Fang Chen took a deep breath and put the materials he had prepared into the liquefied original demon sword. Then, the undying flame burned the sword again. The entire process only took half an hour. The original demon sword was formed again. Although it was in the simplest shape, it was enough to shock the entire Yuan tribe. What a powerful aura. The original demon sword has become stronger. Yeah, I didn't expect our Yuan tribe's treasure to be like this one day. Thanks to Fang Chen. Luckily, we didn't offend him back then. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The leader of the Yuan tribe stood in the square quietly. His dark eyes stared in the direction of the ancestral land. Just the aura of the original demon sword was enough to make his heart tremble. What level has this guy reached? The leader of the Yuan tribe muttered to himself. The process of refining the original demon sword was very easy. However, just as the refining was about to be completed, something unexpected happened. Between heaven and earth, terrifying sword qi instantly attacked, surging into the Yuan race's ancestral land. Then, Fang Chen felt his mind vibrate. The next moment, his body was filled with a strong sword chi. When Fangchen saw this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he froze for a moment. Only then did he realize. He had been stuck at the saint level for a long time, but he had unintentionally broken through to the absolute god level. In that case, I'll refine you into a true god weapon. Originally, Fangchen had planned to forge the Origin Demon Sword into a top-quality, heavenly divine artifact. But now, he had enough strength to refine the Yuan Demon Sword into a true god weapon. The Demon Origin Sword seemed to have sensed the change in Fangchen. It hummed happily in response to Fangchen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The forging process continued. As Fangchen forged, he tried to learn more about the absolute god-class swordsmith. Fangchen had known this a long time ago. Forging a sword was akin to comprehending it. 6 hours later, Dong. Inside the Yuan race's ancestral land, a deafening sword cry erupted. Immediately after, a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. A thunderous pressure swept through the Yuan clan. Even the Yuan clan master was unable to move under the pressure. What happened? Some of the Yuan race clansmen who didn't know what was going on cried out. They had just experienced a shock within the clan, and now such a tyrannical aura had appeared. It was no wonder that they were shocked. Did you succeed? The Yuan clan master's body trembled. His face was full of excitement. Inside the ancestral land, Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. Sword chi surrounded him. Low-grade, true god weapon. Looking at the Yuan demon sword in his hand, Fangchen grinned. Although it was only low-grade, it was still a true god weapon. No one in the entire lower world could withstand the attack of the Yuan demon sword. Thank you. The Yuan demon sword transmitted its voice to Fangchen. It was very excited. After becoming a true god weapon, the Yuan demon sword also knew about the weapon grades in the god realm. It was extremely shocked. Loved, go, little, say, W, chew, with your strength. You can easily destroy the lower world's universe. Don't make a move unless you have no other choice, Fangchen warned. Don't worry, starting today, I'll help you guard the lower world. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the lower world will have to go through me first, the Yuan demon sword said confidently. Fangchen nodded. With the Yuan demon sword's current strength, even if a heavenly god caused trouble, he could completely suppress it. Under everyone's gaze, Fangchen left the Yuan clan's ancestral land with the Yuan demon sword. How was it? The Yuan clan master was a little impatient. Clan master, the Yuan demon sword has been refined. Take a look. I'll be leaving first. The Yuan clan master wanted to say something, but Fangchen had already disappeared. On Green Bamboo Island, Fangchen refined the green bamboo array and directly upgraded it to an absolute god array. Moreover, the array's control center was in the hands of Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. Any expert who sneaked in would definitely trigger the array. After Fangchen's refinement, Green Bamboo Island's defense could be said to be the strongest in the lower world. At the same time, he also left a lot of cultivation resources and some powerful techniques. After ensuring that there were no remnants of the Holy Light sect in the lower world, Fangchen quietly left the lower world. How was it? Did Celestial Phenomenon Emperor contact you? Outside the void, Fangchen contacted the 3 godly kings. Not yet. One of the godly kings replied. The 3 of you take the initiative to contact Celestial Phenomenon Emperor and say that the matter has been settled. The lower world is completely under your control, Fangchen said. The 3 godly kings began to contact Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. A moment later, one of them said, Master, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has received the news. He wants us to continue to control the lower world. Soon, he will secretly find you in the God realm. Hearing this, Fangchen was secretly delighted. Then, he used the illusion technique to kill the 3 godly kings. It was better to be safe than sorry. He was not willing to let the lower world suffer any kind of harm. After all, his family and friends were there. God realm, South Tomb, Sword Palace territory. After Fangchen returned to the God realm, he immediately rushed to the South Tomb, Sword Palace territory. With his current strength, His appearance in the South Tomb Sword Palace territory was instantly known by the Death God Emperor and other higher-ups. However, they did not dare to act recklessly. What is Fang Chun doing in the South Tomb Sword Palace territory? The Death God Emperor had been paying attention to Fang Chun. Soon, Fang Chun found the servant hall of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Tian Xin. His consciousness enveloped the servant hall and found Tian Xin. Sparring partner? Fang Chun frowned. Back then, he was forced to come to the servant hall as a sparring partner. Handyman Hall, Cultivation Square. Kid, come over here and be my sparring partner. An upper-level 10,000 ancient realm guy scolded Tian Xin. Why should I be your sparring partner? Tian Xion's temper was very strong. He rejected directly. Bang. However, he was answered with a pair of iron fists. This person's strength was much stronger than Tian Xion's. He sent Tian Xin flying with one punch. If I tell you to be my sparring partner, you have to be my sparring partner. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Do you believe me? The person said fiercely. In the training square, the other disciples shook their heads. They looked at Tian Xin with sympathy in their eyes. This guy is finished. Yeah, if he's chosen by this demon, he'll be killed in a few days. This guy is crazy. In just half a month, he's already killed 5 sparring partners. Who asked him to be so strong? What can we do? Some sparring partners gathered together. They prayed in their hearts that they wouldn't be chosen by the servant hall disciple. Otherwise, they might die. In the divine world, the strong were respected. It was the same in the servant hall. Tian Xin was furious, but he compromised. I can't be impulsive. Wait for Master to come, Tian Xin said to himself. Then, he stood up and walked towards the disciple who was called a demon. You're asking for a beating. The person said coldly. Go over there and stand with the wooden stake. I'm going to start cultivating. Tian Xion's face was expressionless as he stood in front of the wooden stake. Boom! The person clenched his fists, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. He was very strong. He clenched his fists, and the air shook. He faced Tian Xin and punched him. Bang! However, everyone thought that Tian Xin would be seriously injured and fall to the ground. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Tian Xin was still standing there quietly. The person who punched him was sent flying. The person screamed miserably. His fist was broken, and he spat out blood. His face was pale. How dare you touch my disciple? At this moment, Fang Chun appeared and said coldly, Who are you? An elder the odd job hall berated loudly. Fang Chun unleashed his divine Emperor Realm aura. Immediately, the higher-ups of the servant hall rushed over. What's going on? Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1990. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fellow Taoist, what brings you to the South Tomb Sword Palace Servant Hall? The Servant Hall Master purposely emphasized the words Sword Palace of the South Tomb to inform Fang Chun. This was the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. You'd better not mess around, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Why am I here? Of course I'm here to pick up my disciple, Fang Chun said indifferently. The upper echelons of the servant hall were not strong enough to come into contact with the upper echelons of the divine world. Naturally, they did not know Fang Chun, so they did not know that the killing god in front of them was someone that even the swordless emperor could not handle. May I ask who your disciple is? Why is he in the servant hall? The servant hall master asked. Although he had the South Tomb Sword Palace as his backer, the servant hall master did not dare to be careless in front of someone he could not see through. Fang Chun pointed at Tian Xin, who was beside the wooden stake, and said, He is my disciple. If I had come a little later, my disciple would have been beaten to death. Obviously, Fang Chun was extremely dissatisfied with the servant hall. The Eternal Realm cultivator who had reprimanded Tian Xin and treated him as a sparring partner was shocked, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? How can a guy in the Eternal Realm have such a strong backer? The man's expression changed, and he was terrified. This person's strength is very strong. Even the servant hall master is so respectful to him. He kept praying in his heart that Fong Chun would not lower himself to his level. On the training square, the other sparring partners and disciples were dumbfounded as they watched all of this. This brat is really lucky. He actually has such a strong disciple. Yeah, looks like he doesn't need to be a sparring partner in the servant hall. From now on, his days will soar. Sigh, I really envy him. Many people were paying attention to the progress of the matter. Tian Xin, come with me. Fong Chun glanced at the person who had treated Tian Xin as a sparring partner and said softly. In his opinion, Eternal Realm cultivators were not worth his time. Tian Xin nodded and walked to Fong Chen's side. Fellow Taoist, Tian Xin is a sparring partner of the servant hall. You can't take him away. The servant hall master stopped him. Our South Tomb Sword Palace has a rule that no one is allowed to leave before reaching the age limit. Rules are dead, but people are alive, Fong Chun said. Is the handyman hall going to stop me from leaving with my disciples? Fong Chen's words made the odd job hall master somewhat displeased. Fellow cultivator, although you are very powerful, if you don't follow the rules, don't blame the Sword Palace of the South Tomb for being impolite. The servant hall master used the Sword Palace of the South Tomb to scare Fong Chun. Hearing this, Fong Chun shrugged. Whatever. He did not have time to waste on these weak martial artists. He took Tian Xin and prepared to leave. However, the upper echelons of the odd job hall glanced at each other and immediately joined hands to attack. Leave this child behind. The servant hall master bellowed, and the upper echelons joined hands to encircle Fong Chun. Master, Tian Xin reminded in a low voice. Fong Chun frowned and was somewhat displeased. You don't know what's good for you. Then, the sword-shaped runes around his body circulated, and his physical defense was raised to the strongest. Dong! Those attacks landed on his body as if they were scratching an itch. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the odd job hall who attacked him suffered a strong backlash and were sent flying. Whoosh! The entire cultivation square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were dumbfounded. Fong Chun was too powerful, wasn't he? Without even moving, he sent all the upper echelons of the odd job hall flying. The servant hall master and the others were shocked. They looked at Fong Chen's back view in disbelief and did not dare to stop him. Love, go little, say, W. Chu, however, at this moment, the space above the odd job hall fluctuated greatly, and a terrifying pressure instantly spread out. A projection appeared in the clouds, overlooking the area below. What kind of ability is it to bully weak martial artists? Isn't it demeaning for the God Emperor of Destruction to do this? The projection of the God of Death appeared, and the terrifying aura caused the disciples of the odd job hall to tremble. God Emperor. The servant hall master and the others were shocked and shouted. The appearance of the God of Death greatly raised the morale of the odd job hall. They looked at Fong Chun fiercely and thought to themselves, let's see how you're going to be arrogant now. Fong Chun raised his head and looked at the God of Death. He then said, why? God of Death wants to attack me? If it weren't for the fact that we are in a special period now and the God of Death can't attack, you wouldn't be alive now. The God of Death hated Fong Chun greatly and could not wait to tear him into pieces. In that case, I'll take my leave. Fong Chun spread his hands and did not bother with the God of Death. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Do you think that the South Tomb Sword Palace is a place where you can come and go as you please? The God of Death's face was gloomy. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void collapsed, and a terrifying black vortex appeared as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. Umph, at least you were quick to escape. The God of Death snorted, and his projection disappeared. Everyone in the odd job hall was shocked. Gosh, how strong is Tian Xion's master? The God of Death is the most powerful expert in the divine world. Even he can't stop that person from leaving? I seem to have heard the God of Death call him the God Emperor of Destruction. What? He is the God Emperor of Destruction? No wonder he is so strong. In an instant, everyone in the odd job hall was talking about the God Emperor of Destruction. Skybone Palace. Master, is this the Skybone Palace? Tian Xian looked around curiously. He was shocked. Although he was considered an expert in the lower world, he realized how small he was after coming to the divine world. Any random person from the God world would be an eternal realm expert. As for his master, the aura he emitted made even Tion Xian's heart palpitate. That's right. This is the Sky Bone Palace created by our human ancestor, the Bone Progenitor. Feng Chun patiently introduced it to Tion Xian. The Sky Bone Palace is one of the top 7 forces in the divine world. It is located in the extreme north. The Bone Progenitor is so powerful. He actually created such a powerful force. Tion Xian was shocked. Feng Chun nodded. After giving a simple introduction of the Heavenly Bone Palace, he said, "Your current strength is still not enough to train in the divine world. Cultivate in the Sky Bone Palace and reach the 9th level of the Eternal Realm as soon as possible. Then, break through to the Soul Transformation Realm. Master, don't worry. I will not let you down." Tion Xian's eyes were burning as he nodded. After settling Tion Xian, Feng Chun asked the 4 little ones to protect and teach Tion Xian. Then, he prepared to look for the Bone Progenitor. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and was stunned for a moment. Then, a bright smile appeared on Feng Chun's face. "I didn't expect that Qing Ho would come to the divine world too." After returning to the lower world, Feng Chun met many of his friends and family. However, he did not see the old faker and Qing Ho. They were in seclusion, and Feng Chun did not disturb them. When he went to pick Tion Xian up, Feng Chun secretly left a trace of his mark in the servant hall. Whenever an ascender appeared, the mark would be automatically triggered. At this moment, he felt the mark flickering. Through the mark, he found that Qing Ho had come to the servant hall. Let's go pick him up first. When they were in the lower world, Qing Ho and Feng Chun were good brothers. They had joined the Sky Puppet Clan together. Later, because of some things, the two of them separated. As time passed, Qing Ho's talent in puppetry became more and more obvious. His research on the Tao of puppetry had also become more thorough. After him, Qing Ho was the only one who had ascended to the divine world from the lower world with his own efforts. From this, one could see how strong Qing Ho's potential was. Taking the cross-region teleportation array, he quickly arrived at the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. Rumble. However, before he could go to the servant hall, the Death God Emperor's projection descended. "Feng Chun, you have come to the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory time and time again. Do you really think that I am afraid of you?" The Death God Emperor said coldly. "Hurry up and leave, or I will take action to suppress you." Boom! As soon as the Death God Emperor finished speaking, a terrifying power blasted towards Feng Chun. The latter's figure flashed and dodged the Death God Emperor's attack. "Death God Emperor, if I want to leave, can you stop me? Can you stop him?" Feng Chun sneered. "Try me." The Death God Emperor bellowed as he stretched out his hand and swooped down to suppress Feng Chun. "Junior brother, quickly stop." The Black Emperor's voice sounded in the Death God Emperor's ears. Chapter 1991. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Seeing Feng Chun leave, the Death God Emperor was furious. Love go little, say, Wang Tzu Black Emperor appeared beside him in time and stopped him. "Junior brother, you are too rash. The God Emperor of Destruction's words are not a joke. Before the gathering of the God Emperors, it is better not to attack him." Senior brother, you saw it too. This person is too arrogant. He does not care about the South Tomb Sword Palace at all. The Death God Emperor said coldly. Moreover, have you forgotten the blood feud between the South Tomb Sword Palace? Black Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wanted to kill Feng Chun, but he could not do so. We cannot bear the anger of the God Emperor of Destruction. However, junior brother, you don't have to worry. The gathering of the God Emperors is coming soon. I heard that after the 10 strongest God Emperors had a discussion, more than half of them voted for Feng Chun and agreed to let him attend the gathering as a God Emperor. Black Emperor said. What? Hearing that, the Death God Emperor's face changed and he shouted. However, after a while, he smiled eerily. During the gathering of the God Emperors, I will tear him into pieces, the Death God Emperor said coldly. Fang Chun used the space-time fantasy demon book and escaped from the attack range of the Death God Emperor. Soon, he came to the servant hall again. The servant hall, which had calmed down, was shaken again. Lord God Emperor of Destruction. Previously, the Odd Hall Master had even attacked Fang Chun. However, all this time, the Odd Hall Master had respectfully addressed Fang Chun as Lord. Experts would be respected no matter where they went. "I'm here to pick up someone. Is there a problem?" Fang Chun asked. "Of course, there is no problem. Lord God Emperor, you can pick up anyone you want," the servant hall master said with a smile. What a joke. Even the Death God Emperor did not want to show up. What could he, the servant hall master, do? Ching Ho. Fang Chun's eyes fell on Ching Ho among the sparring partners. After the baptism of time, Ching Ho's face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, from his eyes, it could be seen that he was unwilling to be mediocre. Fang Chun. Ching Ho widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. He didn't expect to meet his good brother Fang Chun as soon as he arrived in the God realm. Even the Odd Job Hall Master was respectful to him. "Ha ha, kid, you're doing pretty well in the deity world." Under everyone's gaze, Ching Ho walked to Fang Chun's side and punched Fang Chun on the shoulder. "Let's go. Let's leave this place first," said Fang Chun. Then he grabbed Ching Ho and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, the Odd Job Hall Master wiped the sweat from his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. On the way back to the Celestial Bone Palace, Ching Ho and Fang Chun chatted a lot. "I went back to the lower realm previously and was in seclusion, so I didn't disturb you. Who would have thought that you would ascend to the God realm in the blink of an eye?" said Fang Chun with a smile. Ching Ho's cultivation had reached the eternal realm. However, his attainments in the puppet Dao were obviously stronger. This is the God realm. Experts are as common as clouds. Ching Ho sighed. "How's your puppet Dao?" asked Fang Chun. "It's okay. I feel that I've reached my limit and can't improve anymore." Ching Ho was a little annoyed. "It's okay. When we return to the Celestial Bone Palace, I'll recommend you to a puppet master. You can cultivate with him." When they were about to return to the Celestial Bone Palace, Fang Chun suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. "Brother Fang, what's wrong?" Ching Ho felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. "Brother Ching Ho, the Celestial Bone Palace's virtual city is in front. Take this token and say that you're Fang Chun's good brother. The virtual city's master will personally send you back to the Celestial Bone Palace. I have some things to do. I'll look for you when I'm done," Fang Chun said. Ching Ho nodded and left with the token. At this time, Fang Chun transmitted his voice to the bone progenitor. "Master." Fang Chun's voice was very urgent. The bone progenitor was a little confused about what had happened. "Fang Chun, what's wrong? Are you in danger?" "Master, I might have found the address of the Holy Light Religion's Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold," Fang Chun said. "What? Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold?" Upon hearing this, the bone progenitor immediately wanted to come over, but was stopped by Fang Chun. Fang Chun told the bone progenitor everything that happened in the lower realm. The latter was in a good mood after hearing this. "Ha ha ha, you did a good job. I won't go over for the time being, but I'll keep an eye on you with my divine sense. Keep in touch with the Celestial Phenomenon Emperor and don't alert him," the bone progenitor said. Okay. After communicating with the bone progenitor, Fang Chun opened the message again. It was a message from a stranger. "Celestial Emperor of Destruction, I've investigated your background very clearly. You ascended from the lower realm of the universe. Your family and friends are all in the lower realm. Who are you?" Fang Chun pretended to ask. "It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that the lives of your family and friends are in my hands. Don't try to contact the bone progenitor, or I'll make you regret it." Fang Chun pretended to be flustered and hurriedly said, "No, you can't do anything rash. I can promise you anything you want." Upon hearing this, a voice came from the Jade Communication Pendant again. "I'm on a mountain peak thousands of miles away from Illusionary City. Come here to find me. Remember, if you expose my whereabouts, you'll have to wait to collect their corpses." Fang Chun looked up, glanced into the distance, and then turned into a shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few breaths, Fang Chun arrived at the designated mountain peak. I'm already here. Where are you? Fang Chen asked. Suddenly, a voice came from the void, as expected of the celestial emperor of destruction. You got guts. Who the hell are you? Fang Chen frowned and asked in a low voice. You can call me Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. The voice came again from the void. Tell me, what do you want? Fang Chen spoke while observing the surroundings. He couldn't find any trace of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, which made him very surprised. Did the latter have some kind of treasure to hide his aura? Celestial Emperor of Destruction, I won't beat around the bush with you. To tell you the truth, I'm an elder of the Holy Light sect. I'm here to win you over to join the Holy Light sect. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. Impossible, Fang Chen said. If he agreed directly, wouldn't it arouse Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's suspicion? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The day when our Holy Light sect unifies the heavenly realm is coming. As long as the sect leader comes out, the heavenly realm will be leveled. Then why did you come to me? Fang Chen said coldly. Celestial Emperor of Destruction, we've been secretly watching you. Your potential is beyond our expectations. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're the most monstrous genius in this universe era. If such a genius can join our Holy Light sect, the sect's strength will definitely soar. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said, think about it. What can you get in the heavenly realm? You can't get anything. If you join the Holy Light sect, after the Holy Light sect unifies the heavenly realm, the sect leader will bestow you a piece of land. He will provide you with countless cultivation resources and can even guide you to become a cosmos god. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. All of this was captured by Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, who was hiding in the dark. He coldly looked at Fang Chen and continued to tempt him. Joining the Holy Light sect means betraying the heavenly realm. I can't do such a thing. Fang Chen said, release my family and friends, and I can agree to your other conditions. Other conditions? What a joke. If I ask you to kill the bone progenitor, can you do it? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor sneered. I only have one condition, and that is for you to join the Holy Light sect. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Hearing the words of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, Fang Chen became anxious. No, he showed a painful struggle. After a long time, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, aren't you afraid that I will pretend to join, save my family, and betray you? We will naturally take precautions against this. After you join the Holy Light sect, we will plant a holy seed in your body. Your body will forever be marked by the Holy Light sect, and you will never betray us. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said, the Holy Light sect can satisfy your every need and give you the greatest power. After the sect leader flattens the heavenly realm, you will be the new master of the heavenly realm. On the surface, Fang Chen pretended to struggle, but in reality, he was secretly looking for traces of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. Teacher, can you find traces of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has a treasure that can conceal his aura. I can only vaguely sense his approximate location. Bone Progenitor said. Then what should we do? Can we capture him? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 1992. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen stared at the void, but could not find Tian Myriad Divine Emperor. Even his master's Bone Progenitor could not pinpoint the latter's whereabouts. From this point, it could be seen that Tian Myriad Divine Emperor was very cunning. You can choose not to agree, but your loved ones will fall in the long river of time. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's voice came again. Fang Chen frowned and looked around, showing a painful expression. You don't have to look for them. Even the God Emperor can't find me. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor said. Fang Chen said, if you want to make a deal with me, you have to show your sincerity. Don't try to threaten me with my loved ones. Hearing this, Tian Myriad Divine Emperor thought for a moment. Then, ripples appeared in the space, and he appeared. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor. Fang Chen's eyes were deep as he stared at the latter. The latter was wearing a cloth robe and had a faint smile on his face. What do you think? Tian Myriad Divine Emperor asked with a smile. Feng Chen pondered for a moment and then said, I can agree to your request, but you have to let my loved ones go. In what? The potential of the godly Emperor of Destruction was obvious to all in the God realm. If he could win him over to Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's stronghold, it would definitely be a great achievement. At that time, the sect leader might even give him treasure. I can join the Holy Light religion, but only for 100 years. After 100 years, I will withdraw from the Holy Light religion. During this period, I will not make a move against the cultivators of the God realm. Feng Chen said coldly, If you agree, then deal. If you don't, then forget it. Feng Chen showed a resolute attitude, but when he heard him agree, Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's hanging heart was relieved. No problem. Although Tian Myriad Divine Emperor agreed, he sneered in his heart. Once you join the Holy Light religion, everything will be under our control. Then let my loved ones go. Feng Chen said, I have to plant the holy seed in your body first before I can let them go. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor said. Before he had complete control over Feng Chen, there were countless possibilities. He didn't dare to take the risk. Then let's begin. I can't plant the holy seed in you alone. I need the help of other elders. Tian Myriad Godly Emperor said, Come back with me. In the end, under Feng Chen's disguise, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor sealed Feng Chen's true divinity force, cutting off his connection to the outside world. Of course, this restriction only applied to Celestial Phenomenon Deity Sovereign. Feng Chen followed Tian Myriad Godly Emperor to the stronghold. So what if he's a monstrous genius? In the end, didn't you still join the Holy Light religion? Tian Moon's deity emperor glanced at Feng Chen and sneered. After imprisoning the latter's true god power, he had already used the unique means of Holy Light religion to confuse him. Right now, he had no defense at all. He was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded by anyone. Master, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor, is taking me to the stronghold. Don't worry. Feng Chen secretly transmitted to his master, the bone progenitor. The latter said, You must pay attention to your safety. Don't worry. Once I determine the stronghold, I will immediately inform Master. Feng Chen said. In fact, Feng Chen dared to let go of his body and mind to be imprisoned by Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor because he was not afraid at all. Although Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor's means were strange, Feng Chen had the golden heart in his body, which cleverly absorbed the former's power. However, he still pretended to be controlled by Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor in order to find a stronghold. After passing through countless voids, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor used the unique means of Holy Light religion to take Feng Chen to a very hidden place. Where is this? Feng Chen was a little puzzled. He had never heard of such a place. Elder Demon Shine, come out. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said loudly to the mountain stream. Suddenly, an elder in a black robe walked out. How is it? Did you succeed? Elder Demon Shine asked with a smile. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor nodded and pointed at Feng Chen. Elder Demon Shine, please implant the holy seed in him. Ha ha ha, monstrous genius? I think it's more appropriate to call him a fool. Elder Demon Shine said, After implanting the holy seed, we will completely destroy the lower realm universe. It will also serve as a warning to the God Emperor powerhouses in the divine realm. My Holy Light religion is not so easy to bully. This kid is a person who values friendship. That's why we chose to start with his family. Sure enough, we succeeded. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said. Elder Demon Shine nodded and asked, No one followed us, right? Don't worry. It's not like you don't know my means. Even his master, the bone progenitor, can't find me. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said. From the two remnants of Holy Light religion, he learned that this was not Celestial Phenomenon's stronghold. Isn't Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor too cautious? Must he implant the holy seed in me before bringing me to the stronghold? Feng Chen thought to himself, what exactly is the holy seed? Just as Feng Chen was thinking, Elder Demon Shine suddenly made his move. Traces of black light emerged from his body. These black lights condensed into a black seed in the sky. Holy light appear. Feng Shen was still thinking about how he could block the holy seed without alerting anyone. However, when he felt the holy seed's aura, he changed his mind. The golden heart was beating extremely fast. It seemed to be obsessed with the holy seed's aura. Can you eat it? Feng Shen asked. The golden heart was actually responding to Feng Shen. Seeing this, Feng Shen was secretly delighted. He let the holy seed drill into his body. Elder Demon Shine waved his palms, his lips chanting complex incantations. Half an hour later, the holy seed drilled into Feng Shen's body. The black aura enveloped Feng Shen and completely changed Feng Shen's body. Whoosh! After doing all this, a black light flashed between Feng Shen's eyebrows. Ha ha ha! It's a success. Elder Demon Shine retracted his hand and laughed. The godly Emperor of Destruction has unparalleled potential. If nurtured properly, it won't take long for him to step into the godly Emperor realm. Tian Myria Divine Emperor said, let's bring him back to the celestial phenomenon stronghold and give him a lot of resources to cultivate. Okay, the two elders left with Feng Shen. At this moment, Feng Shen was observing the changes in the holy seed. The moment the holy seed entered his body, he felt his primordial spirit tremble. However, after a breath, the aura that emerged from the golden heart completely enveloped the holy seed. Whoosh! The golden heart swallowed the holy seed. The holy seed was almost defenseless and disappeared into Feng Shen's body. Feng Shen, on the other hand, was unharmed. As for the black aura on his body, it was just Feng Shen's disguise. Feng Shen followed Tian Myria Divine Emperor to the celestial phenomenon stronghold with a dull look. At the same time, in the Sky Bone Palace, the Bone Progenitor summoned the 9 strongest godly emperors. Whoosh! One by one, the projections of the strongest godly emperors descended on the territory of the Sky Bone Palace. Bone Progenitor, why did you summon us? The Bone Progenitor glanced at the projections. Only godly Emperor Swordless was in seclusion. My disciple found the location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold. The Bone Progenitor went straight to the point. What? The location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold? Is that true? Where's the celestial phenomenon stronghold? The strongest godly emperors asked one after another. This was related to attacking the Holy Light religion. The 9 strongest godly emperors stood together. We don't know for now, the Bone Progenitor said. Tian Myria Divine Emperor, the beings of the lower realms threaten my disciple. Feng Shen beat them at their own game and followed Tian Myria Divine Emperor to the stronghold. Once he confirms the location, we will act immediately. Tian Myria Divine Emperor is cunning. How could Feng Shen's disguise fool him? Yes, Tian Myria Divine Emperor will definitely plant a holy seed in Feng Shen. If that happens, it will be troublesome. Seeing that the godly emperors were anxious, the Bone Progenitor waved his hand and said, everyone, don't worry. Tian Myria Divine Emperor planted a holy seed in him, but he has a secret technique that can resist the holy seed. I've been in contact with him. That's good. The godly emperors were surprised as to how Feng Shen resisted the holy seed's restraint. But at this critical moment, they were most concerned about the location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold. Bone Progenitor, this disciple of yours is really amazing. Godly Emperor Taishu said with a smile. Yes, if he can destroy the celestial phenomenon stronghold in one fell swoop, he will have made a great contribution. Godly Emperor Destruction said. This little guy is growing too fast. I'm really looking forward to the gathering of the godly emperors soon. Godly Emperor Samsara said. Everyone, the 9 godly emperors chatted with each other. Suddenly, the Bone Progenitor's face turned serious. Chapter 1993. Genius 1. Second, remember, love, divided by little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Bone Progenitor's voice made the other 8 ultimate god emperors tremble. Love, go little say, Netku, how is it? Have you confirmed the location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold? The God Emperor of Destruction asked first. Among the 10 ultimate God Emperors, his attack power was the strongest. He was vaguely the leader of the ultimate God Emperors. Therefore, he had more responsibilities on his shoulders. It has been confirmed. The bone progenitor stood up and said seriously, "Where is it?" Many of the ultimate God Emperors were curious. Where is the celestial phenomenon stronghold? The celestial phenomenon stronghold has always been right under our noses. Unfortunately, we didn't notice it. The bone progenitor said, "In the soul destruction ruins in the East Sea." What? In the soul destruction ruins? The great void god emperor was surprised. They had entered the soul destruction ruins many times. However, they didn't find any trace of the holy light religion. Bone progenitor, could there be a mistake? Are you sure it's in the unconscious ruins? The sky array god emperor asked in a low voice. The bone progenitor nodded. Although Fong Chun isn't sure where he is now. However, from the aura he left behind, I am 100% sure that he is in the soul destruction ruins. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move quickly. The God Emperor of Destruction waved his hand and prepared to leave. All right, this time we will go personally and try to destroy the entire celestial phenomenon stronghold in one fell swoop. If we can find traces of the holy light religion's lair, that would be great. After the reincarnation, God Emperor finished speaking. His projection dissipated. The 9 ultimate God Emperors' original bodies headed toward the East Sea at the same time. In the East Sea, there was a very famous place. It was the Soul Destruction Ruins, ranked 4th among the 5 most dangerous places. It was said that the Soul Destruction Ruins was filled with extremely rich soul aura. It was a paradise for soul cultivators. However, ordinary God Kings didn't dare to enter. Only those daring God Emperors would enter to seek opportunities. In the eyes of the ultimate God Emperors, the Soul Destruction Ruins were nothing. It wasn't as attractive as the Sword Tomb or the Yuan Wilderness. Therefore, the 10 strongest God Emperors rarely entered the Soul Destruction Ruins. The Bone Progenitor would never have thought that the crafty celestial phenomenon stronghold would actually be in the Soul Destruction Ruins. In the Eastern Sea, the 9 strongest God Emperors had gathered. 9 figures floated in the air, their bodies shrouded in a terrifying aura. Let's not alert them for now. I'll ask about Fong Chen's situation first. The Bone Progenitor waved his hand. The terrifying aura around the 9 great God Emperors enveloped all of them. Not a single trace of aura leaked out. It was impossible for outsiders to detect that there were 9 experts hiding here. In a certain area of the boundless East Sea, there was a huge island. Looking down from the sky, this island was shaped like a crescent moon. The 2 sword tips were concave in the middle. It was like a small boat crossing the East Sea. There was a very strong soul Tao aura around the island. Those below the God Emperor realm, unless they were soul cultivators, would not be able to enter. The age of the Soul Destruction Ruins was similar to that of the Great Void Boundary. In the Soul Destruction Ruins, around Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold, there were absolute God-level arrays. The arrays overlapped and hid the stronghold very well. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor was the person in charge of this stronghold. He and Elder Mo Guang brought Fong Chan back to Celestial Phenomenon. Lord Celestial Phenomenon, you're back? An ordinary God Emperor asked with a smile. Help me settle him down, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. Soon, Fong Chun was settled in a quiet courtyard. Fong Chun, we're already outside the Soul Destruction Ruins. How's the situation on your side? Can you attack? The Bone Progenitor asked through voice transmission. Master, I'm very safe now. You can attack, but you must capture Celestial Phenomenon Emperor first. He has a supreme treasure on him. Once he hides it, it will be troublesome. Love, go, little, say, W, chew. In the sky above the Soul Destruction Ruins, the Bone Progenitor, who had received Fong Chen's message, revealed a sinister killing intent. Immediately, the Bone Progenitor waved his hand and said, Everyone, my disciple, is very safe now. He has sent me the detailed address of Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold. Now we can attack. But what? The Destruction God Emperor asked. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has a supreme treasure of the Holy Light Temple on him. Once he hides it, even I can't completely track him. So, I hope that when we attack, we can capture or kill Celestial Phenomenon Emperor first, the Bone Progenitor said. Okay, no problem. Leave it to me. The Space God Emperor said with a smile. The Time God Emperor nodded. Let's go. Because the Bone Progenitor could communicate with Feng Chun at any time, the Bone Progenitor was the leader of this operation. Following the Bone Progenitor's order, the 9 God Emperors entered the Soul Destruction ruins one after another. At this moment, the God Emperors who were training in the Soul Destruction ruins had no idea that a great battle was about to break out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the 9 God Emperors arrived outside the stronghold of Celestial Phenomenon. They've hidden themselves well. The Destruction God Emperor's dark eyes looked into the distance. Celestial Array God Emperor, I'll leave it to you, the Samsara God Emperor said. The Celestial Array God Emperor nodded and took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying array aura spread out and merged into the void in front of him. I've taken control of the array. After a while, the Celestial Array God Emperor turned his head and said. Then, the 9 God Emperors entered the array. There was another world in the array. As soon as they entered, they felt a terrifying evil aura. Holy Light Temple. The Destruction God Emperor's consciousness immediately covered the entire stronghold. Then he sealed the space. Do it. The Space God Emperor and the Time God Emperor had completely locked onto Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. In a secluded cave, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, we've taken control of the Destruction God Emperor. We can kill those weak warriors in the lower world now, Elder Mo Guang said. Collect their primordial spirits and give them to the sect leader. Don't worry, Elder Mo Guang. I've thought of this long ago. With that, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor began to contact the 3 God Kings in the spatial turbulence. However, there was no response from all 3 of them. What's going on? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's face was gloomy as he continued to contact them. Elder Mo Guang also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked what had happened. I can't contact the 3 God Kings, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. Not good. Elder Mo Guang was shocked and immediately spread out his consciousness to check on Feng Chen's whereabouts. It was also at this moment that a terrifying aura suddenly descended. God Emperor! Elder Mo Guang screamed and ran for his life. Bang! The Time God Emperor suddenly appeared and killed Elder Mo Guang with one blow. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, you can't escape. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor had just activated his supreme treasure to hide his body. All of a sudden, the Space God Emperor appeared beside him and grabbed hold of him. Crash! Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's body was directly imprisoned in the void. The supreme treasure in his arms cracked and shattered into countless pieces. You guys, how is this possible? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor was in disbelief. How did they find the stronghold? Could it be because of the Destruction God Emperor? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has been captured by me. We can launch the attack now, the Space God Emperor said. Rumble. Next, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. An aura that caused people to tremble continuously spread out. The entire stronghold of Celestial Phenomenon was instantly turned into ruins. Countless miserable screams came from the ruins. In a breath's time, the numerous God Emperors joined forces and completely destroyed the stronghold of Celestial Phenomenon. Other than Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, everyone else had died. The 9 great God Emperors gathered together, and at this time, Feng Chun also arrived. Master, Feng Chun, you have made a great contribution again. The Bone Progenitor laughed. Not bad, not bad. Godly Emperor Destruction smiled faintly. He was full of praise for Feng Chun. Master, where is Celestial Phenomenon Emperor? Feng Chun asked. He has been captured by us. After we capture him, we will interrogate him and see if we can find any useful clues. The Bone Progenitor said. At this moment, the captured celestial phenomenon emperor looked ferocious. Especially when he saw that Fang Chan was extremely conscious. He was even more furious. You impossible. You definitely can't resist the attack of the Holy Seed. Holy Seed, Fang Chan muttered to himself. The so-called Holy Seed is just trash. Take him away. The bone progenitor waved his hand and said. The gazes of the 9 emperor gods landed on Fang Chan. Fang Chan scratched his head and asked awkwardly, Are you guys looking at me like that? He was not used to being stared at by the 9 god emperors. Chapter 1994. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Other than God Emperor Swordless, all the top experts in the god realm were present. Their gazes were looking at Fang Chan with faint smiles on their faces. Although the latter was only a god emperor, they had long regarded him as a god emperor. 2 strongholds were destroyed in a row. It's all thanks to you. God Emperor Taishu smiled and said, The 9 of us have discussed and decided to give you some rewards. The existence of holy light religion is destroying our universe. Therefore, we must destroy holy light religion at all costs and protect the universe. God Emperor Destruction also spoke. After Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold was destroyed, 4 of the 5 strongholds have been destroyed. Only 1 stronghold remains. The threat of holy light religion will be greatly reduced. This is a good thing for the God realm. Fang Chun listened quietly. The other God emperors were also speaking one after another. With your current strength, ordinary rewards are useless to you. Think about it carefully. What reward do you want? God Emperor Samsara said. Fang Chun was stunned. What reward do I want? He couldn't think of anything at the moment. Fang Chun, let me give you a hint. Bone Progenitor saw this and smiled. After all, he was his disciple. Of course, he had to give him some advice. Your cultivation is at the God Emperor realm. There's still a small gap between you and the God Emperor realm. For you, divine arts can at most increase your attack power. It won't let you enter the God Emperor realm. Bone Progenitor said slowly, Therefore, I suggest that you ask for some enlightenment treasures, or some enlightenment treasures left behind by some powerful people. Fang Chen nodded. He already had a rough idea. What kind of enlightenment treasures are there? Fang Chen asked. God Emperor Destruction said, There are many enlightenment treasures in the Universe Pavilion. Let me take a look. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. What exactly was the Universe Pavilion? Master, Fang Chen was about to ask when the Bone Progenitor explained to him telepathically. After a long time, Fang Chen finally understood. The so-called Universe Pavilion didn't exist. Among the 10 strongest Emperor Gods, there was an unwritten agreement that the other Emperor Gods were not allowed to interfere in their internal conflicts. However, once they encountered an external enemy, they had to work together. For this reason, the 10 most powerful God Emperors joined forces and created the Universe Pavilion. Within the Universe Pavilion were countless top-notch true treasures from the entire universe. Of course, these treasures were nothing to the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. But for divine Emperor Realm warriors, it was something they could only dream of. Over the countless years, the Universe Pavilion had accumulated a certain amount of divine techniques and ultimate treasures. Furthermore, the 10 great celestial emperors would occasionally put some treasures they didn't need into the Universe Pavilion, in exchange for the public resources of the God Realm. The Universe Pavilion. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with greed. The Universe Pavilion, which had been created by the 10 supreme godly emperors, must have countless supreme treasures. I hope I can find one that is useful to me, Fang Chen thought to himself. At that moment, the godly emperor of destruction spoke. The treasures in the Universe Pavilion are divided into different grades. Every time you kill a Holy Light sect member, you will accumulate a certain amount of points. Ordinary godly emperors can exchange for treasures with their points. However, you helped us destroy 2 strongholds in succession. After some discussion, we have decided to let you choose any treasure in the Universe Pavilion. There is no limit to your points. I just checked. There are a total of 4 treasures in the Universe Pavilion that are suitable for you, the godly emperor of destruction, continued. What are they? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. The godly emperor of destruction waved his hand, and 4 shadows appeared in the void. Every shadow was in the shape of a supreme treasure, and it emitted a terrifying pressure. Then, the godly emperor of destruction introduced the treasures to Fang Chun. The first one on the left is a gourd-shaped treasure called the Annihilation Gourd. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a high-grade, true god artifact. However, because of its uniqueness, it is very precious. The Annihilation Gourd contains an unlimited amount of Annihilation cold water. When attacking an enemy, as long as the stopper is removed, the Annihilation cold water will be released. The godly emperor of destruction said, of course, other than attacking, the Annihilation Gourd also contains the godly emperor of annihilation's insights. This insight talks about how to cross over from the godly emperor realm to the godly emperor realm. It should be more suitable for you. The godly emperor of annihilation was a powerful, godly emperor from the previous universe era. He used the Annihilation cold water as his attack throughout his life. The Annihilation Gourd was also the treasure that made him famous. Then, he carved his insights into the Annihilation Gourd. In this universe era, the 10 most powerful godly emperors obtained it and placed it in the universe pavilion. Fang Chun nodded, but didn't rush to make a decision. His gaze fell on the other 3 treasures. The second treasure is called the Refining Heaven Dagger. This dagger is very special. It contains all of the insights of the Refining Heaven Dagger. The person who spoke was the godly emperor of Samsa. Furthermore, the Refining Heaven Dagger was the only Refining Heaven Dagger to enter the godly emperor realm in this universe era. It's a pity. At the end, the godly emperor of Samsara sighed. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. Did the Refining Heaven Dagger fall? Fang Chun asked. 300 million years ago, the Refining Heaven Dagger fell in a battle with the Holy Light Religion. His weapon, the Refining Heaven Dagger, was placed in the universe pavilion by the experts of the godly realm. The bone progenitor said in a low voice. Fang Chun's heart trembled. In the battle with the Holy Light Religion, even god emperors had fallen. This was too intense. The Holy Light Religion is very dangerous. It's much more dangerous than you think. This is also why we want to uproot the Holy Light Religion. The bone progenitor said. The third treasure was a small pagoda. It was similar to the Titan pagoda. Fang Chun gave up after listening to the introduction. This small pagoda wasn't as good as his Titan pagoda. There was no point in choosing it. His gaze fell on the last supreme treasure. This treasure had a strange shape. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a piece of wood. Fang Chun, don't underestimate this piece of wood. The most precious treasure in the entire universe pavilion is this piece of wood. The bone progenitor said. Teacher, what's the origin of this piece of wood? Fang Chun asked. This piece of wood was transformed from the body of a cosmos god. Do you think it's precious? The bone progenitor said, we, the 10 strongest godly emperors, have tried to sense this piece of wood. We could clearly feel a strand of cosmos god suppression. But no matter how we tried, we couldn't comprehend anything from it. In the end, this piece of wood was placed in the universe pavilion. The bone progenitor continued. We called it the divine light wood. This kind of wood can reach the godly emperor realm when it matures, but it's already extinct in the godly realm. A piece of wood transformed from the body of a cosmos god. Fang Chun widened his eyes. He felt extremely shocked. At the same time, the golden heart that had been quiet all this while started beating rapidly. It seemed to be very interested in the divine light wood. Divine light wood. Fang Chun clenched his fists. He was very excited. How is it? Have you made your decision? The godly emperor of destruction asked with a smile. These 4 comprehension-type treasures could be considered the most precious treasures in the universe pavilion. I choose the divine light wood, Fang Chun said after taking a deep breath. Fang Chun, you have to consider carefully. This is an opportunity. Don't miss it. The bone progenitor reminded him. The divine light wood is extremely profound. Even the 10 godly emperors can't comprehend it. It's even more impossible for you. Teacher, I intend to give it a try, Fang Chun said. Seeing Fong Chen's firm attitude, the bone progenitor nodded and didn't say anything else. He had said what he needed to say. The rest was up to his disciple to decide. All right, someone will send the divine light wood to the heavenly bone palace very soon. The godly emperor of destruction said, the divine light wood is an apex treasure. If you can't comprehend it, I hope you can send it back to the universe pavilion. I will. Fong Chen nodded. He scratched his head and asked embarrassedly, Senior godly emperor of destruction, I have one more thing to ask. Speak. Previously, you said that by killing the remaining members of the Holy Light religion and earning points, I can exchange them for the treasures in the universe pavilion. Is that true? Fong Chen asked. The godly emperor of destruction nodded. Fong Chen chuckled. I want to exchange for the heaven refining dagger. How many points do I need? Hearing this, the other godly emperors were stunned. Wasn't this guy's appetite too big? After obtaining the divine light wood, he still wanted to exchange for the heaven refining dagger? Chapter 1995. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, /go, /little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The heaven refining dagger was extremely important to Fong Chen at this stage. It would be best if he could get it. Unless you could destroy a foothold, the possibility of getting the heaven refining dagger with your own efforts is too small. God Emperor Destruction said, however, if you really want to get the heaven refining dagger, I have a way. What way? Fong Chen asked hurriedly. Break through the rules stairway, God Emperor Destruction said. Hearing that, the other God Emperor's faces changed. What is the rules stairway? Fong Chen asked. At the peak of the God world, there's a terrifying rule stairway. Above it, it was filled with the purest power of the natural order. The rule stairway has a total of 6 levels, and each level represents a different rule. Only by cultivating one rule to the extreme can you cross it. Only by cultivating all 6 rules to the extreme can you step onto the highest level of the rule stairway. God Emperor Destruction said, if you can cross the 6th level of the rule stairway, you can get the heaven refining dagger without paying any price. Fong Chen, don't be rash. The rule stairway is very dangerous. If you're not determined enough, you will lose yourself in the process. The bone progenitor reminded him, many outstanding God emperors in the God world died on the rule stairway. Moreover, at the peak of the rule stairway is the largest and most terrifying barren land in the universe. Fong Chen was shocked. The peak of the rule stairway was the barren land. This, Fong Chen was tongue-tied. This was the first time he heard such shocking news. Doesn't this mean that the rule stairway is the only way to enter the barren land? Fong Chen asked. The bone progenitor nodded and said, that's right. This is also why no one has been able to enter the barren land for so many years. All right, take your time to think about it. If you want to try the rule stairway, you can go anytime. Love, go little, say, after that, God Emperor Destruction and the others left. Let's return to the Sky Bone Palace first. The bone progenitor brought Fong Chen back to the Palace of Bones. Fong Chen, think about it for a while. Don't rush to make a decision. The rule stairway to heaven is much scarier than you think, the bone progenitor warned. Thank you, Master. Fong Chen bade farewell to the bone progenitor and hurried back to his courtyard. In the courtyard, Ching Ho sat on a stone bench, drinking wine by himself. Beside him, there were maids serving him. Brother Fong is really amazing. How long has it been since he ascended to the God realm? He has already reached such a realm, and his position in the Sky Bone Palace is also extraordinary. Ching Ho sighed to himself. I heard an elder say that Brother Fong is the direct disciple of the bone progenitor, and he is also the #1 inner palace elder of the heavenly bone palace. Invincible among the divine emperors. Thinking of this, Ching Ho felt that he was dreaming. After coming to the heavenly bone palace, he gradually understood the classification of the God realm. After the immemorial realm, there were 3 levels: God realm, heaven God realm, and real God realm. Each level had 3 small realms. He was now a long way from the transformed God realm, but Fong Chen had already become a well-known legendary divine emperor in the God realm. Just as Ching Ho was sighing, Fong Chen returned. Brother Ching-ho, how was my place? Fong Chun asked with a smile. Ching-ho hurriedly put down the wine cup in his hand and gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. Brother Fong, amazing. The only person that I, Ching-ho, admire in my entire life is you. Ching-ho laughed loudly. Fong Chun chuckled and said, Brother Ching-ho, you have been in the lower realm and didn't have any good cultivation resources. Now that you have come to the God realm, with your heaven-defying talent in puppetry, you will soon be able to amaze the world. Come. Sit down and drink. Ching-ho pulled Fong Chun to sit on the stone bench and drank freely. The maid at the side stared at Ching-ho curiously. Who was this guy who wasn't even a God realm expert? How could he be brothers with the divine emperor of destruction? Brother Ching-ho, back in the days when we were cultivating together in the demon cloud continent, we were so young. Fong Chun took a big gulp of wine and said, Yes, at that time, we were almost killed by that old man, the demon cloud patriarch. It was also at that time that we entered the old site of the Sky Puppet Clan in the Blue Sky Continent and obtained an opportunity. Ching-ho sighed. It could be said that the appearance of the Sky Puppet Clan was the most important turning point in his cultivation. In the following years, he was madly infatuated with the path of puppetry. It has been a long time since I drank like this. Come, let's drink. There is a puppet master in the Sky Bone Palace. I will bring you to him tomorrow. Fong Chun smiled and said. After a silent night, the two drank to their heart's content. Fong Chun didn't use his true god power, but he was drunk by Ching-ho. The next day, when the sun shone on the ground, Fong Chun woke up and shook his head. It was a little swollen and painful. Brother Fong, you are awake? Ching-ho looked at Fong Chun with a smile. You can't hold your liquor. I can drink 10 of yours. Hearing this, Fong Chun curled his lips and said, Let's go. I will bring you to the puppet master. Ching-ho was excited. It would be great if he could become the disciple of the puppet master. The Skybone Palace had many halls. One of the halls was the puppet hall. The hall master of the puppet hall was an outer palace elder called the puppet deity king. Although he was a deity king, his attainments in the path of puppetry were at the top of the deity world. In fact, the path of puppetry wasn't very popular in the deity world. Many people wouldn't cultivate the path of puppetry. At the puppet hall, puppet deity king, Fong Chun wishes to see you. Standing at the entrance of the puppet hall, Fong Chun transmitted his voice. Suddenly, a hearty laugh was heard. Ha! Godly Emperor Destruction, you can just come in. Why do you have to do this? The puppet deity king was a fat man. He appeared in front of Fong Chun in an instant and was very polite to him. Puppet deity king, I am here today to ask you for a favor. Fong Chun cupped his fist and said, Godly Emperor Destruction, you don't have to be so polite. Just say what you want. The puppet deity king said with a smile. Fong Chun pointed at Ching-ho beside him and said, This is Ching-ho, my good brother. He just descended from the lower world. He is good at puppetry, so I brought him here to see you. I hope you can give him some pointers and let him cultivate in the puppet hall. Junior Ching-ho greets the puppet deity king. Ching-ho cupped his fist and said. Hearing this, the puppet deity king's expression changed. Godly Emperor Destruction, you know my rules. I won't accept anyone who doesn't have the talent for puppetry. The puppet deity king said apologetically. The puppet deity king was a straightforward person. He was never afraid of anyone. If one wanted to join the puppet hall, they had to show enough talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't work even if they had a strong background. Because of this, the puppet deity king offended many people. However, the bone progenitor admired him. Fong Chun naturally knew the puppet deity king's character. He waved his hand and said, Puppet deity king, I won't make things difficult for you. How about this? You can test my brother's talent in puppetry. If he passes, he can stay. If not, he can leave. No problem. Even if you don't bring him here, we can still test his talent. The puppet deity king said, Your cultivation is too weak, so the test won't be too difficult. The puppet deity king looked at Ching-ho and said, How about this? If you can find the fatal weakness of this puppet within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, you'll pass the test. What do you think? As he spoke, the puppet deity king waved his hand. A puppet flew out of his sleeve and landed on the ground. Don't worry. This puppet will just stand there. It won't attack you. The puppet deity king said. What do you think? Fangchen looked at Qing Ho and asked. The latter nodded, and the three of them landed on the ground. Qing Ho walked toward the puppet step by step and began to devote himself to the test. The godly king of puppets watched the latter's performance with interest. The time it takes to burn an incense stick was too short for a deity king. After a while, the incense stick finished burning. Qing Ho was still frowning, looking for flaws. The puppet deity king shook his head slightly. Godly Emperor Destruction, it seems like I can't help you. The puppet deity king said apologetically. The time it takes to burn an incense stick is up, but your brother still hasn't been found. Fang Chan ignored the puppet deity king and looked at Qing Ho. Brother Qing Ho, time's up. How is it? Qing Ho was stunned when he heard Fang Chen's words. He stood up and said, Time's up. I've only found 9 flaws. Chapter 1996. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Qing Ho's mastery of puppetry had reached an almost obsessive level. Once he was addicted, it was difficult to extricate himself. He was so busy looking for flaws that he forgot the time. If Fang Chun hadn't called him, he would have continued looking. I only found 9. Qing Ho seemed reluctant to leave and wanted to continue looking for flaws, but the time was up. He didn't want the godly king to wait for him. Brother Qing Ho, what did you just say? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly. I said I only found 9. What's wrong? Qing Ho asked in surprise. The godly king of puppets had already given up, but after hearing Qing Ho's words, he was dumbfounded. What did you say? The godly king of puppets' expression changed. He asked in a deep voice, You found 9? Qing Ho nodded. He didn't understand why the godly king of puppets was so surprised. The flaws of this puppet were easy to find. If he was given some time, he could find more. He was still rejoicing. This test was too simple. Godly king of puppets, how? Is my brother's talent. Fang Chun did his best to stabilize the shock in his heart. Soon after, he parted his mouth and laughed. The godly king of puppets didn't believe him and said, Tell me, where are the 9 flaws you found? Godly king, I don't know who made this puppet. Its entire body is full of flaws. I saw at least 5 flaws with my naked eye. The other flaws need to be found carefully. If you give me some time, I can find more. After saying that, Qing Ho walked to the front of the puppet and pointed out 1 flaw at a time for the godly king of puppets to see. First of all, this is the most important one. This is the area where the supply can be connected. Making a protective membrane is simply superfluous, Qing Ho said frankly. After a moment, all 9 flaws were pointed out. How is it? Did my brother find the right one? Fang Chen asked. The godly king of puppets' eyes widened as if he had seen a new world. He looked at Qing Ho with joy. Ha ha! Suddenly, the god king of puppets laughed wildly. He's practically born to be a puppet. Even my disciples are far inferior to him in terms of talent and puppetry. Puppet Supreme, being turned around, looked at Fang Chun and asked, Godly Emperor Destruction, I would like to take your brother as my disciple. Are you willing? Fang Chun spread his hands and said, I don't have any problems. It's mainly up to my brother, Qing Ho. Disciple Qing Ho greets master. Qing Ho directly knelt on the ground, causing the puppet God King to laugh loudly. All right. Hurry up and get up, said the God King of Puppets. Brother Qing Ho, congratulations. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated him. Qing Ho chuckled. The puppet God King said, I really didn't expect that a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms would actually have such heaven-defying talent in puppetry. This puppet was created by me. The flaws on it were deliberately left behind. It's extremely difficult to find even 1 flaw for an eternal realm martial artist. However, Qing Ho found 9 in 1 go, and this was also because of the time limit. I really can't think of anyone more monstrous than him. Puppet God King continued to praise Qing Ho. Our Sky Bone Palace's puppet hall is considered to be second to none in the God World's puppet Tao. I have a few disciples under me who are all divine realm martial artists. However, their potential can't be compared to Qing Ho's. Oh, are you saying that your disciples can't find more flaws? Fang Chun asked curiously. At least, in the same realm, my disciples can't be compared to Ching Ho. The puppet god king then turned to Ching Ho and said, Ching Ho, go take a look and see how many flaws you can find. Right now, the puppet divine king already treated Ching Ho as a treasure. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was naturally very happy. As expected, Ching Ho shocked the puppet god king once again. Love go little say W. Chu Ching Ho found more than 30 flaws on the puppet. This was incredible. The puppet god king directly took Ching Ho as his closed-door disciple, and he would inherit his mantle in the future. Ching Ho's appearance also shocked the entire puppet hall. After making arrangements for Ching Ho, Fang Chun left the puppet hall. The puppet god king's words faintly echoed in his ears. He said that in the future, there would definitely be an expert in the realm of gods who would surpass him in the realm of gods. That expert was Ching Ho. After returning to the seventh palace, Fang Chun began to comprehend the divine light wood. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the divine light wood. The golden heart started beating rapidly. Golden light surged, penetrating through Fang Chun's palm and tunneling into the divine light wood. This divine light would evolve from the body of a cosmos god. It should contain the energy of a cosmos god, right? Fang Chun thought. After observing for a moment, Fang Chun closed his eyes and his true god energy surged. His consciousness permeated into the divine light wood. At that moment, a terrifying energy swept over, completely suppressing his consciousness. Dong! Fang Chun sensed that when the terrifying aura appeared, the entire world seemed to shatter into pieces at this moment. What a powerful energy! Is it the energy of a cosmos god? After this energy appeared, it formed a spatial storm, wreaking havoc in the entire space. Even though Fang Chun's consciousness was suppressed, he was not in danger. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the spatial storm. Wong! In the blink of an eye, the world shattered and the spatial storm dissipated. Fang Chun felt his head hurting. His primordial spirit trembled, and his consciousness retreated from the divine light wood. Too powerful. His expression was slightly pale. If that spatial storm had targeted him, even the Deathbone progenitor could not save him. Is that the energy of a cosmos god? I feel that it is entirely different from the energy of a god emperor. Fang Chun tried his best to recall the previous scene. He was using his heart to experience the energy of a cosmos god, but he did not gain anything. Time passed. An entire half a month passed. Every time Fang Chun's consciousness entered the divine light wood, it would suffer from a powerful suppression. Every time, the scene was exactly the same, until there was a certain time when the golden heart left his body and entered the divine light wood. Fang Chun was dumbfounded. He did not dare believe that the golden heart would actually leave his body and enter the divine light wood. Unless the golden heart is helping me? Fang Chun's consciousness followed the golden heart into the divine light wood. This time, it was indeed different. His consciousness could no longer feel that terrifying suppression, and the world did not shatter. Only the spatial storm that appeared was enveloped by the golden light and could not create any waves. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Fang Chun's consciousness successfully stabilized within the divine light wood. Wong! In the void, the golden light expanded, tearing apart the spatial storm. It was also at this time that the golden heart turned into a giant sword that pierced the sky and ruthlessly stabbed into the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. Stabilized? Fang Chun was ecstatic. The golden heart controlled the internal world of the divine light wood, allowing his primordial spirit to move freely. Ha ha ha! The divine light wood was considered an unsolved mystery in the deity world, and it was about to be solved in his hands. Fang Chun felt excited. The divine light wood was ultimately formed from the body of a cosmos god. No matter what, it was tainted with the aura of a cosmos god. If he could comprehend just a fraction of it, he would benefit immensely. Voila! Under the suppression of the enormous golden sword, the internal space of the divine light would stabilize. It was also at this moment that the void distorted, causing many layers of spatial ripples to appear. What is that? Fang Chun felt his heart trembling. He felt that it was unfathomable. Every time the spatial ripples transformed, it felt like a great apocalypse was happening. He had a unique feeling in his heart. Is that the operation of the laws of the cosmos? Fang Chun opened his eyes wide, staring at the transformation of the ripples in the void. In the vast cosmos, the 6 great laws operated with the assistance of other laws, forming the order of the cosmos. Under the order of the cosmos, nobody could violate the laws of the cosmos. Just like this, cosmos epoch after cosmos epoch operated normally. Every great apocalypse was a rebirth. Even the 10 strongest god emperors could not comprehend the operation of the cosmos. Becoming a cosmos god means one can control the operation of the cosmos. Fang Chun muttered to himself. He naturally knew what it meant to control the order of the cosmos. It meant that one's thoughts could replace the will of the cosmos and control the operation of the cosmos, becoming the true controller of the cosmos. Chapter 1997. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Potential determine the upper limit of a person's growth. This was also why the 7 apex superpowers of the divine realm valued those talented geniuses with monstrous potential. The apex superpowers would rarely use large amounts of resources to accumulate those who were not too outstanding into experts. Even though they did not lack resources, they disdained to do so. Their potential was limited. If they were to forcefully accumulate resources, it would be no different from cutting off their path of cultivation. Fang Chun's potential was not weak. Along the way, under the influence of the Golden Heart, his potential was changing subtly. Currently, Fang Chun's potential was at the apex level in the divine realm. Even the 10 strongest god emperors were helpless against the divine light wood, yet he could stabilize his divine sense within it. Naturally, this was all because of the Golden Heart. The latter was left behind by cosmos god Gu Yuan and was much stronger than the divine light wood. Under the suppression of the Golden Heart, the divine light would gradually calm down and no longer repelled Fang Chun's primordial spirit. A gentle aura blew from within the divine light wood. Fang Chun was quietly feeling the spatial ripples changing time and time again. Every time there was a change, he would have a new experience. The evolution of the world? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Unless the legends about cosmos gods being able to create the cosmos is true, once one became a cosmos god, one would be called a cosmos controller. But whether one could create a cosmos was still a mystery. Fang Chun was not too sure either. He was merely guessing. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had already spent a year within the divine light wood. In this year, Fang Chun's improvement was significant. Initially, his primordial spirit could only move within a radius of half a kilometer. But now, his primordial spirit could freely fly close to half the space. The suppression of the golden huge sword has not changed at all. Furthermore, it is still helping me to comprehend. Fang Chun thought, I estimate that in another year, my divine sense should be able to envelop the entire interior of the divine light wood. By then, I might be able to comprehend the concept of a cosmos god. Saying that, Fang Chun closed his eyes and continued trying. Although Holy Light Religion was furious that their 4 major strongholds were destroyed, they became even more cautious. In the vast land of the divine world, there is almost no trace of the remnants of Holy Light Religion. The 10 strongest Emperor Gods were also waiting for the arrival of the Emperor Gods gathering. There were still 3 years before the God Emperor gathering. The gathering of God Emperors was a gathering led by the 10 strongest God Emperors, gathering all the God Emperors of the entire God realm together to discuss and exchange pointers. While improving their own strength, they could also help others. It was held once every 100 years, and almost all the God Emperors would be present. In a year, the ones who changed the most were Tian Xian and Qing Ho. First was Tian Xian. As Fang Chun's disciple, he did not focus on his master's halo. Instead, he kept a low profile and cultivated in the Celestial Bone Palace. In just a year, Tion had forcibly crossed a huge threshold in the way of the sword, breaking through to the divine transformation realm in one fell swoop. Actually, with Tion's potential, the reason why he was unable to break through in the lower realm was completely due to the lack of cultivation resources and cultivation environment. After coming to the firmament, he did not have to worry about anything and focused on cultivating the way of the sword. He had also cultivated the sky desolation sword body to the extreme. Although he had only reached the divine transformation realm, he had already been noticed by many god emperors. Next was Qing Ho. His reputation was much greater than Tion's, because he was the last disciple of the puppet god king, and because of his great potential, he quickly reached an unprecedented level in the way of the puppet. In a year, not only did Qing Ho break through to the divine transformation realm, his achievements in the way of the puppet had even surpassed some true gods and divine spirit realm experts. The thing that the puppet god king was happiest about now was teaching Qing Ho. Every time he met an old friend, he would praise Qing Ho with all his might. Of course, to the huge celestial bone palace. This was still unable to stir up any waves. In a region where space was distorted and time was in chaos. In a lush valley, there was a stone platform. Looking from afar, the valley presented two scenes. One was fiery hot, the other was gloomy cold. Inside the valley, there was an extremely terrifying power of ice and fire. In the empty and quiet valley, there was a figure with a smile on his face. His deep eyes were looking at the stone platform that was enveloped by the power of ice and fire. On the stone platform, there was a beautiful woman sitting. If Fong Chan was here, he would definitely recognize her as his wife, Star and Moon. The mysterious Yin Phoenix body has been fully awakened and has completely merged with her blood. The gray-robed man muttered to himself with a hint of joy in his voice. It won't be long before her blood becomes the noble Phoenix bloodline. Moreover, it will be the purest Phoenix bloodline. Thinking back to what had happened before, the gray-robed man felt a little incredulous. He had just gone out for a walk and found such a person. He really did not dare to imagine that there was someone in this world who had a complete mysterious Yin Phoenix body. This discovery caused him to be overjoyed. Soon after, he brought Xingyue with him and arrived at that place. Buzz, on the stone platform, the power of ice and fire were constantly fusing together, forming a strange scene. Star and Moon suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the gray-robed man. "Teacher." Star and Moon raised her small white hand and said softly. The gray-robed man nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Moon, how do you feel?" "Teacher, during this period, I feel the blood in my body boiling. It seems to have undergone a huge transformation." Star and Moon said frankly, "Teacher, is the mysterious Yin Phoenix body changing the bloodline in my body?" The gray-robed man nodded. "The mysterious Yin Phoenix body is much stronger than you think. If you can cultivate it to the limit, it is not impossible for you to become a cosmos god. Currently, I am using the power of ice and fire to control your mysterious Yin Phoenix body and change your bloodline. You must know that if you want to cultivate the mysterious Yin Phoenix body to the strongest realm, you must have a matching bloodline." The gray-robed man continued, "And the Phoenix bloodline is one of them. Teacher, listening to your tone, it seems that there is a bloodline stronger than the Phoenix bloodline?" Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked with a slight smile. "Of course. Then what bloodline is it?" Star and Moon continued asking. The gray-robed man walked to the stone platform. With a light wave of his hand, the power of ice and fire disappeared. Star and Moon walked down from the stone platform. The gray-robed man looked at the former with doting affection, saying, "In this world, there is a bloodline that is most compatible with the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. But after countless cosmos epochs, I have searched the entire cosmos, yet I have never found that bloodline." Star and Moon already knew long ago that the gray-robed man, who was also her current teacher, did not belong to this epoch. That bloodline is called the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Dark Phoenix bloodline. Star and Moon felt puzzled. The Phoenix bloodline is a fire attribute bloodline. It is hot and domineering. In reality, the Dark Phoenix bloodline has appeared before in the history of the Phoenix clan. The Dark Phoenix bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the Phoenix clan, and it is also the strongest bloodline discovered so far. Those who possessed the Dark Phoenix bloodline eventually became cosmos gods. The gray-robed man said. Hearing this, Star and Moon felt her heart trembling. Dark Phoenix bloodline. Even though she was not clear, she could tell how frightening this bloodline was. It's a pity that with my current strength, I can't transform your bloodline into the Dark Phoenix bloodline. The gray-robed man sighed. Star and Moon nodded. If her teacher could do it, he would have become a cosmos god long ago. Teacher, there is no need to force the matters of the world. The Dark Phoenix bloodline is rarely seen in 1 trillion years. How easy would it be to get it? On the contrary, Star and Moon was relatively calm. You are quite open-minded. The gray-robed man laughed. Oh right, teacher, when can I leave this place? Star and Moon asked. This was what she was most concerned about. In this place, all communications were cut off. She could not contact Brother Chun. If I leave for so long, Brother Chun will definitely go crazy. The gray-robed man shook his head and said, You have reached the most crucial moment of your cultivation. You cannot leave this place. Oh, I understand. Star and Moon obediently lowered her head after hearing this. Soon after, she stepped back onto the stone platform. Looking at Star and Moon, who was diligently cultivating, the gray-robed man seemed to be immersed in his memories. He muttered to himself, Teacher has his own difficulties. I hope you can understand. Saying this, the gray-robed man disappeared. The valley regained its tranquility once again. The power of ice and fire enveloped the valley. On the stone platform, a dazzling light was emitted. Chapter 1998. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. In reality, Fang Shun spent a much longer time comprehending the divine light wood than he expected. During the first year, his spiritual sense had enveloped half of the divine light wood. He originally thought that he could completely envelop the divine light wood within a year. Nevertheless, the further he went, the more Fang Shun discovered that his primordial spirit technique seemed to have reached a bottleneck. This attempt lasted for a total of 2 years, and it was during the 3rd year that Fang Shun comprehended the divine light wood that his spiritual sense finally enveloped the entire divine light wood. Dawn! In the air, a terrifying pressure descended. It's just that this pressure could not touch Fang Shun at all. Instead, it made the latter feel a world-shaking transformation happening in his body. The comprehension of the martial Tao by cosmos gods. Fang Shun felt that every corner of the region his spiritual sense touched had the remnant aura of a cosmos god. This aura directly sublimated Fang Chen's primordial spirit. This is the comprehension of a cosmos god. Fang Shun felt his heart trembling. The comprehension of a cosmos god was too strong. He casually comprehended the martial Tao and felt that his comprehension of the martial Tao had improved by a lot. So this is the case. In the distorted space, ripples were rapidly spreading out. The huge golden sword suppressed the divine light wood and wildly absorbed the aura belonging to a cosmos god. As his comprehension of the divine light wood deepened, Fang Shun felt his mind becoming clearer. The magic dragon heaven destroyer sword that was previously stuck at a bottleneck had instantly broken through the gap. Xiao! Fang Shun used his finger to guide the sword. Many terrifying finger lights turned into golden sword lights in the void, tearing apart the firmament and intimidating the heavens. Magic Dragon Heaven Destroyer Sword, 25th level. The accumulation of the Sword Tao over the years allowed Fang Shun to easily reach the 25th level. Furthermore, he felt that he had not reached the bottleneck yet. Continue. 26th level, 27th level. When he reached the 28th level, the restless sword chi in his body finally stopped. Fang Chen's spiritual sense also withdrew from the divine light wood at that moment. An excited smile appeared on his face. Putting away the divine light wood, the giant golden sword turned back into a golden heart and drilled into his body. Wang. Within the golden heart, strands of cosmos god aura that was so minute that it could not be detected gradually permeated into Feng Chen's limbs and bones. Seeing this, Feng Chen was ecstatic. What a great harvest! Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. This time, he had cultivated for a total of 3 years. It was not a long time, but he had gained a lot, especially since he had cultivated the Demon Dragon Heaven destroying sword to the 20th level. If he were to go all out, he should be able to withstand the attack of a first-level Emperor God with ease. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the God Emperor's gathering, Feng Chen said to himself. When the God Emperor's gathering is over, I'll continue to study the Divine Light wood. Feng Chen felt that comprehending the Divine Light would allow him to break through to the God Archrealm. Feng Chen, just as he came out of seclusion, the Bone Progenitor sent him a message. Teacher, I've just come out of seclusion, Feng Chen said. Tomorrow is the day of the God Emperor's gathering. Come over to my place, the Bone Progenitor said. Soon, Feng Chen arrived at the garden. The Bone Progenitor was fishing. Seeing his proud disciple, his face was filled with excitement. Brat, how's your harvest? The Bone Progenitor asked. He knew that Feng Chen had been comprehending the Divine Light wood for the past 3 years, so he specially asked about it. However, the Bone Progenitor did not think that Feng Chen could achieve anything. Teacher, the aura contained within the Divine Light wood is unfathomable. This disciple has some slight harvest, Feng Chen said modestly. The Bone Progenitor nodded and said, even the 10 strongest God Emperors can't comprehend the Divine Light wood completely. You don't have to waste your time on it. Just take a look. Don't go too deep. Teacher is right, Feng Chen said. By the way, teacher, is tomorrow the day of the God Emperor's gathering? That's right. The gathering will be held at the South Tomb Sword Palace, the Bone Progenitor said. Hearing this, Feng Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the God Emperor's gathering to be held at the South Tomb Sword Palace. As if guessing Feng Chen's thoughts, the Bone Progenitor smiled and said, the God Emperor's gathering will always be held at one of the 7 top forces. This time, it's the South Tomb Sword Palace's turn. Pack up. I'll bring you there today, the Bone Progenitor said. Teacher, I've already packed, Feng Chen said. South Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Fighting Villa. This was an important place of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Without the permission of the God Emperors, no one could enter. And this time, the God Emperor's gathering would be held at Sword Fighting Villa. Unfortunately, God Emperor Swordless still had not come out of seclusion. However, no one cared. After all, experts like them could easily go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. With God Emperor Swordless absent, the God Emperor's gathering was organized by the Black Emperor. There were a total of 2 God Emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace. As the time approached, God Emperors from all over the place gradually arrived. Within Sword Fighting Villa, the Black Emperor and the God Emperor of Death stood at the entrance, welcoming the various God Emperors with smiles. Junior, don't be anxious. Feng Chen will definitely come this time, the Black Emperor said to the God Emperor of Death. He was afraid that his junior would not be able to control himself. Senior, don't worry. I won't leave any evidence for the other God Emperors to use against me. The God Emperor of Death nodded. At this moment, the God Emperor of Destruction from the Beast God clan arrived. God Emperor of Destruction, please come in. The Black Emperor welcomed him with a smile. Then the God Emperor of Samsara Palace, the God Emperor of Creation from the Immortal Divine Pavilion, the God Emperor of Time, God Emperor of Space, and God Emperor of Destiny arrived. The Bone Progenitor was the last of the 10 God Emperors to arrive. Coming to the South Tomb Sword Palace once again, Feng Chen was deeply moved. Just as he entered the South Tomb Sword Palace, he felt the terrifying sword chi. Let's go to the Sword Fighting Manor, the Bone Progenitor said. Taking a step forward, the master and disciple arrived at the Sword Fighting Manor. Bone Progenitor, please come in, the Black Emperor said. The God Emperor of Death stared at Feng Chen. He could not wait to tear him into pieces, but he knew that it was not time yet. All the God Emperors had settled down. Master, why do the other forces only have one God Emperor? Feng Chen asked curiously. Do you think it's that easy to become a God Emperor? The bone progenitor stared at Feng Chun and said, "In the entire god world, other than the Heaven Bone Palace with 2 god emperors and the South Tomb Sword Palace with 3 god emperors, the other forces only have 1 god emperor. The other 5 top forces had 5 god emperors. In addition to the 2 god emperors from the Heaven Bone Palace and the 3 god emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace, there were 10 god emperors. There were also the 4 god emperors from the South Pole continent and the 3 wandering god emperors. There were a total of 17 god emperors. In the sword fighting manner, there were a total of 17 people. God Emperor Swordless was not here, but Feng Chun had come. There was no change in the number of people. However, Feng Chun was the first God Emperor Realm cultivator to participate in the God Emperor Realm's God Emperor Realm. He had created history in the divine world. It would be difficult for the latecomers to break his record in a short period of time. However, 17 God Emperors is only in name. There are many God Emperors who live in seclusion. They are indifferent to fame and fortune, and they pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. If they want to hide, even we will not be able to find them, the bone progenitor explained. Feng Chun nodded. He had the same thoughts as the bone progenitor. The god world was not limited to just these few god emperors. There must be more hidden god emperors. For example, the mysterious god emperor who took away the star and moon. There was no trace of him until now. However, from this point, one could see how amazing God Emperor Swordless was. To be able to raise 2 God Emperor disciples and have 3 God Emperors, his name spread across the universe. Logically speaking, the South Tomb Sword Palace has 3 God Emperors. This should be in the top 3 among the 7 top forces, right? Feng Chun asked again. The bone progenitor shook his head, as if unwilling to say more. There are many things you don't know. You will know when you enter the God Emperor realm. What you need to pay attention to now is the challenge from the God Emperor of Death and the Black Emperor. The bone progenitor said, the purpose of the God Emperor gathering is to allow the God Emperors to exchange pointers and improve the strength of the entire God world. You have made history by making an exception to participate in the God Emperor gathering. The 2 great God Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace will definitely not miss such a good opportunity at the God Emperor gathering. They will definitely challenge you. Once they issue a challenge, you will not be able to refuse. This is the rule of the God Emperor gathering. When the time comes, I will not be able to say anything, the bone progenitor said. The Black Emperor and the God Emperor of Death? Feng Chun muttered to himself. The 2 of them should be 2nd-level God Emperors, right? Chapter 1999. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The various God Emperors stayed in the sword battle manner. After all, this gathering of God Emperors was purely for exchanging pointers. Previously, it was a strategy against the sacred light religion. Hence, they were not too nervous. Feng Chun and the bone progenitor were both from the Sky Bone Palace. Naturally, they stayed together. Previously, Feng Chun's name as Godly Emperor Destruction resounded throughout the divine world, gaining the recognition of countless experts. Even the Godly Emperor Destruction personally called him the #1 under the God Emperors. But this did not mean that Godly Emperors could casually participate in the gathering of God Emperors. This time, Feng Chun participated as a Godly Emperor, creating a new record in the divine world. Ever since the gathering of God Emperors was established, he was the first Godly Emperor to participate. This meant that he had gained the recognition of the God Emperors. After a night of stories, the sword battle manner became lively early in the morning of the 2nd day. The gathering of God Emperors had officially begun. First, the 9 supreme God Emperors sat at the most central position in the Garden Pavilion. Following them were the God Emperor of Death, Black Emperor, and God Emperor Azura. Out of Feng Chun's expectations, the previous time he met God Emperor Azura, he was only a 1st-level God Emperor, and now he had become a 2nd-level God Emperor. The ranking of the God Emperors represented their strength. In the eyes of the God Emperors, Feng Chun was the weakest among them. Naturally, he would sit at the back. Everyone, it has been a long time since we gathered together. After the God Emperors sat down, the Godly Emperor Destruction said with a smile, The gathering of God Emperors is for everyone to exchange pointers, so there is no need to be restrained. Following the words of the godly Emperor Destruction, the other supreme God Emperors started speaking. They had been friends for many years and were familiar with each other. Furthermore, they wanted to take that final step to become cosmos gods. Bone Progenitor, your luck is really good. You actually accepted a disciple like Feng Chun. Godly Emperor Samsara said with envy. That's right, to participate in the gathering of God Emperors as a God Emperor is really amazing. Godly Emperor Sky Array added. The 9 great absolute God Emperors were chatting freely. It was also at this moment that the Death God Emperor, who had been silent all this while, spoke. Fellow God Emperors, every time we gather, the God Emperors will spar and challenge each other to raise their strength. Love, go little say, Ku. I've heard that the godly Emperor of Destruction is as powerful as the godly Emperor realm. I'm itching to challenge him. The meaning behind the Death God Emperor's words was very clear. Many God Emperors heard it clearly. Death, you're a second-tier Emperor God. It's not appropriate for you to challenge Feng Chun. Emperor God, Tai Su muttered. Feng Chun's participation in the God Emperor gathering was permitted by the various God Emperors. This means that he is the same as us. He also has the strength of a God Emperor. If that's the case, why can't my junior brother challenge him? The Black Thuarch continued. Furthermore, I have a rule for the gathering of God Emperors. It's easy to be suspicious of the participants, so feel free to test them. Heidi paused for a moment before continuing. Heidi, suspect that Feng Chun is trying to fish in troubled waters. Impudent. The person who spoke was the godly Emperor of Destruction. His face was gloomy. However, he was stopped by the godly Emperor of Creation the moment he spoke. Godly Emperor of Destruction, the Black Thuarch, and the Death God Emperor did not violate the rules. Aren't you being too biased towards Feng Chun? Who doesn't know that the South Tomb Sword Palace has an irreconcilable feud with my disciple? The Black Thuarch wants the Death God Emperor to use the God Emperor gathering to attack my disciple. The Bone Progenitor's face was gloomy as he said coldly, my disciple was allowed to participate in the gathering by the God Emperors. If anyone wants to take revenge, I'll be the first to disagree. The Bone Progenitor had expressed his support for his disciple. His attitude was very firm. Hearing this, the Black Thuarch sneered. Everything was within his expectations. Everyone here is reasonable. My junior brother and I did not violate the rules. If you use your strength to suppress us, it'll be ungentlemanly. Furthermore, the South Tomb Sword Palace also has powerful God Emperors. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. The other God Emperors also expressed their support. Some supported Feng Chun, some supported the Black Thuarch and the Death God Emperor. At this moment, Feng Chun stood up. He had to solve his own problems. In the end, it was because he was too weak. The Black Thuarch and the Death God Emperor looked down on him. Master, they're right. I'm a God Emperor after all. It's fine to doubt my strength. Since they want to challenge me, I'll accompany them. When has the Sky Bone Palace ever been afraid of others? Feng Chun's words shocked the other God Emperors. The Black Thuarch and the Death God Emperor could easily suppress him. They did not know where he got his courage from. Since the godly Emperor of Destruction has said so, we'll follow the rules, the godly Emperor of Destruction said. After the challenge, the gathering continued. Who's going to go first? Or do you want to team up against me? Feng Chun's face was full of sarcasm. I alone am enough to deal with you. The Death God Emperor had just finished his words when his figure flashed, and he appeared at the square outside the pavilion. Feng Chun walked out and stood opposite the Death God Emperor. Boy, a piece of trash like you dares to join the gathering of God Emperors? You're a disgrace to the Sky Bone Palace, the Death God Emperor said eerily. Feng Chun smirked and mocked. If you find out that you can't even win against the trash that you're talking about, what will you think? Will you say that I'm trash then? Feng Chun's voice was full of confidence, as though he was not afraid of the Death God Emperor. The Death God Emperor looked ferocious, and his eyes were filled with wild, murderous intent. What's the point of saying all this? Can help you win against me? Feng Chun spread his hands and did not say anything else. After the Demon Dragon Sky destroying sword was cultivated to the 28th level, his attacking power was comparable to that of a level 2 Emperor God. Although his foundation was weaker and he could not win against a level 2 Emperor God, he could still escape unscathed. Moreover, he had the supreme, true God weapon, Herculean Pagoda. His defense was not a problem. In the pavilion, the 9 absolute Emperor Gods looked at the two of them with smiles. Some of the weaker Emperor Gods did not think that Fangchen would win. D*MNU. Let's see how you're going to deal with this. Ancestor Tian Peng sneered. The devil bird, old ancestor, smiled sinisterly as well. It was as though he was happy that Fangchen was humiliated. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix ancestor, who were friends with Fangchen, looked anxious and worried. Emperor God Xiao Luo shook his head. Although Fangchen is strong, he is not the Death God Emperor's match. The Death God Emperor obviously wants to take revenge. But Fangchen is not an impulsive person. Does he have any hidden skills? Phoenix ancestor thought to himself. Under everyone's gaze, the Death God Emperor could not help but take action. Kid, I won't kill you, but I will make you remember me for the rest of your life. Just as the Death God Emperor spoke, a terrifying death aura spread and covered the entire sword-fighting villa. Then, the Death God Emperor let out a loud roar, and a terrifying silver-gray light burst out from his palms. In an instant, a terrifying aura of death gushed into the palms of the Death God Emperor. 2 huge palms suddenly swooped down on Fangchen with earth-shattering momentum. The attack is strong. Even if I defend with all my might, I might not be able to block it. But don't I know how to dodge? The corners of Fangchen's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. Disciples of Heavenbone Palace, I am good at escaping. You want me to fight against someone who is stronger than me? Are you out of your mind? Fangchen used the space-time fantasy demon book and disappeared from the void at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Dong! Just then, the Death God Emperor's terrifying attack whizzed and hit the cold ground, causing dust to fly. Do you think you can dodge it? Seeing this, the Death God Emperor sneered coldly and continued to launch powerful attacks at the void nearby. In the pavilion, the Bone Progenitor had a smile on his face. He was pleased that Fangchen had great potential in the space-time Tao. The other Emperor Gods also expressed their opinions. Although Fangchen is good at hiding, the Death God Emperor's attack is all-pervasive. It is only a matter of time before he is defeated. The Creation God Emperor was not optimistic about Fangchen. That might not be the case. A God Emperor has the strength of an Emperor God. He might have some trump cards. The Reincarnation God Emperor said with a smile. Pucci, wherever the Death God Emperor's attack passed, the void would shatter and the wild aura would wreak havoc on the land. Fangchen's figure walked out of the void in a sorry state. Why? Not dodging anymore. The Death God Emperor sneered. Fangchen said indifferently. Death God Emperor, I have overestimated your strength. You want to take revenge with your strength? Fangchen mocked. The Death God Emperor was furious. His eyes turned red. Junior brother, don't be rash. He is provoking you on purpose. The Black Emperor sent a message to the Death God Emperor. The latter's wild aura gradually stabilized. He stared coldly at Fangchen and said, Let's see how you are going to defend yourself. The Death God Emperor's wild attack whizzed out again. This time, Fangchen did not dodge. Instead, he took out the hidden star sword and quickly executed the Demon Dragon Sky Destroyer sword. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless terrifying sword beams appeared in the sky. In an instant, they condensed into a terrifying black dragon. At the same time, Fangchen's body flashed. His golden heart was beating rapidly, and a wild golden liquid appeared. Kill! Fangchen shouted. The sword chi around him vibrated, and the black dragon collided with the Death God Emperor's attack. Dong! The entire land was shaking. The Death God Emperor's attack was blocked by Fangchen. At the same time, many God Emperors were shocked. Impressive. To be able to cultivate the sword principle to such a level, he is much stronger than the sword cultivators of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Reincarnation God Emperor had been paying attention to Fangchen. The God Emperor of Destruction and the others were shocked. Fang Chen's strength was beyond their expectations. Only the Black Emperor looked gloomy, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Kacha! The black dragon that was hovering in the sky cracked, and the entire space was filled with a terrifying aura. Dong! When the huge black dragon dissipated completely, the strongest attack of the Death God Emperor appeared instantly. Chapter 2000. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. In the battle with the Death God Emperor, Fang Chun had shown his super high level of strength. He even took out a top-grade true god weapon. Although the 9 ultimate god emperors knew that although the Herculean Pagoda was a top-grade true god weapon, it was at most on par with a top-grade true god weapon. They didn't think too much about it, because they all had their own top-grade true god weapons that were compatible with their own Tao. However, the other god emperors were different. They more or less had other thoughts in their hearts. Among them, the one with the biggest greed was Fang Chen's nemesis, the 2 god emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Death God Emperor and Black Emperor. The gathering of god emperors continued. The 9 ultimate god emperors laughed heartily from time to time. At their level, sometimes even a casual sentence could give them an epiphany. The 9 ultimate god emperors stood at the peak of the god realm. Their understanding of martial arts had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, the ones who benefited the most from the gathering of god emperors were the 9 ultimate god emperors. They discussed martial arts and matters of cultivation with each other. Finally, they talked about Holy Light Religion. Recently, Holy Light Religion has completely disappeared. I suspect that they are planning something big. God Emperor Samsara said faintly. God Emperor Destruction nodded lightly and said, "From the information that we have, Holy Light Religion has 5 strongholds in the God realm. 4 of them have been destroyed by us. The remaining stronghold is definitely the most important one. Therefore, the most important thing now is to mobilize the power of the God realm to find the last stronghold." Hearing God Emperor Destruction's words, Time and Space God Emperors expressed their opinions. I will cooperate with God Emperor Time to conduct a large-scale search. However, this may involve some forbidden areas of the major forces. God Emperor Space said. Among the God Emperors, God Emperor Space was the best in terms of finding people. If God Emperor Time cooperated with them, they would be invincible. This is not a problem. As long as we can destroy Holy Light Religion, everything will be worth it. God Emperor Sky Array said. Don't forget that the master of Holy Light Religion hasn't shown himself for hundreds of millions of years. We don't know how strong he is now. Before we have a thorough understanding of Holy Light Religion, we cannot act blindly. The God of Creation Emperor said. The 9 strongest Emperor Gods expressed their opinions one after another. As for the other Emperor Gods, most of them were exchanging their experiences in martial arts. Fang Chun, you have really made the Sky Bone Palace proud this time, the Sky Bone Palace Vice Palace Master said with a chuckle as he walked over to Fang Chen's side. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Grandmaster walked over and chatted with Fang Chun. Even the ancestors of the 2 great beast clans of the Antarctic continent, who had some grudges with Fang Chun, took the initiative to approach Fang Chun and express their goodwill. Godly Emperor Destruction, our 2 beast clans may have had some grudges with you before. I hope you won't take it to heart. The Devil Bird Ancestor said in a low voice. Fang Chan was taken aback for a moment before he revealed a smile. The reason why Ancestor Heavenly Rock and Ancestor Devil Bird spoke humbly and befriended him was because they saw his potential and strength. The God realm was like this. The strong were respected. There is no such thing as absolute hatred, only absolute benefits. Fang Chen's current power could match evenly with the stage 2 Emperor God. The strength of the 2 patriarchs was at most at the first level. If they really angered Fang Chun and he went to the Antarctic continent to kill, they couldn't guarantee that they could withstand Fang Chen's attack. Plus, the 2 beast clans didn't have any grudges with Fang Chun, so they wouldn't go to war. Unlike the South Tomb Sword Palace, they had an irreconcilable grudge with Fang Chun. Let bygones be bygones. There isn't any grudge between us, is there? Fang Chun said with a smile. Since the Emperor Gods took the initiative to approach you, you shouldn't be too arrogant, as you are only a godly emperor. It's great that godly Emperor Destruction thinks this way. If you have time, come to the Antarctic continent anytime. We'll definitely invite you. Ancestor Heavenly Rock grinned. Emperor God, Xiao Luo, and Phoenix Ancestor nodded. The little guy who needed their protection back then had grown to such a level. Time passed by, and the gathering of Emperor Gods ended in the blink of an eye. The gathering of God Emperors this time was a little different from the past. Fang Chun became famous after the battle, and he was recognized by all the Emperor Gods present. However, before Emperor God Destruction left, he told the Emperor Gods present not to expose Fang Chen's power to avoid being targeted by the Holy Light religion. In the past, there were demonic geniuses in the God realm. However, some of them didn't end well and were assassinated by the Holy Light religion. Fang Chen's potential was enough for the Holy Light religion to get rid of him at all costs. Hence, it was better not to let the outside world know. Everyone, the gathering of Emperor Gods is over. The host, Black Emperor, said, I hope there will be more people joining us in the next gathering of Emperor Gods. I'll make a move first. Emperor God Destruction and the others left. However, before they left, they invited Fang Chun to their territory as a guest. This made Black Emperor and Emperor God of Death even angrier, but they couldn't do anything about it. Fang Chun, let's go. Bone Progenitor stayed at the back on purpose to wait for his disciple and the Vice Palace Master. Fang Chun bade farewell to Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Ancestor and left. After the three of them left Sword Fighting Villa, they quickly used Space-Time Illusion Magic Book and headed to Heavenly Bone Palace. Master, I won't be going back for the time being, Fang Chun suddenly said. Where are you going? Bone Progenitor asked. I want to go for Rule Ladder, Fang Chun said. Bone Progenitor nodded. It seemed that his disciple was still thinking about the Heaven Refining Dagger. That was good too. With his current power, there weren't any good places to train in the God Realm. The Rule Stairway to Heaven was also a brand new experience for him. All right, I'll send you to Rule Ladder. Bone Progenitor nodded and parted ways with the Vice Palace Master. South Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Fighting Villa. How is it? Emperor God of Death asked. Black Emperor shook his head and looked gloomy. That old man Ancestor Bone has been accompanying Fang Chun all this time. They didn't go back to Heavenly Bone Palace, and I'm not sure where they are going. No matter what, we have to kill this D***MN guy, Emperor God of Death said coldly. Emperor God Destruction had said that it wasn't against the rules for an Emperor God to attack Fang Chun. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Don't worry, I've been watching. I'll inform you immediately if there's any news, Black Emperor said. Oh yeah, is there any news from Master? Emperor God of Death's face changed when he mentioned Emperor God of Sword. He pondered and said, Master has been in seclusion, but I can feel the fluctuation of Master's primordial spirit. Master might be breaking through at the last moment. At the peak of Divine World, above the sky, there was violent real God power all year round, and ordinary real gods couldn't come here. Plus, they would be affected by the violent real God power from afar. They would be severely injured if they were lucky and die if they were lucky. As a supreme God Emperor, Ancestor Bone's valiant energy enveloped Fang Chun as he shuttled through the void and headed for the Sky Dome. Such strong power. Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim along the way. The sky and the land of the God Realm were two completely different worlds. It wasn't suitable for humans to live there. Even Emperor God experts wouldn't want to stay there for a long time. According to legends, the peak of the sky is the core of the universe. It's also the place where the rules of order exist. There's the strongest willpower origin of a universe. Even the 10 Emperor Gods haven't been there before, Bone Progenitor said. The core of the universe? Fang Chun felt his heart trembling. It seemed that the sky was the true peak of the universe. Above the law heavenly stairway is the Yuan desolate Dangerland. According to legends passed down since ancient times, only by conquering the Yuan desolate Dangerland can one step into the core of the universe. Bone Progenitor said with a trace of yearning in his voice. Master, What is conquering the Yuan desolate Dangerland? Feng Chen asked. Bone Progenitor shook his head. I don't know either. The Yuan desolate Dangerland is unique. It's hard to travel through it, much less conquering it. Us 10 Emperor gods once worked together and paid a huge price to bypass the Yuan desolate Dangerland and head towards the origin of willpower. But we failed in the end. Failed? Feng Chen felt curious. The 10 Emperor gods working together should have a combat power close to that of Cosmos gods, right? Such a powerful combat power actually failed. He was really curious. What exactly was there in the Yuan desolate Dangerland? The crux of stepping into the Cosmos God realm is to fuse all laws and laws into one, fusing them completely with your body, controlling the entire universe and speaking the law. Bone Progenitor said, but it's too difficult to take this step. We only wanted to head towards the origin of willpower and witness the operation of a universe. What a pity. There is not a single God Emperor who did not desire to become a Cosmos God. The temptation was too great. But since ancient times, how many could become a Cosmos God? It seemed that as the universe epochs changed, the origin of will seemed to be suppressing the entire cosmos, making it difficult for God Emperors to break through to the Cosmos God realm. Until now, there was not a single Cosmos God in the deity world. From this point, one could see something. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. What I want to tell you is that you must not be careless and arrogant. Bone Progenitor reminded, even though your current strength is comparable to a second-level God Emperor, the deity world is far too vast. However, the vastness of the God realm is far from what you imagine. This disciple will remember teacher's teachings. I'll definitely be careful. Feng Chen cupped his fists. Voila! It felt like the entire space was shaking. For a moment, Feng Chen felt he could not breathe. The world was spinning, and his primordial spirit was shaking. I've reached the Law Heavenly Stairway. Chapter 2001. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. Shoa.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. As soon as the Bone Progenitor finished speaking, Feng Chen felt a wild, true God power raging around him. So strong. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin started to move automatically. The perfect sword body was activated to the extreme, and his physical defense increased tremendously. Only then did he feel that he could move. It's your first time here, so it's inevitable that you won't be used to it. After some time, you'll get used to it, the Bone Progenitor said with a smile. He had a better understanding of the stairway to heaven. Although the true God power here was wild, his disciple could still withstand it. However, it would take some time. Master, is this the stairway to heaven? Feng Chen was shocked. The place that he was at was a piece of void. There was nothing except for the raging real God energy. In front of him, there was a stairway to heaven that reached the clouds. It was suspended in the air as if it was connected to the highest point of the universe. Yes, this is the stairway to heaven, the Bone Progenitor nodded. Although the stairway to heaven only had 6 levels, it gave Feng Chen a feeling that he would never reach the end. Moreover, the stairway to heaven was shrouded in 6 different types of rule power. It was very shocking. That was the purest and most powerful rule force. It was spectacular. Feng Chen was the disciple of the Bone Progenitor. He was also the godly emperor of destruction, who had the strongest attack power among the 6 godly emperors. He had seen a lot. However, when he saw the stairway to heaven, he was still shocked. Not only him, but even the Golden Heart was beating rapidly. It was as if it could not wait to climb the stairway to heaven. Seeing Feng Chen's expression, the Bone Progenitor expected it. To be honest, it was his first time here, and he was shocked too. However, he was now standing at the top of the realm of the gods. Naturally, he would not be too shocked. The Bone Progenitor pointed to a piece of white cloud below the stairway to heaven and said, "There is wild, true God power raging around the stairway to heaven. But only on this white cloud. The berserk true God energy is unable to invade. This is also a place to rest." Hearing this, Feng Chen instantly felt relieved. Ascending the nomological heavenly stairway consumed a lot of energy. If he failed, he would definitely be exhausted. At this time, he definitely needed a relatively safe place to recover his strength. The appearance of this white cloud was truly timely. Master, is the rule's stairway to heaven man-made? Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Why was there a white cloud for people to rest at the bottom of the stairway to heaven? Could have been formed naturally? Fong Chen immediately rejected this idea. The stairway to heaven has existed since ancient times. As for how it was created, even we, the 10 strongest god emperors, do not know. Perhaps only after becoming a cosmos god would one know. The bone progenitor sighed. For countless years, he had been chasing after the illusory peak of the martial Tao, and he had never stopped. However, there were no substantial breakthroughs. This was very tiring. However, cultivators had no other choice. This was the fate of a cultivator. Since he chose the martial Tao, he had to move forward courageously, unless there was a day when he lost his life. Otherwise, no one could stop him from pursuing the martial Tao. The bone ancestor calmed the complicated emotions in his heart. He quickly said, "You should stay here and train for now. Reaching your realm, you can flick your fingers for 100 years. The stairway to heaven is a brand new challenge to you. Try to break through to the God Emperor realm here." The bone progenitor had high expectations of Fong Chen. He even fantasized that this little disciple of his could possibly break through the limits of the cosmos and become a powerful cosmos god. Of course, no matter what his potential was, the most important thing now was to break through to the god emperor realm. If he could not even pass through this stage, then how could he talk about breaking through to the cosmos god realm? The bone progenitor reminded Fong Chen a few more words and told him some things he had to pay attention to when challenging the stairway to heaven. After that, he left. Above the sky dome, before the stairway to heaven, Fong Chen sat cross-legged on a white cloud. He was slowly adjusting the condition of his body. 5 great laws were moving around his body. The law of destruction was the strongest. The other 4 laws were on par with each other. Deity World, South Tomb, Sword Palace. In the sword battle manner, the God Emperor of Death was cultivating. Suddenly, the Black Emperor came in a hurry. The latter hurriedly opened his eyes when he saw him. He anxiously asked, "Senior disciple brother, is there any news?" Black Emperor laughed sinisterly. He then said, "The bone progenitor sent Fong Chen to the Sky Dome before leaving." The Sky Dome? Unless Fong Chen wants to challenge the stairway to heaven? The God Emperor of Death frowned. Black Emperor nodded. With Fong Chen's current strength, he is unparalleled in the deity emperor realm. He is comparable to a second-stage God Emperor. There is almost no place in the deity world that is suitable for him to train. This stairway to heaven is the best choice. If he could pass through the stairway to heaven, he could even enter the Yuan desolate danger ground. He should be using this opportunity to break through to the God Emperor realm. Humph, does he think it is so easy to break through to the God Emperor realm? The God Emperor of Death sneered. After a short while, a sinister smile appeared on the God Emperor of Death's face. "Since that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly get rid of him." Black Emperor said, "Junior disciple brother, with your strength, you should have no problem dealing with Fong Chen. This time, you should do it alone." Actually, Black Emperor had his concerns. If he were to deal with Fong Chen together with the God Emperor of Death, he would be opposed by the strongest God Emperor. Secondly, God Emperor Swordless was in seclusion and had reached a critical moment. He needed to stay in the South Tomb Sword Palace to guard it. Compared to Fong Chen, the matter of God Emperor Swordless was more important. The God Emperor of Death nodded. He could understand his senior disciple brother's actions. "Senior disciple brother, don't worry. This time, Fong Chen will definitely die. I will also bring his Sword Dao inheritance back to the South Tomb Sword Palace. I will also bring the supreme, true God artifact Titan Pagoda." After the God Emperor of Death bade farewell to his senior disciple brother Black Emperor, he hurriedly left the land of extreme south. A few days later, he arrived in the sky. Whoosh! In the sky, The God Emperor of Death's body was suspended in the void. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the stairway to heaven. At that moment, on the first step of the rule's stairway to heaven, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by the power of creation rules of order. He was challenging the rule's stairway to heaven. Humph! The God Emperor of Death snorted coldly. Then, he leaped and stepped on the white clouds. Using the momentum, he jumped to the front of the rule's stairway to heaven. Looking at Fong Chen's back, the God Emperor of Death's eyes revealed a sinister smile. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. After saying that, the God Emperor of Death clenched his fist and threw a punch at Fong Chen. Dong! In a violent fist radiance, there was a biting, cold sword chi. It pierced through the void and shot towards Fong Chen's body on the first step of the rule's stairway to heaven. Fong Chen, who was comprehending the power of creation rules of order, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Then, his face changed drastically. Not good. He cursed in his heart. Then he reacted quickly. In a flash, he disappeared into the void. Boom! The terrifying power violently hit the first step of the rule's stairway to heaven. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Seeing that his attack did not hit Fong Chen, the God Emperor of Death frowned. God Emperor of Death? Fong Chen's figure appeared from the void. He stood on the first step of the rule's stairway to heaven and stared at the God Emperor of Death in anger. Kid, my disciple Xiao Yun, junior brother Chong Qing, the 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace, and the person who ruined my master's plan. Any one of them is enough for me to kill you, the God Emperor of Death said in a deep voice. God Emperor of Death, you can't kill me, Fong Chen said coldly. In the future, I, Fong Chen, will make a trip to the South Tomb Sword Palace personally. Fong Chen's words were filled with threats. However, the God Emperor of Death was not afraid. In his opinion, without help, Fong Chen would not be able to live past today. Do you think that you can fight against a second-level Emperor God just because you came to a draw with me in the Emperor God gathering? The God Emperor of Death sneered. Back then, there were 9 powerful Emperor Gods present. Even if I used my trump card, I could not kill you. That's why such a situation happened. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? The God Emperor of Death opened his palm. Violent, true God power wreaked havoc in his body. His eyes turned into 2 terrifying whirlpools. A suffocating death aura was emitted from his eyes, and it swept across the entire sky. Today, I will let you know how the title of God Emperor of Death came about. Chapter 2002. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. He and the Death God Emperor were already in a situation where one of them had to die. Moreover, the latter had paid a huge price to kill him. After the gathering of the God Emperors had ended, the Death God Emperor had chased him to the sky. He was determined to kill him. Since that was the case, he could only fight. Although Fong Chen might not be able to kill the Death God Emperor, he would have no problem fighting against him. Fong Chen, enjoy the fear that death brings. The Death God Emperor laughed sinisterly. His huge hand suddenly floated in midair and grabbed at the void. The raging true God power was instantly grabbed into a ball, and it charged towards Fong Chen. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Kill! Fong Chen took out the Herculean pagoda and smashed it on the Death God Emperor's huge illusory hand. Kacha! The Herculean pagoda smashed the huge illusory hand and started to counterattack. At that moment, the Death God Emperor displayed his strong physical strength. His fists smashed onto the Herculean pagoda. It's a waste for a supreme, true God weapon to be in your hands. After saying that, dense sword Dao runes appeared around the Death God Emperor's body. In an instant, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Sky Splitter Sword Skill. The Death God Emperor bellowed, and a long sword appeared in his palm. The tip of the long sword contained terrifying sword chi. When the dense sword chi gathered together, it was as though water droplets could drip from it. It was so terrifying. Swoosh! Following the Death God Emperor's roar, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. Every sword shadow had a domineering and suffocating sword chi. At the same time, the Death God Emperor leaped onto the stairway of rules and started fighting with Feng Chun. Demon Dragon Sky, destroying sword. Feng Chun unleashed his strongest attack. At the same time, the Herculean pagoda smashed onto the Death God Emperor crazily. At that moment, the battle between the two of them was in a stalemate. The Death God Emperor's swordsmanship was extremely strong, and her attack power was also unimaginable. However, Feng Chun's attacks weren't bad, either. Especially with the help of the Titan Pagoda, it was almost impossible for the Death Emperor to get close to him. Damn it! After fighting for 15 minutes, the Death God Emperor's face turned gloomy. The Titan Pagoda was beyond his expectations, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Although he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet, he wasn't sure if the Herculean Pagoda could withstand it. If the Titan Pagoda blocked the attack, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Bang! Just as the Death God Emperor was deep in thought, the Herculean Divine Pagoda slammed down once again. The Death God Emperor casually swung his sword and split the Titan Pagoda apart. He then gritted his teeth and coldly said, "Let's go all out." In an instant, the body of the Death God Emperor turned into dense sword chi. Then, the sword chi quickly condensed into a giant sword. The appearance of this huge sword caused the void to tremble and the space to be torn apart. Feng Chun, you should be proud that you were able to force me to use this move. The Death God Emperor's voice came from the giant sword. A terrifying aura was emitted from the huge sword. Seeing this scene, Feng Chun's expression changed drastically. What's going on? One with the sword. The Death God Emperor's understanding of swordsmanship had reached an unbelievable level. Without giving the Death God Emperor a chance to attack, Feng Chun left the Stairway of Rules and used the Space-Time Fantasy Demon Book. His body quickly shuttled through the void, wanting to leave this place and avoid the strongest attack of the Death God Emperor. Trying to leave? The Death God Emperor's furious voice came. Then, the giant sword that pierced through the sky suddenly turned into a ray of light and shuttled through the void, heading towards the place where Feng Chun was escaping. What a strong power! It seems to be able to change the flow of time. Moreover, Feng Chun took a deep breath and looked at the Death God Emperor in disbelief. The latter's attack could not only change the flow of time, but could also affect his primordial spirit. This is the Death God Emperor's trump card? Feng Chun tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart. His golden heart was beating rapidly, and he quickly used the sky-destroying demonic dragon sword. The raging sword chi turned into giant swords in the void and clashed with the long sword that the Death God Emperor had turned into. Kacha! The attack power of the long sword that the Death God Emperor had transformed into was simply too strong. Even Feng Chun's attack was unable to reduce its speed. Damn it! Feng Chun cursed in his heart. He pushed his attack to the maximum. The Herculean Pagoda also felt a sense of danger. Dazzling light shone in the void and covered Feng Chun's body. It's useless, the Death God Emperor sneered. The terrifying giant sword pierced the defensive shield of the Herculean Pagoda. Kacha! Cracks appeared on the defensive shield. It was unable to block the attack of the Death God Emperor. While the two of them were fighting, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The figure wore a silver-gray mask and carried a giant sword on his back. He was emitting a gentle aura. Although he looked ordinary, he gave off a shocking feeling. Your life is mine. How can I let others take it away? The silver-masked man softly muttered to himself. Soon after, his body flashed and appeared beside Feng Chun in an instant. Kacha! At this moment, the giant sword of the Death God Emperor pierced through the defensive shield of the Herculean Pagoda and pierced the body of the pagoda. Dong! Feng Chun could feel the terrifying vibrations from the Herculean Pagoda. His body retreated rapidly, and he spat out blood. His face was pale. Shoo! At this moment, an unbelievable sword light suddenly descended from the sky and slashed the giant sword that the Death God Emperor had transformed into. Ding! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The giant sword of the death god emperor retreated rapidly. The giant sword disappeared, and the body of the death god emperor reappeared. He stared coldly at the silver-gray masked man and said, "Who are you? How dare you stop me?" An emperor god attacking a divine emperor. Aren't you ashamed? The silver-gray masked man sneered. Humph, don't talk nonsense. He is my enemy. He will die today. If you stop me, I will kill you too. The death god emperor sensed that the aura of the silver-gray masked man was not an emperor god. Hence, he was even more unscrupulous. Who are you? In the sky, Fong Chun stabilized himself and stared at the silver-gray masked man. The latter turned around and said softly, "You know who I am." Hearing this, the golden heart in Fong Chen's body vibrated. 5 types of power of laws surged out. The primordial spirit in his mind vibrated, and the immemorial soul refining art appeared. "You are?" Fong Chen was shocked. He had been looking for the successor of the destiny system for so long, but there was no news. He did not expect to meet him here. Was he here to kill him? How about you, and I join forces and kill him? The silver-gray masked man's next sentence puzzled Fong Chen even more. You? Fong Chen was confused. Your life is mine. Even if you die, you will die in my hands. I will not allow you to die in the hands of others. The silver-gray masked man said, So, whoever wants to kill you will be my enemy. Are you sure you are not letting the tiger return to the mountain? Fong Chen asked. The silver-gray masked man sneered and said, In my dictionary, there is no such thing as letting the tiger return to the mountain. The silver-gray masked man did not seem to be willing to explain too much to Fong Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. The wild power of the rules of destiny surged. Immemorial soul refining art. Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes flickered. This man was indeed using the last move of the immemorial soul refining art, the sword of destiny. 2 divine emperors want to kill me? The death god emperor was completely enraged. His robes fluttered without wind. His eyes were scarlet and filled with killing intent. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The death god emperor unleashed his wildest attack. His body turned into a giant sword again and shot towards the 2 with terrifying power. The golden heart was beating rapidly. Fong Chen's primordial spirit was shaking. All of a sudden, he executed the archaic soul-refining art as if he was possessed. The 5 great sword moves were performed one after another. In a moment, 5 sword lights were suspended in the air. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that the silver-masked man had a thought. He controlled his sword of destiny and brought it closer to Fong Chen's 5 great sword moves. When the 6 great sword moves merged together, a miracle happened. Chapter 2003. Genius 1. Second, remember, love, divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The immemorial soul refining art was left behind by the cosmos god Gu Yuan. Love go little say there were a total of 6 moves, and Fong Chun had obtained 5 of them. The remaining 1 was in the hands of the inheritor of destiny, the silver-gray, masked man in front of him. Fong Chun felt that his golden heart had never been so active before, as if it was about to jump out of his body. When the 6 sword moves gathered together, the entire sky changed color. 6 different colors filled the void, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, Fong Chun and the silver-gray masked man could not help but tremble. An extremely oppressive aura was emitted from their bodies. Only the 2 inheritors knew about this aura. This was the aura of the cosmos god Gu Yuan. The ultimate mode of the immemorial soul refining art. Fong Chun opened his eyes wide, staring at the 6 sword moves that were merging in the sky. At this moment, he felt that his comprehension of the sword Tao had been sublimated. The inheritor of destiny seemed to be using this opportunity to comprehend the sword Tao inheritance left behind by Gu Yuan. He closed his eyes, controlling the sword light of destiny while comprehending. The terrifying aura was suffocating. The raging real god power in the sky was instantly dispersed by the explosion. Dong! After a loud sound, the 6 sword moves disappeared, replaced by a huge golden sword. This huge golden sword was similar to the huge sword that allowed Fang Chun to cross over to the ancient sword continent, but the inside was completely different. Too strong. Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. He felt that the sword Dao aura in his body was rapidly increasing. Could it be? At this moment, Fang Chen saw the silver-gray masked man in the corner of his eyes. Love, go little say, 'cause suddenly a guess appeared in his mind. The reason why the silver-gray masked man was most likely that he wanted to use this opportunity to try to break through to the God Emperor realm. Although he knew the intentions of the silver-masked man, Fang Chun had no other choice. If they did not join forces with him, it would be impossible for them to deal with the Death God Emperor. Therefore, Fang Chun gritted his teeth and pushed the 5-sword moves to the maximum. The huge golden sword in the sky grew bigger and bigger, and the pressure that it gave off caused the Death God Emperor to be unable to move. That is, the Death God Emperor, who was about to attack, suddenly felt his primordial spirit tremble. His body seemed to be imprisoned in the void. His eyes widened as he stared at the giant golden sword in the sky. The pressure emanating from the giant sword was definitely unprecedentedly strong, causing people to feel extreme fear. Even if he were to face the 10 strongest Emperor gods, he wouldn't be so fearful. The Death God Emperor's mind raced as he roared furiously. Unless it is the aura of a cosmos god. At the thought of this, the expression of the Death God Emperor changed drastically. A hint of panic flashed across his eyes. I've never seen such oppressive might in the entire firmament. Even though the Death God Emperor was not willing to believe that this was the aura of a cosmos god. But since things had reached this stage, he had no other choice. Go! The Death God Emperor was frightened by the aura of a cosmos god. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The energy contained within the huge golden sword was too strong. The Death God Emperor did not dare to fight against it head-on. Kill! The silver-masked male and Fang Chun roared out a single word at the same time. Voila! A huge hole was torn in the sky, causing the origin of willpower to surge out. The huge golden sword brought along a stifling aura as it came diving down. At this moment, the Death God Emperor would be an idiot if he still did not know that the aura emitted from the huge golden sword was that of a cosmos god. Even the strongest God Emperors could not casually draw out the origin of willpower. How could this be? 2 God Emperors working together could actually unleash the aura of a cosmos god. Damn! The Death God Emperor who originally wanted to escape was suddenly enveloped by the golden light, causing him to be unable to move. Closely following that, the huge golden sword descended from the sky and slashed down on his body. Pucci! He could not resist at all. The huge golden sword was like cutting through glass, splitting him into 2. The terrifying cosmos god aura swept across the broken body of the Death God Emperor, incinerating him. Even his primordial spirit did not escape from this calamity. Dong! After killing the Death God Emperor, the huge golden sword slashed down on the sky. The entire sky was trembling. The lost stairway shook as if it could shatter at any moment. Is he dead? Fang Chun felt his heart trembling. Waves of shock formed in his heart. A second-level God Emperor had fallen in front of him, just like that. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked. Hong Long Long. At this moment, a trembling sound came from the body of the silver-masked male. Soon after, dense sword chi revolved around his body. A smile appeared on his face. Fang Chun could vaguely feel that he had taken a small step forward. There is no God Emperor aura. He should not have broken through. Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. As long as the other party had not broken through to the God Emperor realm, he had nothing to fear. As the silver-masked male withdrew his aura, the huge golden sword disintegrated. The trembling sky regained its calm. Only the smell of blood left in the air proved that the Death God Emperor had fallen here. Voila! The silver-masked male opened his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Fang Chun shook his head and spread out his hands. You won't do it. Why? Because you're not confident of killing me. Before you have absolute confidence, you will not act rashly. Fangchen said. The silver-masked male stared at Fangchen for a long time before saying, "The immemorial, soul-refining art belongs to me alone. The inheritor of ancient Yuan is also mine." After saying that, the silver-masked male leaped and left this place. Let's compete and see who will step into the God Emperor realm first. Looking at the disappearing figure of the silver-masked male, Fangchen's expression turned gloomy. The inheritor of fate gave him great pressure. He was very strong. At least, he was not confident that he could kill him. Moreover, this time when the two of them worked together, the other party seemed to have made a breakthrough in the complete immemorial soul-refining art. Perhaps he would step into the God Emperor realm soon. At the same time, Fangchen also knew. When this person stepped into the God Emperor realm, it would be the final battle between them. Thinking of this, Fangchen clenched his fists and said to himself, "I must step into the God Emperor realm as soon as possible." The battle in the sky was so intense that it caused a huge commotion. The entire God realm was in an uproar. All the God Emperors were paying attention to the commotion in the sky. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the God realm. The clone of the Death God Emperor had fallen in the sky. Ordinary warriors were guessing which God Emperor had killed the clone of the God Emperor of Death. However, the experts who stood at the peak of the God realm were even more shocked. It was obvious that the one who had killed the Death God Emperor was the Destruction God Emperor. The projections of the 9 strongest God Emperors gathered together and discussed this matter. Even the Bone Progenitor was astonished. How long had it been? His disciple had actually killed the clone of the Death God Emperor? This was too unfathomable. It seems that Fangchen has broken through on the law heavenly ladder. The Bone Progenitor thought. At the same time, within the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. "Junior brother, what exactly happened?" Black Emperor asked in a hurry. When he heard the news, he felt disbelief. "Originally, I could have easily killed the Destruction God Emperor. But suddenly, another God Emperor appeared. The true body of the Death God Emperor was furious. Of all the God Emperors in the God realm, he was the only one who had an avatar. He was obsessed with researching the structure of the primordial spirit so that his avatar could accumulate enough to help him step into the Cosmos God realm. But now his avatar had been killed. All his plans had been ruined. How could he not be furious? Even if there were 2 God Emperors, it is impossible for them to kill your avatar, right? Black Emperor still did not understand. That mysterious God Emperor had the same God technique as the Destruction God Emperor. When the two worked together, they could unleash the suppression of a cosmos god. The Death God Emperor said. Hearing this, Black Emperor exclaimed. His heart trembled. The suppression of a cosmos god? This was an incredible matter. When 2 God Emperors worked together, they could unleash the suppression of a cosmos god. Given their strength, it is impossible for them to achieve this. There is only one possibility, and that it is related to the god technique they cultivated. Black Emperor said solemnly. Chapter 2004. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Black Emperor's expression was gloomy to the extreme. The loss this time was too huge. He was clear that the Death God Emperor's research on the structure of the primordial spirit had reached an unfathomable stage. The Death God Emperor had always wanted to use his avatar to help his true body become a cosmos god. Furthermore, as time passed, the Death God Emperor's research on this aspect had already surpassed other experts in the divine world. But this time, dealing with the deity emperor had caused the loss of his junior disciple brother's avatar. Even though the aura of the divine technique used by the two of them are different, I can feel that they are essentially the same. The Death God Emperor coldly said, being able to erupt with the aura of a cosmos god. This divine technique is definitely a treasure. We must obtain it at all costs. Even though Black Emperor was furious, he remained calm. After pondering for a while and weighing the pros and cons, he stopped the Death God Emperor from taking action. Junior disciple brother, don't act rashly for now. Your avatar has just died, and your true body strength has decreased greatly. This trip will be dangerous. Furthermore, we are unsure of the relationship between that silver-gray-masked male and Fong Chun. Black Emperor said. The Death God Emperor's expression turned sinister. Are we just going to ignore him like this? Black Emperor shook his head. A thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. Not long later, the Holy Light religion will receive the news. Fong Chen's potential has already threatened the existence of their Holy Light religion. They will not allow a genius like Fong Chun to continue living. Thus, we only need to provide some information in secret. But if the Herculean pagoda and divine technique were to be obtained by the Holy Light religion, wouldn't it be troublesome? The Death God Emperor had some misgivings. Junior disciple brother, other than you, who else knows that Fong Chun has such a divine technique? Black Emperor retorted. If you don't say it, would Fong Chun be so stupid as to spread it around? Hearing this, the Death God Emperor was enlightened. He smiled sinisterly and said, I will contact the Holy Light religion now. Even though the Death God Emperor often contacted the Holy Light religion, everything was because of Fong Chun. He just wanted to borrow the hand of the Holy Light religion to destroy Fong Chun, nothing more. As for colluding with Holy Light religion to plot against the divine world, that was impossible. Not to mention the Death God Emperor, even the Swordless God Emperor wouldn't dare to do that. When the news spread, the entire God realm was in an uproar. In this universe era, Fong Chun was currently the person with the greatest potential. The Supreme God Emperors could even see the passage leading to the Cosmos God realm. They were constantly paying attention to Fong Chun. At this moment, as the main character, Fong Chun naturally didn't know how much shock his actions had brought to the God realm. As usual, he sat cross-legged on the stairway of laws, comprehending the laws of creation. The stairway to heaven had a total of 6 levels. The first level was the creation of laws. After stepping onto this level, it was as if one was bathing in a sea of creation laws. It was incomparably comfortable. Fong Chun could feel the shock coming from the depths of his heart. His own law of creation came into contact with the purest law of the stairway of laws, creating wonderful sparks. Even though Fong Chun didn't major in the creation of laws, his potential in the creation of laws was still very strong. Especially with the help of the Golden Heart, Fong Chun was able to turn the creation laws into the Tao of Sword to comprehend. This way, his speed had greatly increased. As time passed, Fong Chun's comprehension of the laws of creation gradually reached the peak. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During this period, Fong Chun's understanding of the laws of creation had undergone a tremendous change. He also understood and grasped some of the deeper aspects. However, the stairway of laws wasn't as gentle as it seemed on the surface. It was dangerous everywhere. Love, go little, say, W. Chu. During these 3 years, Fong Chun had lost himself several times while comprehending the laws of creation. Fortunately, with the help of the Golden Heart, he was able to find himself again. Thinking about it now, he felt a wave of fear. Once lost on the stairway of laws, the primordial spirit would forever soar in the sea of laws. Even with the help of external forces, it would be impossible to get out. There was only one consequence, and that was to completely exhaust the power of the primordial spirit and eventually die. Dong! At a certain moment, the Golden Heart suddenly beat rapidly. Every time it beat, it could trigger the crazy rotation of the first level of the stairway of laws. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, Fong Chun opened his mouth, and the violent power of the laws of creation instantly drilled into his mouth. He was making the final push. Once he succeeded, he would be able to completely control the laws of creation like the 10 strongest emperor gods. Above the sky, in the void, there were more than a dozen divine Emperor Realm experts. They were all carefully selected by the Holy Light religion and were the absolute main force in the encirclement of Fong Chun. The leader was called Sheng Long Divine Emperor. Sheng Long Divine Emperor, when are we going to make a move? Yes, we have been waiting here for more than 2 years. If we don't make a move now, we won't have another chance. This kid's potential is too overbearing. If we let him grow, it won't take long for him to step into the Emperor God realm. At that time, our holy light religion will suffer a heavy blow. Seeing that Feng Chun was making the final push, some of the other divine emperors could no longer hold back. Only Sheng Long Divine Emperor stood quietly. His dark eyes were fixed on Feng Chun on the first level of the Stairway of Laws. They had been here for more than 2 years. Using secret methods, they hid here and avoided the detection of the Emperor Gods. The reason they did not dare to make a move was because they were afraid that the Emperor Gods would stop them. Now, Feng Chun was making the final push. Once he stepped into the second level, their attacks would not be able to penetrate the first level. At that time, they would completely lose the initiative. The other people from the Holy Light religion were a little anxious. At this moment, Sheng Long Divine Emperor spoke. "Get ready." Sheng Long Divine Emperor looked around at everyone and then said in a deep voice, "This mission can only succeed. I can feel that there is definitely a strong Emperor God's consciousness observing in the dark. Once we make a move, we will definitely be obstructed by the powerful Emperor Gods." However, at this point, Sheng Long Divine Emperor paused for a moment and then said, "Everyone should know the plan, right? According to the initial estimation of this mission, at least 5 of us will die here. Therefore, rather than being killed by the powerful Emperor Gods, we might as well self-destruct." Sheng Long Divine Emperor briefly explained his plan. After hearing it, the other divine emperors nodded. They were members of Holy Light religion and were incomparably loyal to Holy Light religion. Therefore, as long as they could help the Holy Light religion, they would do it without hesitation. This was the terror of the Holy Light religion and the power of faith. Sheng Long Divine Emperor took a deep breath and then said, "Do it." Whoosh! A black hole suddenly appeared in the void. In an instant, the divine emperors of the Holy Light religion rushed to the Stairway of Laws. For the Holy Light religion, one of the divine emperors growled and then activated all the power in his body to self-destruct. Rumble. The power of a divine emperor's self-destruction was too terrifying. Even the Emperor Gods were unwilling to face it head-on. Feng Chun, who was sitting cross-legged on the first level of the Stairway of Laws, was instantly submerged by the terrifying power. "How dare you?" In the distant void, there was a roar. The Emperor Gods who were paying attention to this place were furious when they discovered that the Holy Light religion had attacked Feng Chun. A moment later, the projection descended. However, during this period, the remaining members of the Holy Light religion had a clear division of labor. 5 divine emperors self-destructed, and the terrifying power shrouded Feng Chun layer by layer. Damn it! The bone progenitor traveled through time and space and arrived in front of the Stairway of Laws to start a massacre. The divine emperors of the Holy Light religion were unable to resist and died instantly. For the Holy Light religion, before Sheng Long Divine Emperor died, he turned to look at Feng Chun, who was completely submerged in the power of self-destruction, and a smile appeared in his eyes. The power of self-detonation lingered in the air, wave after wave. Although several powerful Emperor Gods had arrived in time, they were still unable to save Feng Chun. "My disciple," the bone progenitor's face was ashen, and he was extremely furious. The Holy Light religion is determined to kill Feng Chun. The Emperor God of Destruction also appeared, and there was a hint of displeasure between his brows. They did not hesitate to kill Feng Chun with the lives of more than 10 divine emperors. What a big move. How's Feng Chun? The Emperor God of Time and the Emperor God of Space had also arrived. At the same time, the Emperor God of Void had also arrived. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 2005. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. On the stairway to heaven, the terrifying power was like a black hole swallowing the surrounding aura. Bone Progenitor's dark eyes stared at the first level of the stairway to heaven. He wanted to step onto the stairway to save Feng Chun, but his instinct told him not to be so reckless. The self-destruction of a few Emperor Gods is extremely powerful. It's comparable to the full-force attack of a second-stage Emperor God. Caught off guard, Feng Chun was swept away by the power. He couldn't resist at all. Plus, he's still on the stairway to heaven. Bone Progenitor said, "The power of the black hole is because the defense of the stairway to heaven has been completely activated. It caused the collision of the two powerful forces and caused the space to collapse. If we attack forcefully, the power of the black hole will dissipate instantly. By then, Fang Chun will also disappear completely," Emperor God Destruction said. As the strongest Emperor Gods, they naturally understood this point. If they didn't attack, Fang Chun might still have a chance to live. Fang Chen's physical body is comparable to an Emperor God. Maybe he can come back to life, Emperor God Tai Su said. "We can only hope for a miracle. Otherwise," Emperor God of Time didn't finish his sentence, but the other Emperor Gods already knew. They shook their heads helplessly, sighed, and waited quietly. Rumble. After a while, the power of the black hole finally expanded to its limit and exploded. It was so terrifying that even Emperor Gods felt threatened. It swept across the entire stairway to heaven. Crack! The space collapsed, and the stairway to heaven shook. Not good. Right at this moment, Ancestor Bone cried out involuntarily. Looking in the direction he was looking, the stairway to heaven was healing itself quickly. The power of the black hole after the explosion was absorbed by the void and the space collapse at lightning speed. Be careful. Seeing Bone Progenitor attack, Emperor God Destruction stopped him. But it was too late. Bone Progenitor had already stepped onto the stairway to heaven. He grabbed the power of the explosion with his big hand. However, he caught nothing. The power of the great explosion was absorbed by the chaos of nothingness at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Voila! The stairway to heaven recovered in an instant and fell into a state of calmness once more. There was a deathly silence in the sky. The few absolute Emperor Gods looked at each other and stood there quietly as violent energy erupted from their bodies. Dead? Emperor God Tai Su shook his head in disbelief. The Bone Progenitor's body was bounced back by a powerful force. After stabilizing himself, he calmly looked at the stairway to heaven. The calmer it was, the more one could feel the calm before the storm. Bone Progenitor, my condolences, God Emperor Destruction said. The power of the explosion swept Fang Chen's body and sucked him into the chaotic nothingness of the space collapse. Unless they were cosmos gods, it was impossible for them to survive. The other god emperors didn't say anything. They didn't know what to say. The Bone Progenitor's most outstanding disciple, who was also the most promising disciple to step into the divine emperor realm, was ambushed and killed by the remnants of Holy Light religion. And as his teacher, he couldn't help it all. The Bone Progenitor's heart was filled with self-blame and anger at the same time. Under his calm appearance, there was an angry heart. After a long time, the Bone Progenitor calmed down and bid farewell to God Emperor Destruction and the others. Bone Progenitor, have a good rest, God Emperor Time said. The Bone Progenitor didn't even turn back and disappeared into the void. The Bone Progenitor is very sad this time. Love go little say, chew, God Emperor Destruction said. That's right. His prized disciple was ambushed by the remnants of Holy Light religion, and he couldn't do anything about it. How could he not be sad? Next, the Bone Progenitor will definitely go crazy and take revenge on Holy Light religion. The few Supreme God Emperors left swiftly. The sky regained its calmness as if nothing had happened. God Emperor Death and Black Emperor, who were in the South Tomb Sword Palace, were ecstatic when they heard the news. Ha ha! This kid is finally dead. Black Emperor laughed eerily. Although God Emperor Death had a smile on his face, he was still unhappy. He didn't expect the remnants of Holy Light religion to use such an extreme method to kill Fang Chun. It's a pity that the mysterious divine art and the Titan Pagoda are gone, God Emperor Death said to himself. However, Fang Chen's death was a huge matter that had been weighing on his mind. Junior brother, during this period of time, Master will most likely come out of seclusion. We have to wait at Sword Fighting Villa, Black Emperor said. God Emperor Death nodded. Sure enough, it was just as God Emperor Destruction and the others had guessed. In the following period of time, the Bone Progenitor went on a killing spree. He used the space-time cultivation system to travel to every corner of the realm of the gods. As long as he found someone suspicious, he would investigate. Once he found the remnants of holy light religion, he would kill them without hesitation. For a time, the realm of the gods was in turmoil. The remnants of holy light religion were frightened, and many of them were killed. Some of the spies among the humans were also caught by the bone progenitor. Time passed in the midst of the killing spree. The oppressive aura of the realm of the gods was increasing day by day. Everyone knew that the war with holy light religion was coming soon. Smoke lingered in the air, and it was lush. At first glance, it was like a paradise on earth. Fang Chun had never seen such a wonderful place in the realm of the gods. He could feel that his primordial spirit was being nourished. What a wonderful place! Fang Chun looked around and felt that the air contained a majestic power. He concluded that this was not the realm of the gods, but a hidden place. Just a while ago, Fang Chun had experienced a great rise and fall and almost died in the hands of the remnants of holy light religion. When he was submerged by the power of the Emperor God's self-explosion, the golden heart and perfect sword body cooperated to display an extremely strong defense. At the same time, the Titan Pagoda automatically protected its owner. It barely withstood the attack of the terrifying power. In the end, Fang Chun followed the power of the self-explosion and came to such a strange place. During this process, Fang Chun felt as if he had traversed through the endless void and was extremely fatigued. And during this period, the power of the self-explosion that suppressed him was gradually consumed. When he came here, the wounds on his body had already healed. At the same time, Fang Chun's heart trembled. Those who survived a great disaster were destined for good fortune. This sentence was not false at all. The reason for that was because an imprint had appeared in his mind. If it was an ordinary imprint, Fang Chun would not say anything. But this imprint came from the Golden Heart. This also meant that this imprint was most likely related to the cosmos god Gu Yuan. No matter what it was, as long as it was related to the cosmos god chariot, it was extremely important. Fang Chun was trying his best to undo this imprint, but he could not do anything about it. The imprint was attached to his primordial spirit, emitting a gentle light that nourished his primordial spirit. Holy light religion. Fang Chun's eyes flashed with a biting cold, killing intent. The holy light religion wanted to kill him time and time again, and this time, they chased him all the way to the Sky Dome. They did not hesitate to let the Emperor God self-explode just to kill him. They really don't care about the price. Fang Chun's heart was burning with anger. But just as he was thinking, he suddenly discovered someone in front of him. Let's go and take a look. Fang Chun moved rapidly and arrived in front of this person after a moment. This person was slightly strange. He wore beast skin like a primitive man. His body was circulating with a gentle light, as if he was one with the world. Fellow Taoist. Fang Chun stopped this person and cupped his fists. When the male wearing beast skin saw Fang Chun, his expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "Are you an outsider?" Fellow Taoist, I came here unintentionally. I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to ask where exactly is this place, and how can I leave? Fang Chun asked in a low voice. When the male wearing beast skin heard this, his expression became solemn. You're saying that you came from the deity world? Fang Chun nodded. He was slightly puzzled as to what the male wearing beast skin was talking about. This is the Yuan Desolate Land. The male wearing beast skin suddenly said. Suddenly, Fang Chun turned pale with fright. Was it the Yuan Desolate Land on the law ladder? Why did he enter the Yuan Desolate Land without knowing anything? Yuan Desolate Land? The first of the 5 great desolate lands of the deity world, the desolate land that even the god emperors are afraid of? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. The male wearing beast skin gradually calmed down. He carefully stared at Fang Chun and said, In this era of the universe, you are the second outsider to enter the Yuan Desolate Land. Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. The male wearing beast skin's words were unbelievable. Didn't the 10 strongest god emperors come here before? Fang Chun asked.